Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku had all-in-one copy Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Calm down. It will only hurt dash. Slime. Izuku did not want to use his quirk. He never wanted to use his quirk. He tried to squash it down inside of him, but as he had so many times before, his quirk activated without his consent no matter how loudly he screamed in his head to stop. He would have had an easier time trying to pin down the wind. The monstrous body of sludge rasped around him. Izuku could feel its mass trying to surround him, one disgusting tentacle pushing against his mouth as it tried to smother him. It had burst from the sewer grate and had leapt for Izuku immediately. The high schooler had tried to make a run for it, but it had caught him immediately. At that moment, though, he wasn't scared what this sludge villain would do to him. No, Izuku worried what his own quirk would do to himself. All it took was a single touch. He yelled into the sludge tentacle as his own body began to gooify. He felt as his skin, his muscles, his nerves, his bones, his everything mutated. To an outside observer, it would have looked like his body just disappeared, an amorphous blob of sludge replacing him, which looked not unlike the villain that had assaulted him, if with a lighter green hue to his slime, smaller teeth, and green eyes. His school clothes from a letter high backpack, a pair of black gloves, and the notebook he had been clutching swirled within his new body, moving as if caught in molasses. If he had a stomach at the moment, Izuku would have vomited. Instead, he slipped out of the villain's tentacles and more or less splattered across the bridge wall as he slowly came to grips with his lack of bones, nerves, and everything else. One of Izuku's eyes bobbed in his body, looking back fearfully at the villain whose quirk he had unwillingly copied. The villain slipped back like a slimy tide in the opposite direction down the tunnel, shock apparent on its face, before a thought seemed to strike it. Then it smiled. And laughed. Oh kid. Its maw grinned wider as it sloshed toward him, its own madness-filled eyes looking him over. You are going to be my hero. It laughed again. Its wheezing voice echoed at Izuku from all directions as he started to finally pull himself together, literally. Get All Might's autograph for me. Will ya? Then the villain turned and surged away down the opposite end of the tunnel, disappearing before Izuku could piece together the words it had said. He did not have to wait long to find out, as he heard, despite not having ears, someone else jump through the same manhole the villain had emerged from. I am here, villain. All Might. Izuku's idol, whose face was plastered over practically every inch of his bedroom. The hero he had looked up to for as long as he could remember. Who was here now, fist raised and ready to deliver one of his superpowered punches. Called him a villain. His already threadbare will snapped at those words. The villain. All Might called me a villain. A quirk-stealing villain. Izuku's voice bubbled out of his maw, two small rows of normal-looking teeth lining it. He didn't know where in his body he was getting the moisture for it, but tears formed around his floating eyeballs and floating up to the surface of his slimy mass and dripped down. The minor semblance of his normal body he had tried to form collapsed, and he once again splattered across the floor of the tunnel. Are you Dash? Are you crying? All Might's serious face faltered, his iconic smile fading a little as he looked down at Izuku. His upheld fist dropped slightly, though he kept it at the ready. The sludge villain he had been chasing before had been filled with a manic aura and evil intent. The tension of the iconic hero chase drained like air from a balloon. The hero seemed to catch himself as he played back the sludge's words in his head. Well, yes. I called you a villain. You robbed a bank after all. This whole situation was starting to feel awkward to Toshinori. Kaken was right, everyone was right, that my quirk, I'll never be a hero. Izuku continued to bubble, his body pooled around All Might's shoes. It was then that the hero spotted something sticking out of the sludge and grabbed it swiftly. It was a notebook. He shook it a little to get some of the sludge off, but despite the burns, watermarks, and sludge stains left on the pages, the title was still clear enough to read. Hero Analysis for the Future? All Might spoke the name on the title. Is this your stata, young man? Do you not want to be a hero? He took a wild guess on part of that. I wanted to be a hero, but you called me a villain. That's like getting blacklisted or a burn notice. Izuku continued to cry, all because of my copy quirk. Copy quirk? I know I'm not as smart as David, but something doesn't seem right about this. My civilian in danger, save them now, senses are tingling. All Might looked closer at the sludge. Now that he got a better look, this new sludge was different looking. Well, as different as a massive sludge could be. Sure, he had reduced villains in the past to blubbering babies with just the threat of one of his punches, and he had equally been fooled by crocodile tears. He trusted his gut, not his literal gut as that one had been destroyed, but a more metaphorical gut, a little bit too much at times, but right now his gut was telling him to not punch. And All Might really liked to punch. Young man, it doesn't matter what kind of quirk you have. As long as you use it with good intent in your heart, you can be a hero. Izuku stopped crying, almost, immediately, his eyes swiveling in his body to focus on All Might. As if in response to that single strand of hope, Izuku's body began to pick itself up from the ground, shifting and forming a much more humanoid shape similar to his normal body's outline. Tentacles became arms and legs. His eyes and maw placed themselves in the center of his mass that looked like his head, complete with his bushy hair. His clothes floated just underneath the surface of his sludge, but at least they were floating where they should have been. His thoughts raced in his head at that single sentence from his idol. You can be a hero. You really think so? Of course. All Might's smile widened. His metaphorical gut had been right after all, he noted as he looked down at the shape of a young man in front of him. He had been so close, too close, to actually harming an innocent. If the boy had tried to run in fear, then Toshinori would have punched him in an instant, and the hero would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Thank you, All Might. Izuku bowed. He had no spine, so his top half just shifted forward at a perfect 90-degree angle before he sloshed straight again. He didn't have lips, but he was certainly smiling. Then his wits and common sense took turns slapping him upside the head. Oh no. You were chasing that villain. The villain with the sludge quirk? He ran off that way. Both of Izuku's arms slid over across his torso, so they were side by side, sticking out of his chest and pointing down the opposite end of the tunnel. He ran off after he'd used me as bait after I copied his quirk. Izuku slumped toward the ground, his form losing some of its consistency. He had helped the villain get away from All Might, the All Might. Sure, it had been a complete and utter accident, but for Izuku it was just another nail in his back for why he did not like his quirk at all. His quirk had manifested shortly after his 4th birthday, after waiting with so much excitement and dreams in his little heart and soul. He had been at school playing with Kaken and some of the other children outside when he had tripped and fallen down. One of the teachers, who had a squid mutant-type quirk, had rushed over to him and helped him stand back up. Unfortunately, that gave her head the appearance of a cuttlefish with 8 pairs of tentacles sprouting from the lower half of her face in addition to her 2 normal arms. As soon as she had bent down to wipe some of the dirt off his face, his quirk had activated, and in moments he had sprouted a head and tentacles similar to hers. Except he had panicked, not knowing what to do with so many new appendages, and his tentacles had run wild, knocking down Kaken and a couple other children. After an hour his body had returned to normal, but he somehow knew after that incident his life would never be normal again. So had begun years of torment and wishing he had manifested any other quirk. Don't worry about it. I should be apologizing to you. I chased that villain down this way. I almost smashed air. Well, let's not talk about that. All Might laughed and stuffed down the thought of almost splattering the boy across the tunnel and then scooping him up into a bottle to take to the police. What's your name? The off-green sludge perked up as All Might addressed him again. His form gained some of its lost consistency as he bowed again, deeper in apology this time. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. It's an honor to meet you. With his eyes to the ground, Izuku could not notice the steam beginning to seep from All Might's form, but the man himself certainly did. He needed to make an exit, and fast. Young Midoriya. Remember what I said, to be a hero I must act like a hero. All Might half rambled, half stumbled his words out as fast as his enhanced body would allow him before he bent his legs down low and then up as he jumped away. Izuku shot his eyes back upward through his gelatinous skull to watch as his idol soared through the air and away in a single bound before he could ask anything else or even get his autograph. I didn't get his autograph. He took my notebook. He was right there. Izuku ummed and brought his hands to his face. Instead of stopping as they would if his head had been solid, they simply melded into his head. He burbled, right? Some kind of .ooze mutation. After the squid incident, his mother had taken him to a doctor to have his quirk analyzed and classified. From describing what had happened, the doctor had summarized quickly enough that he had a copy subtype quirk, but when they had tried to activate it again they had run into trouble. He had tried to copy his mother's pull quirk, but after touching her hand and trying to use her quirk, nothing had happened no matter how hard he had tried to pick up his All Might action figure. One of the nurses had a mutation-type quirk that covered his body in shaggy hair and made him look like a dog. When Izuku had touched him, his body had immediately erupted with hair and his face had become canine-like. When the doctor had tried to get him to turn the quirk off, he couldn't, no matter how hard he had strained and wiggled his body in his chair. After an hour he returned to normal, and then the doctor had him touch another nurse's hand and she had a quirk that let her extend her arms by 6 feet. As soon as Izuku had done so, his arms had shot out in front of him and nearly knocked the doctor out of his chair. However, when he had tried to turn off the arm quirk, he couldn't. His arms remained longer than he was tall for another hour until it had worn off. The doctor had taken some of his blood and let him and his mom leave, and it was a few days later he had called back with the final results of his quirk. He called it mutate. Right? Gotta get out of here before another villain shows up. Izuku muttered to himself, his arms reformed at his sides. The gloves he normally wore floated just underneath the sludge of his hands. Normally he used them to stop himself from touching anyone, but like this his mass was too far spread out, it had no shape to rest in. After getting his quirk and when PBRY had hit, he had always been taller and physically fit despite minimally working out and how much stamina he needed to replace with food after using his quirk. He theorized it was his body's way of preparing itself for the event. He suddenly sprouted new appendages that might crush his body, or in reaction to those changes. He thought more about what his quirk could do, what changes it had made on his body, and how he had seen the villain use it. He did not like to use his quirk, but no matter how much precaution he took, accidents happened. It helped out when he grew too many arms or suddenly had metal skin. I don't need legs. I can just slide across the ground. Like a slug or a ball of jelly. Izuku sighed. On the bright side, he still had plenty of time before the mutation he had copied wore off. He just needed to find somewhere he could expel his belongings floating in his body and not be naked in public when the quirk timed out. He oozed his way forward, keeping his torso still in a vaguely humanoid shape, though his lower half just became a mass of sludge. He kept to the side streets for the most part, keeping to the shadows in case someone he knew saw him and taunted him about looking like a giant booger or something, or worse, someone else mistook him for the villain. Despite never being sludge before, he was making good time, but when he heard an explosion several blocks away, he stopped. 2 more explosions followed the first, and Izuku was far too familiar with the way they sounded. He had been up close and personal to similar ones over the last 14 years. Kaken, Izuku muttered before, instead of moving toward home, he surged toward the source of the explosions. He should have been worried that someone else might mistake him as the villain that had attacked him earlier, but he quickly saw that he did not need to worry at all. The crowd gathering around the entrance to an alleyway could see that between the 2 sludge-like figures, only one was holding a young man with ashen blonde hair and an explosion quirk hostage. Kaken! Izuku bubbled and swept forward. Instead of going around or through the gathering crowd, he went underneath them, his belongings dropping from his body as he made his form thinner and less cohesive, flowing between the legs of the onlookers until he was able to reform himself into a human shape at the front, surprising the hero, keeping the crowd back. That Izuku noticed with an edge of fanboy glee was Death Arms. Hey who? Death Arms sputtered, but Izuku was not looking at him. He was looking at the alleyway where Kaken and a larger, sinister version of himself was writhing amidst smoke and flames. He's in trouble. Aren't you going to do something to help him? Izuku bubbled, turning to face the hero. Izuku felt the shape of his face form more distinctly close to his normal one than it had so far in his mutated body. He felt like his normal self, not a copy of the villain ahead of him. Maybe it was the pleading look on his face that stopped Death Arms and made the hero frown and shake his head. "We can't, kid. It's too dangerous. We've called in help to Dash. He'll die before help arrives though. You're a hero, you have to do something." Izuku pleaded, his face gaining more consistency as his emotions swelled up inside of him. As a need to act grew and grew. "I tried, kid. That thing is immune to my punches." Death Arms growled, anger starting to form on his face at being talked down by this random kid, and frustration at not being able to do a thing. "I can't help him. You can be a hero." All Might's words echoed in Izuku's mind again. He looked away from Death Arms to his struggling childhood friend, and that need to act pushed up stronger than before until it felt like he would burst. So he burst. His body surged forward like a miniature tidal wave, around the hero and straight toward the alleyway. Thanks to his mutated body, he barely felt the fire around him and didn't really need to breathe, so he did not choke on any of the smoke. He was moving faster than he normally could at all with his normal legs. His normal body couldn't twist into a shape almost like a drill and slam into the villain with enough force to stun it. His normal hands would have just slid through the villain's sludge. Instead, his tentacles slipped through the minute space around where Bakugo's body was held by the villain, and once fully wrapped around his childhood friend slid and pulled him out of the villain's grasp. They both only managed to crash down to the ground a few feet away, but without his quirk Izuku would have never even managed that. "Gra!" the villain roared, its body twisting angrily in the air as it glared down at them, recognition only making his face seem angrier. "My distraction. I'll kill you. I let you live so you could distract Dash." Detroit smash. All Might, in all of his heroic glory, seemed to fill the alleyway as he brought his fist down onto the villain. The torrent of wind caused by the punch nearly swept Izuku away, but he was able to latch onto Kaken's body and keep himself barely anchored. For him it was worth it, though, to see his idol scatter the villain and save the day with a punch and a smile. Everything after that seemed to move around him as a blur. The heroes who had been standing by rushed in. Bakugo was alive but weak, so he was taken to the hospital. The media was all over All Might interviewing him on how he had saved the day. Izuku wilted under the reproachful words of Death Arms and Kamui Woods for rushing in and putting everyone in danger. Izuku had only managed to get out of that when he felt the copied sludge quirk begin to wear off and had explained to both heroes he needed to change before he was naked in the middle of the crime scene. He had expected he would have felt sticky after being living sludge for an hour, but surprisingly he felt clean, like he had taken a shower clean, once he returned to normal. Back in his normal body, he had somehow crawled his way home and passed out on his bed before his mother could ask him why he was late getting home. He slept and slept some more, only a couple times waking up and fearing he was oozing down to his bedroom floor. He had to pinch himself a few times each time, but no, he was still flesh and blood and had his All Might pajamas on. Somehow he fell asleep again and stayed that way until he heard his mother knocking on his door. "Izuku, honey. Wake up. You have a guest." His mother's voice shakily sounded through his door. He wondered what kind of guest they would have on the weekend. If it had been a surprise visit by his father, she would have sounded more excited, not nervous. He quickly put on a set of clean clothes and went out to greet their mysterious guest. He almost tripped over his feet when he saw All Might drinking from his mother's good teacup at their living room table. All Might. Izuku's jaw dropped. All Might was in his living room. He pinched himself sharply but quickly proved he wasn't dreaming. "Ah, young Midoriya. I am here in your living room." "Ah." All Might laughed and strode over to Izuku where his feet had rooted in place. He had accidentally copied a root quirk before, but his feet felt more stuck now than they had then. To the side, his mother looked like she wanted to faint, but an iron grip on their couch kept her steady. "It is good to see you looking like yourself." I. Izuku stuttered, but stopped when the legendary man held out something for him to take. Izuku looked at it closely. It was his notebook, the one All Might had taken earlier, and he had signed it. Gently, as if it would turn to dust in his hands, he reached out and took his notebook reverently. Thank you, sir. You have a good head on your shoulders, young Midoriya. I read as much in your book. You also have the spirit of a true hero, rushing forward into danger when no one else would." All Might paused and grinned down at him, and Izuku felt each and every word sink into him like his body was still made of sludge. The hero continued, I want to give you something. Something I know will help you become a hero. I want to give you. Izuku leaned forward, hanging on All Might's words. Some advice. Advice, sir? Izuku asked. He felt like he would faint, but he had to know what All Might had to say to him. He just had to. Yes. While you have many good qualities of a hero, what you lack is confidence in your abilities. Namely your quirk. You have a good, strong quirk, young Midoriya. Yet, I get the impression you are afraid of it. If you overcome this fear and train yourself, I believe you can become a great hero. All Might thought his quirk was a good quirk. A strong quirk. Izuku had never heard those words uttered before by himself or anyone else in his life. Or maybe he had been shutting out any praise of his quirk because of what it did to him and how others reacted to it. He had never believed in his quirk before, and he felt it would take time for him to do so. At least for now that he could believe in All Might, who believed in his quirk, who believed in Izuku. I'll try, All Might, sir. Izuku said and swallowed hard. That's all you can do to start. The entrance exam for UA University is in 10 months. Go, plus ultra. That following Monday, Izuku had dreaded what Kaken's response to last Friday's incident would be when he next saw him next in class. As soon as the ashen blonde had kicked open the classroom door, Izuku had shrunk down in his seat. Even though he was actually several inches taller than Kaken, just one irritated look from him was enough to make Izuku cringe down and try to be as small, as beyond notice as possible. When the other boy sat down at his desk with an irritable grumble, Izuku instinctively flinched, ready for some sort of verbal or physical assault, but it never came. He peeked over at his classmate, who was looking up at the ceiling as if it had personally insulted him. Had Izuku been blessed by the gods? Why hadn't Kaken blown up at him for saving his life? Did he not recognize Izuku in that sludge quirk form? He had been more or less a blob of slime, but he had thought Kaken might have seen him before when his body had solidified. Hey Bakugo! I saw what happened on the news, a lanky classmate said and ambled over, followed by a couple others. They say you held off the villain and All Might saved you. Kaken grunted, only glancing at the others for a moment before he dismissed them in his mind. Yeah, I did. Blacked out just before All Might punched the freaking mutant. So cool. You were unconscious but still managed to get free. A girl cooed. Kaken rolled his eyes but nodded along. To Izuku it looked like he was trying to concentrate and play back last week's events. Yeah, I did. He finally nodded, his feral grin splitting his face as what he remembered and what others had told him slotted into place to his satisfaction in his head. Just means I am already going to the best pro hero as soon as I get out of this dump. Izuku let out a sigh of relief at those words. Kaken had no clue that he was involved in his rescue. If he had, it would have just made Izuku's life worse. Being saved by a quirk stealer? Kaken would have made sure that he understood his place under the explosive quirk user's foot, which meant he could plan for the UA University entrance exam without being bothered. While their teacher droned on, Izuku jotted down a plan of action for becoming a hero in his notebook. Step 1. Train. Step 2. Pass the UA entrance exam. Step 3. Step 4. Become a pro hero. He tapped his pencil against his lips as he thought, twirling it between his gloved fingers. A vague outline to be sure, but he at least had 3 goals well defined. Once he entered UA, he would be able to analyze the additional obstacles and hurdles to graduating as a hero from the school. For now, he just needed to focus on Step 1. All Might had told him to train.to work for confidence in himself and his quirk. So, what did he know about his quirk's weaknesses? He began to write more on the paper. Quirk. Mutate. Weaknesses. Requires skin-to-skin contact. User, me, is unable to prevent quirk from self-activating. Requires a mutation type or transformation type quirk. Emitter type quirks will not be copied. Transformation type quirks appear weaker than original copy. Once a quirk is copied, will remain active for 1 hour or until user, me, is rendered unconscious. Until then, user, me, is unable to turn off the copied quirk. The more quirks absorbed or full body quirks copied results in harder control and greater drain of stamina. Drain in stamina leads to inability to move and eventual unconsciousness. He had tried so many times to turn off his quirk. He had by this point in his life accepted that there was no way to prevent his quirk from activating or deactivating the quirks he had copied. With how he avoided direct physical contact as much as possible, most of the times he had had the chance to practice were when his mind was panicking from an accidental brush or touch. No matter how hard he had tried to concentrate, his quirk slipped through his fingers every single time. He did not like the thought of increasing his hourly limit for copying another quirk, but if he was going to be a hero, it would prove useful. He identified dropping unconscious, or worse, in the middle of a fight or rescue operation was the most extreme liability of his weaknesses. For now he needed to prioritize that. Perhaps once he got into UA with better quirk teachers, he could fix his quirk's time limit and on-off switch. He went back to his plan of action and wrote more under Step 1. Step 1. Train. Increase body stamina, primary. Increase quirk time limit, secondary. Izuku was already the tallest student in his class, just shy of being 6 feet tall. Despite not exercising, his body wasn't a string bean. He thought his quirk might have something to do with that, but he wasn't particularly strong either, just average. If he wanted to train, he needed to focus on his endurance and preferably somewhere private where Kaken would not find him, and if he copied a quirk, he could test it privately without violating the quirk usage laws. Fortunately, he knew of a place which might just fit his needs. He had passed by it a few times but had not been there in months. Dagoba Beach. It was more or less abandoned, so it was a great hideaway, but it also was littered with scrap and junk from illegal dumping. He could take away the scrap, building up his body, and test out any quirks he copied on the junk heaps. It would be the perfect place to train for the entrance exam. Once school was over for the day, he waited for Kaken to leave before he changed into a modest set of workout clothes, a t-shirt that said "working" on it and a pair of shorts, and a sturdier pair of gloves for his hands. Then jogged down to Dagoba, ready to be greeted by years' worth of trash and refuse. "It's not clean," Izuku mumbled as he jogged up to the railing surrounding the concrete tidal barrier. His last memories of the place had been a complete and utter disaster zone, but now it looked like a pleasant place to sit and read for an afternoon. Who had done this? Had the local community finally come together to clean this place up? It must have taken 100 people or more. There was the faint trace of tire tracks in the sand. Whoever had been here had left recently, likely with a truck full of what should have been Izuku's junk. He huffed and rubbed a glove over his face. So much for that plan. Now that he thought about it, he had not actually planned what to do with the junk once he removed it from the beach. He was still too young to rent a truck after all. His eyes wandered over the beach scenery and fell on a small ray of hope. There was still a small patch of junk that had been left untouched. Just a couple of oversized tires, a few metal barrels, odds, ends, what looked like an industrial-sized fridge that had lost its shine to a plague of rust, and half of a car. He sighed. It's not what I expected, but better than nothing. Izuku hopped down a set of stairs to the sandy beach itself and jogged over toward the patch of junk, but as he got closer he heard and saw something. The industrial fridge was shifting slightly in the sand, and he heard grunts from behind it, as if someone was trying to lift something very heavy. Someone was trying to lift and move the fridge. It was definitely more than Izuku could have handled on his own. The best he might have managed was to push it over and then push it up the beach. Immediately he worried that whoever was trying to move the massive appliance would hurt themselves, and without really thinking he picked up speed and once in front of the fridge bent down and helped grasping it. Maybe 2 people could lift it instead of just one. "Hey, do you need help with this?" he asked. "What? Oh, please, if it's not too much trouble." Izuku was surprised when a woman's voice returned his question, but his mind was too occupied by the task to really think too much on that. "Okay, on the count of 3. 1.2.3. Izuku clenched his teeth together as he lifted from his knees, his arms and back muscles immediately protesting, but he pushed it aside as the fridge lifted out of the sand. He shifted his hands again for a better handhold. It weighed a lot more than he had expected. "Got it?" "Yeah, I got it. Now we'll do this one step at a time." Back to the stairs, the woman replied through equally clenched teeth. She sounded like she might be around his age. "Okay, when I say left, step back with your left foot." "Wait, do you mean my left or your left?" "Oh shit. Your left." My right. Okay, we go this right left right. The woman spoke her cadence, each of them walking in step with one another rather than risk stumbling and dropping the fridge. He had helped his neighbors move before, so he knew not to lift with his back or move his body back too far or twist while he walked. After what seemed like an hour but was probably only a few minutes at most, they reached the stairs. Hold on. We are at the stairs. Izuku brushed the back of his foot against the concrete stairway. How about we put it down and lay it forward? That way we can just push it up. Sounds like a plan. He could easily picture that she was smiling by the tone of her words. Slowly they set the fridge on the ground and Izuku let out a breath of sweet relief, immediately stretching his arms so they would not cramp up from exertion later. Thanks for the help, guy. I didn't want to use my quirk to lift that thing, and because of you I didn't. He felt his cheeks redden at the praise but immediately pushed his nerves down and took a calming breath. He was happy to help. He was happy to help. He was happy to help. He shifted to the side and walked around the fridge, happy to help, he swallowed. He had craned his head downward to look where he had expected her head to be. Most women his age were shorter than him, except it wasn't there. What was there was powerful core muscles and a very generous cleavage barely constrained by a black sports bra which he knew courtesy of several holes in her teal tank top. Like a robot he shifted his gaze up, and up, passing yet more sights to see. The rest of her low dipping cleavage, 2 arms bulging with muscle that looked like could snap him like a twig, broad shoulders which had an orange-colored ponytail draped over one side, and an extremely beautiful face set with teal eyes, and a smirk. I get that a lot, especially recently. She shook her head and chuckled to herself at what was a private joke. He continued to gape at her. She was so tall, much closer to 7 feet than he was. She looked like an Amazon. A quick glance at her feet before he looked back up at her also showed him that while she was built like a brick house, the curve of her thighs and legs could kill him. He did not like to be touched by strangers at all, but as his core wrenched, his mind flashed images of her just grabbing him and completely smothering him against her in an almighty hug. "Why, you all right, guy?" the woman asked, now looking a little embarrassed. She tried to laugh it off, but it came out more than a little forced sounding. She brought up one of her hands and pushed it toward his arm. "I didn't break you, Dash." "Wait." Izuka felt panic flood his veins, but his warning was too late. He felt her fist jab against his exposed arm in a playful punch. Huge. Limb. Grip. They weren't so much as words that passed through his mind as his quirk activated, but a sort of sensation of the quirk he had unwillingly copied from the person he had touched. It happened in an instant, but it kind of gave him a very slim warning of what kind of quirk he was dealing with. Immediately he felt his hands tingle and stretch. He felt pain as the gloves he wore briefly constrained his growing digits for a few moments. The sound of stretching leather filled his ears before they burst apart into shreds. His hands continued to swell larger for several seconds before they were almost comically oversized. After the initial rush of expansion was over, he noted in his mind to write down when he could about the quirk he had copied. Despite the new size of his fists, they did not feel any heavier. His wrists should have snapped like twigs, but they were easily able to handle the weight. He glanced at her hands, which had gone to her mouth in sudden shock. They were normal-sized. "Sorry, please forgive me. Please. I didn't mean to." He bit down the word, "steal. Copy your quirk. It's an invasion of your privacy. Again, please forgive me." He sighed, frowned and bowed frantically in front of her for good measure. Accidents with his quirk did happen, but he still felt miserable about them every time, at least when it was not a villain. "You copied." He looked back up at her and noticed her face had paled. The look opened a pit in his stomach. She seemed to notice, however, and shook her head before she continued. You just copied my big fist quirk?" Yes," he answered, looking over his enlarged hands. He really should clean his nails more often. "My Quirk.it just lets me copy mutation quirks and transformation quirks." "You're sure it was and I mean you're sure you copied my big fist quirk?" she asked again, taking a step closer to him, panic and seriousness expressions clashing on her face. She put her hands out to either side of herself and activated her quirk as they grew larger than Izuku's had grown. He looked at his hands again. They were not really big. What kind of answer was she fishing for from him? "Yes?" He paused before he continued. With transformation quirks well, my quirk essentially converts them to a mutation quirk type. When it does that, it takes some of the power of the quirk in the conversion process, so that's why my hands aren't as big as yours. He hoped that response would satisfy her, and she seemed to calm down as she looked lost in her thoughts for several seconds. Slowly she said, You don't have to apologize. I should not have punched you like that. She shook her head with one oversized hand. Can you, deactivate my quirk? As he always did, he flinched slightly before he responded, wary if she would suddenly become very angry with him. No, I can't. I'm stuck with your quirk for about an hour, not that I mean that in a bad way. He flushed again as he realized his words might have come off as just a tad insulting. Your quirk looks like it would be great as a quirk for a battle hero. You could throw a normal punch and embiggen your hand as you swing, surprising your opponent. Restrain villains in the palm of your hand. With the extra gripping power that you have dash. A smile crawled on her face as a giggle escaped her lips. Izuku immediately felt another pang of embarrassment. His quirking muttering storms would be the death of him one of these days. Oddly she waved her hand at him. Sorry. It's just well, my quirk isn't actually anything special, is it? My hands get big and I punch things. What? Your quirk is great. His embarrassment swept away by a whirlwind of shock at her sentiments towards her quirk. It really is. It might not be flashy, but it has so many applications. I wish I had your quirk over mine. Huh, alright if you say so. It's just, her smile widened as she continued, making Izuku's pulse quicken. I don't get complimented for it very often. Thank you, though it looks like you have my quirk. She teased him with a poke across his chest with an oversized finger which made him stagger in the sand. Immediately after doing so, she shot her hand back and gasped, Oh no. I did it again. I'm sorry, is your quirk dash? Oh, no, don't worry about it. Once I copy a quirk, it's fine. It's not like my hands will get twice as big or anything like that. It's like, I copy the original file for the quirk and it only will want to copy the same quirk again after it gets deleted from my body. I wish I could turn it off, but like I said, I wish I could shut off my own quirk, but I can't. It's always on. He shut his mouth. He had almost insulted her quirk again. He was only supposed to hate on his own quirk, not someone else's. Really? You can't ever turn it off? She asked, her expression softening and something like pity entering her beauty normal teal eyes. They were normal eyes. Nothing special or inviting about them. Nope. Yeah, no matter how hard I tried, I hope someone at UA could help. He nodded choppily, but then shook his head. That's actually why I am here. I wanted to train my body stamina and my quirk so I can pass the entrance exam. No way. That's why I cleared out the speech. Her eyes lit up and she took a step closer to him. He struggled to keep his sight focused on her face as her cleavage heaved with that step. Her words made him pause. Hold on, you cleaned all of this by yourself? Last time I was here it was dash. An utter train wreck of a trash heap. Yeah, I know, and yeah I did. She grinned proudly, bringing up one of her arms and flexing her biceps. Izuku felt his eyeballs bounce in their sockets in unison with each rise and fall of her muscles. She paused, let her arm drop and grimaced. Oh, guess I kind of stole your opportunity to train, huh? Removing an entire beach worth of junk and scrap, that certainly would explain why her body seemed so robust. To do all that, how long had it taken her? He had heard this place was still a dump only 2 months ago. It sounded like it had just been her. He had expected being able to clear up a sizable amount of the scrap over the next 10 months, but the entire beach in a fraction of that time was amazing. You're amazing, he muttered, too loudly it seemed as her eyes widened and her lips pursed for a moment before she shook her head. Oh, no, I'm nothing special. She twirled her ponytail in one hand. I wouldn't have even started if it hadn't been for my trainer. He, showed me this place and took the trash away. She continued to grasp for more to say. Oh wow. I lent you my quirk and I didn't even get your name. Ha, she coughed. It's Itsuka Kendu. By the way. She paused and looked at him. Oh, she was probably waiting for him to tell her his name. Izuku Midoriya, that it's a plea, it's nice to meet you. Kendu-san. Izuku replied, clenching his oversized hands together as he tried to strangle his nerves. Likewise, she coughed again and offered her hand to shake but pulled it back when he noticed him flinch again. Sorry. It's a reflex. Izuku stumbled out his excuse, but he still felt like the pit in his stomach was trying to swallow him whole. He could tell in her eyes that he had insulted her, hurt her, made her feel bad. It should be safe now that he had copied her quirk, but a part of him still screamed at him to avoid her touch. It's fine. I can understand, she huffed, her eyes darting anywhere but at him for several moments before resting back on him. I know it's not much, but do you at least want to help me with the rest of this junk? Together? Together? Like, together? Yes, he stopped himself from shouting. I mean, even with my your quirk being used? Are you sure? Like you said, you wanted to train your quirk? Well, here's your chance to do that. Kendo winked at him and smiled again. He did not argue any further than that. Between the two of them working together, they were able to clear out the rest of the junk that remained on the beach and bring it up the barrier wall to be taken away. There was a moment when Kendo's quirk finally had worn off and he had dropped a large scoop of scrap back on the beach. To his surprise, though, Kendo had quickly offered to top him off again with her quirk. When he had tried to protest, she had brushed his worry aside and poked him on the nose with an embiggened finger. It felt just as weird as the second time, but it wasn't a surprise and he actually did not feel guilty about copying her quirk. Just as they had carried the last barrel up the stairs, Izuku spotted a large truck backing up to the pile they had assembled off the beach. The driver cab door opened and Izuku had to double-take as he thought a walking skeleton had hopped out. It was actually just an extremely emancipated man with long blonde hair and shrunken eyes. He walked up and began to greet Kendo. Young Kendo. It appears tonight we can seal dash. His words guttered and died when his eyes shifted to Izuku. A moment later, an eruption of blood came from his mouth. He was ready to call an ambulance to help the man, but then Kendo chuckled and waved it off. Don't worry. He does this all the time. He's fine. Sort of. Mr. Yagi is my trainer I told you about. She gestured to the skeleton man who had walked closer. He still looked like he had seen a ghost or something with how pale he was. This is Midoriya. He had the same idea you did to clean the beach, but we just beat him to it. Why young Midoriya? Mr. Yagi swallowed. The smile on his face looked like it would collapse in a stiff breeze. But sorry about beating you to the punch, the cleanup. But I'm sure you wanted to train for the UA entrance exam. Oh, how did you know I wanted to train for the exam? Izuku asked, surprised that the man knew about that. Kendo seemed equally surprised. Well, it's every young man and young woman's goal these days, isn't it? But to get into UA University? His smile collapsed and became more like a grimace. More blood seemed to seep between his teeth as he spoke. Yeah, you are right. Thousands of applicants from across Japan applied to UA every single year, but only about 40 or so ever made it into the hero course. It was the top university in Japan. With such graduates as All Might himself, it had a gleaming reputation. Guess I'll have to find some other way to get ready? Nonsense. Mr. Yagi waved a hand in front of him. This speech can still work out for you. Help you prepare for the exam. How? All of the junk is gone. Kendo asked, equally as perplexed by Izuku by the man's response. But I see two right in front of me. Mr. Yagi's smile returned, in earnest this time, and pointed one finger at Kendo. Young Kendo here can help you learn fighting and sparring with your quirks. She can? I can. Izuku and Kendo asked at the same time. He squirmed for a moment at the thought of feeling Kendo's skin against his again. It filled him with equal amounts of hope and fear. She can. Mr. Yagi nodded, his finger pointing out behind them toward the sea. Secondly, swimming is a great exercise. It will certainly do wonders to strengthen your body for your quirk. Part of Izuku wanted to know how the man knew he wanted to strengthen his body for his quirk, but that was pushed aside and beaten down by the next thoughts flooding his brain. Kendo. Swim. He wasn't a pervert of any kind. Really, he wasn't. He was still a young man with hormones who was interested in the opposite section. Sounds like a plan. When his back slammed into the beach, creating a small storm of upturned sand and a crater. He sank into. Izuku had to admit, for what felt like the 100th time, Kendo knew how to put the moves on him. Oof, I think I almost saw my ancestors with that one. Izuku quipped weakly, anything to distract him from Kendo's powerful arm locked across his chest and her looming figure that filled his vision. When she smiled, it reminded him of All Might. Ah, but you look so cute on your back. Like a cute little hedgehog. Kendo winked before she jumped back up to her feet and helped up with a strong enough tug on his hand, one embiggened hand locked in the other. For a moment he thought she would dislocate his shoulder. He was happy though that he was getting much more used to touching Kendo. It came with the necessity of sparring, but he no longer flinched as much around her. At least you're learning to fall better, Midoriya. It's something, I guess. He shook his head and rolled his arm to ease up the tension. Sparring with Kendo was something else. The ginger-haired Amazon was fast, strong, and well-trained in several different martial arts. Her last attack that had sent him sprawling had been simple. She just charged straight at him, swept his feet from underneath him, and knocked him down with her arm across his shoulders. In short, she was still amazing. Hate it, you have been getting better over the last month. Kendo frowned at him, which only made him curse himself silently. He hadn't meant to make it sound like he was whining or complaining. I know, he sighed and rubbed the back of his head. I'm just having a hard time trying to find my advantage in a fight against you. He had studied heroes fighting villains for years. He could easily call up the strengths and weaknesses of most pro heroes in a snap and decide the best way to fight them, but in practice was a lot harder than theory in his. You do have an advantage I can't beat. Itsuka pointed at his embiggened hands. Unpredictability and adaptability with your quirk. No two fights will be the same for you. I don't know. It's not like there will be quirks I can copy just laying around every fight. I've really only been able to spar you with your quirk so far. Which was true. So far he had been mostly training with her quirk, except for once or twice, and those times had been accidents and short-lived. Auntie Mitsuki had come over to the apartment he shared with his mother and she had hugged him on his way out the door, so he had her glycerin quirk. Another time the subway train had stopped short and a man had bumped into him with a mutation quirk that grew a strong lizard tail. Auntie Mitsuki's quirk let me produce enough liquid from my pores that made skin contact with my slippery until I hit the sand and it stuck to my skin, negating the quirk. The lizard tail was useful to sweep out your legs, but then I lost my balance and fell over. Though Big Fist was useful to get me back to my feet. He felt a flick on his ear from Kendo's normal-sized hand. You're mumbling, Izuku. She did not seem annoyed with his mumbling. She was smiling at him again, and that more than the flick to his ear made him stop. She was wearing a teal training GI that absolutely hugged her form and did more to accent it than hide it. He also knew fully well that she had brought her swimsuit with her. It was part of the training schedule they had come up with. On the weekends they would spar in the morning and then do laps in the ocean in the afternoon. He could just picture her in it. No, that was a bad idea. He could not afford to be so distracted when he was so far behind her in training. He also doubted she saw him like that. He did not know her type, but that didn't stop him from thinking that she had far better choices than someone like him. Sorry, he mumbled, caught himself, then spoke louder. Sorry. I just wish there was a better way than using or just to use my quirk. Improvement on the time limit on his quirk had been non-existent as far as he could tell. Don't sweat it. Once you get into UA you'll have loads more resources to improve. Kendo replied, which was another frustratingly attractive thing about her. She believed he would get into UA with her. How about we end the sparring a little bit early? You get in the water while I run through some of my forms, okay? Sure. He grabbed onto the lifeline to change the topic and do something else. Together with Mr. Yagi, they all had been able to set up a small changing tent on the beach and even connect a shower for after each swim. The beach had been a popular spot at one point before all of the illegal dumping, so it had only been a matter of tapping into the waterline. Heading over, he changed into his swimsuit, slipped on earplugs, and put on the goggles he wore to protect his eyes from the seawater. After a few warm-up stretches he walked down to the water itself, but he did his best to not stare as Kendo stretched her body through one or another forms of the various martial arts she studied. The cold ocean water had not failed to clear his mind before. It would help again. Dipping into the water, he floated on the surface for a minute or so, letting his body get used to the colder temperature of the seawater. Once he felt comfortable, he started his warm-ups. Holding his hands out, he brought his legs up together, back toward his body, and moved them out, propelling him through the water. Slowly he moved his arms out at his sides, progressing into a breaststroke. It had taken him a few days of practice, but the movements felt automatic, natural. It always made him feel like a frog. He used a buoy out further in the water as his end point for his sets. It was a few meters short of an Olympic-sized swimming pool, but it worked out. After 50 sets of the breaststroke, he changed his form, adopting a freestyle strike. Instead of kicking out to his sides, he kicked straight, his arms coming up and down in the water over his head. After another 50 of those, he flipped on his back and began to backstroke. Kendo's quirk timed out mid-swim, which slowed down his speed, but that was fine. He hadn't exactly taken to swimming like a fish to water, but he did have to thank Mr. Yagi for encouraging him to take it up. After the first couple days of washing up on the shoreline, he had begun to improve, and it was a lot more noticeable than his sparring with Kendo. His stamina was getting better, even if it was slow going, which helped buoy his confidence about his quirk. After another 50 sets of the backstroke, he let his body rest in the water, floating just above the surface with his arms and legs spread out. With the sun on his face, it felt peaceful, relaxing. After a few more minutes, he decided to hold his breath and turn over in the water so he could look down at the clear sandy floor beneath him. With how clear the water was, he could make out quite a lot beneath him. There was a couple of fish swimming in a small school. The floor was littered with shells of all shapes and sizes. There was a frog girl staring at him, and also the telltale shape of a couple rusted barrels stuck in the sand from the past illegal dumping. Frog girl? He shot his head down and focused. Yes, there was a girl who looked like she was a frog staring at him nonchalantly from the seafloor. She waved a slightly oversized hand at him. He did the most natural thing when surprised. He gasped and immediately choked on the sea water that flooded his lungs. He felt his lungs and throat burn. Immediately he started to thrash in the water to turn around and break the surface, but even though he managed it, he was still choking on the water he swallowed. His vision blurred as he continued to GG and sputter. Then he felt something slimy wrap around his waist and tug him back quickly toward the beach. Except the moment it touched him, he felt his quirk activate. He didn't have time to appreciate the changes to his body. He only felt the rush of speeding through the sea water and being pushed to his hands and knees into the sand. Cough the water out. It will burn, but you need to drain it out before you can breathe. Caro, a deadpan woman's voice told him. He couldn't do anything else but shake on his limbs and heave up the sea water onto the sand. It hurt, but just as she said, it was getting easier to gasp for air. His entire face must have looked green or blue. After he felt like he could breathe easier again, he turned to his savior. Thank you for that. Caro. Did he just rib-bit like a frog? The stunned face on the frog girl he had seen earlier told him that he had. Strange. I didn't realize you had a frog quirk like mine when I first saw you. She put one long finger to her lips. She was actually pretty cute. Her head was slightly shaped like a frog's, but she had large eyes and long green hair almost the same shade as his own. She was also wearing a green bodysuit that showed off a lithe swimmer's body. I don't normally, he began to say before his tongue erupted out from his mouth, stretching in the air for several feet before it fell limply to the ground. Bleh. On instinct, he retracted his tongue and regretted it. Feeling the crunch of sand between his teeth, he did his best to spit it out. Oh my gods! Izuku, are you all right? Kendo's voice called out urgently. He heard her feet charge across the sand over to them before she stopped suddenly, followed by silence. I'm fine. Bleh. I'm fine. He looked up at Kendo and immediately felt his core tighten up in response to what he saw. She was wearing her swimsuit now. It was a one-piece that didn't look all that different from the ones girls wore in school. On her, though, that he felt like he needed to jump back into the water. It stretched over her well-built, Amazonian body in ways that made him want to bang his head into the ground. What stopped him from doing that was the stunned look she was giving him. Her eyes were wide and her mouth was open. Kendo? Caro. Midoriya, her eyes started to waver as she leaned closer to him, until she finally announced. Her eyes almost seemed to sparkle. You're so cute. Agreed. Caro. Frog girl simply stated next to him. making him blush for several seconds before he stomped it back down. "Oh right, Quirk. Caro," he grumbled and looked over himself. His limbs had gotten longer and they now seemed to want to naturally bend, as if he was readying himself to spring into a jump. His hands and feet were much larger and definitely webbed, which he guessed explained how Frog Girl had moved so quickly through the water. He felt his face and his features felt like they were changed. His eyes and mouth were bigger and wider while his head felt angular, similar to a frog's. He already saw what had happened with his tongue. "Thank you for saving me and I apologize for copying your quirk. Please forgive me." He apologized and bowed to Frog Girl on instinct. At least it did not feel so bad this time because she had actually saved him and copying her quirk had been unavoidable. "It is fine. I should apologize for startling you. I saw how nice the beach had become and saw you, so I let my curiosity get the better of me," she replied, Bounty, waving off his apology. "Though I am surprised that you copied my quirk. It is a good surprise though. My name is Tsuyu Azui. My name is Izuku Midoriya and this is Itsuka Kendu. Caro." Izuku ribbited. It somehow felt natural to do so after only a few minutes after copying her quirk. "It's nice to meet you, and thank you for saving him." Kendu added in. Azui put her finger to her lips again. "I've never heard of a quirk that could copy mutation quirks. Emitters and transformation quirks, yes. Yeah, mine can. It can also copy transformation quirks, but it kind of converts them to mutation quirks in my body so I can't turn them off, like I can't turn off your quirk right now." Izuku sighed. If he could just turn off his quirk, he wouldn't have sand stuck in his teeth. That sounds inconvenient. "Caro." Azui blinked and replied bluntly again, "But potentially very powerful." What? Someone else was actually calling his quirk powerful? Sure, All Might, Kendu, and Mr. Yagi seemed to have some hope for it, but still. See now, someone else agrees with me. Kendu grinned triumphantly, wrapping her arms underneath her chest and pushing her bust out in a way that made Izuku flinch his eyes away quickly and back to Azui, who appeared to be staring at Kendu with interest. Maybe? Her facial expressions did not seem to change that much. Was that from her quirk, or just something she did on purpose? "Your quirk is what's going to get you into UA. Oh, are you both also applying to the hero course at UA University?" Azui asked, her head dipping to the side in curiosity. Yes, we both are." Kendu nodded her head enthusiastically before she swept one bulging arm over the beach. "I cleared up the beach. With Midoriya's help toward the end, now we are using it as our training grounds for the exam." "You are?" Azui tilted her head the other way. "I just thought you were a couple out for a date at the beach." "Caro." This time his blush came back with much more power and was not so easy to subdue. He felt like if he looked at Kendu his chest would burst, so instead he focused on Azui. He raised both his hands and shook them. "We aren't a couple at all. We are just friends and sparring partners." It took him 2 weeks for him to accept that she was his friend, and even then Kendu had to drag it out of him to finally realize it. She had challenged him to a big fist thumb wrestling contest, and when she had won he had to say it out loud that they were friends. "Yeah," Kendu added, but unenthusiastically. He thought he heard her shuffle on her feet and kick the sand, but he was focused on not looking at her. After a short pause she coughed and continued, "If you are applying for UA, why don't you join us?" "Join you?" "Join us?" he and Azui asked and ribbited in unison, electing a giggle from Kendu and forcing him to finally look back at her. He thought he saw the telltale signs of a blush on her cheeks but dismissed it as unlikely. "That's what I said." Kendu stifled another giggle. "I can show Azui-san my fighting moves, and she can provide her quirk to you to practice with. Plus it would be nice to talk to another girl. Plus ultra, more the merrier, right?" "Agreed. I accept your invitation." Azui bobbed her head before Izuku could say anything. He couldn't blame Kendu for wanting to talk to someone more interesting than him. Just like Kendu had said, it would be handy for him to have access to another quirk, but it felt like he wasn't sharing equally. Azui was giving him her quirk, Kendu was giving Azui sparring training. What else could he offer that would help both Kendu and Azui pass the entrance exam? "Okay, but let me help you both study for the written exam. Also, I don't know how much it will help, but I can give you advice on how to fight other quirks." Hopefully his notebooks would be good enough. Alright, I know my own strengths, but if we needed to fight others' examinees for the practical it would be useful. Azui bobbed her head again. Awesome. Welcome to the Dagoba squad, Azusen. Dagoba squad? Izuku chuckled, shaking his head as Kendo winked at him. Thank you. Also, please call me Tsuyu. Karo. You got it, Tsuyu-chan. Kendo beamed. She looked very pleased at the latest turn of events. Okay, Tsuyu-sen. Izuku stuttered, a little nervous to use a cute girl's given name so casually. Cute girl? I am curious, Midoriya. Azui turned to him, dashing his last thoughts out of his head as he focused on her. Can you only copy one quirk at a time? Multiple? Do you need to touch them? He was shocked by the blunt questions but was oddly pleased someone was asking him about quirks, even if it had to be his own. I can copy multiple quirks at once. It takes a lot more energy from me to do so, and I can only do it by touch, which lasts only an hour. Yeah, Izuku has been struggling to overcome his time limit and he can't turn off his quirks, so he isn't really big on touching other people. Kendo added with a huff. Did she sound disappointed? Why it just takes a single touch from me, but I can't do it through clothing. Which is hard because I don't want to be labeled as some weirdo asking random people if I can touch them to copy their quirk. Izuku blanched at the thought. He'd probably die of a heart attack just trying to ask a stranger. Does it have to be skin? Would something like hair or teeth work? Karo? Azui asked, and he nodded back in affirmative. Granted, he had never touched someone else's teeth. A few times he had just accidentally brushed long hair while they were walking by, or the wind picked up suddenly blowing it in his face. She continued, does it have to be attached to their body? Izuku opened his mouth, and then immediately closed it. Did it have to be attached to the quirk user for him to copy it? He tried to remember if he had ever copied someone's quirk out of the blue without touching someone. He usually wore his gloves and tended to wear face masks and scarves until the temperature spiked hot. He also avoided crowds like the plague. His mom cut his own hair, and the 1 or 2 times he had gone to a barbershop he had always arrived early so he could leave before they got busy and crowded. What if there was a time limit for the genetic material to be separated from the quirk user before his own quirk could not copy? You're doing it again. Kendo's words interrupted his mutter storm and dragged him back out of his head. Azui riveted in amusement. Sorry. I guess to answer the question. I don't know. Izuku blurted out. Well, we can find out now. Can't we? Kendo said, moving one hand to her orange ponytail and after combing through her hair for a moment gave a sharp tug. She held out a single strand of her hair for Izuku to take. He almost reached out and grabbed it but hesitated. What if his quirk absorbed hers because she was still holding her hair? So instead he cupped his hands and asked her to drop her hair. Understanding, she let the single thread of hair go from her fingers and they all watched as it drifted through the air and onto his palm. Huge. Limb. Grip. His hands swelled larger as he copied her quirk. I never knew that could happen, he said, dumbfounded as he stared at his hands. He poked one finger at the strand of Kendo's hair in his palm. I get the feeling, Midoriya, that you have been so focused on learning about other people's quirks that you have really shunned your own. Azui hummed knowingly, and he couldn't argue at all. This was one way he could get around his time limit and the need to touch someone to use their quirk, but a thought occurred to him as he imagined himself doing that. I don't want to be some weirdo who goes around carrying other people's hair or fingernails or something strange like that. Izuku groaned and placed his head in his oversized hands. He had made progress on his quirk, but he wasn't sure he liked it all that much. Itsuka took in a deep breath and then let it go. She took another, bringing her arms up to her sides. The setting sun made the water along Dagoba Beach seem like it was on fire, and it was beautiful. Slowly she straightened her arms so her hands were out diagonally away from her sides. Then she activated her first quirk. Big Fist made each of her hands swell several times their size. Breathing in again, she activated her second quirk. One for all. Her arms to the tip of her fingers began to glow with power, orange sparks sputtering from her skin here and there. She felt the power build and build in her arms, making the muscles bulge and grow to almost a proportionate size of her fists. Air pressure smash. she yelled, swinging her arms upward and clapping both of her hands together. The beach erupted in a sonic boom of sound as air pressure from the power of One for All erupted outwards in front of her. The highly pressurized air cut deeply through the sand and kept going, surging out into the ocean itself and parting a path through the waves, revealing the sea floor, sending shells and sand flying upward and crashing down for yards around. The power of her attack continued for several dozen yards out to sea before all of its force finally dissipated. The ocean water surged back over the channel she had created, surging up the beach into the trench that ended just in front of her. That was painful. Ow 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 ow. Itsuka hissed, shaking her oversized hands in the air as they throbbed with pain. She dropped down to her knees and moved her hands into the water, letting the cold temperature numb some of the pain she was feeling. Well done, young Kendo. All Might smiled at his successor, walking up to her in his deflated form and reassuringly patting her shoulder. His face shifted to concerned. Does anything feel broken? No, it just feels like I smacked my hands into a concrete wall 100 times. She smiled up at the hero before she sighed. If I did that again now though I think I would. Ha. Then rest easy. You have come a long way since you received One for All. Fruits of your training. All Might let go of her and admired the beach. It is a shame we have not had all that much time to train with One for All, but you seem to be doing just fine. Right? Just fine. Itsuka sighed. She could definitely say that the vast majority of the training she had completed was in the company of Midoriya and Tsuyu rather than with Japan's #1 hero. Thinking about her two training partners, she was happy to note they were both progressing well in their own training for the entrance exam. Especially Midoriya, he flinched less when they sparred and had come up with some great ideas for combining Itsuka and Tsuyu's quirks. After their fateful first meeting together on this very beach, All Might had expressed concerns about Midoriya, not so much his confidence in the young man but fear that the secret of One for All would be discovered. She had reassured him that the secret of the quirk was safe with her. She put immense value in the trust he had in her, and she would not betray that even with her own family. It had also helped when she argued that as a hero in training she could not turn her back on someone else who was striving for the same goal as her. All Might had chuckled and just reminded her that he had been right to choose her as his successor. Overall, she had settled into a happy rhythm with her two friends, and would not trade it for anything. Though she did feel guilty about not being able to train with One for All as much as she wished to, again, a good portion of that came from All Might's own willingness for her to figure things out on her own. His first words of advice to her, pull on the power and clench your butt, had resulted in her breaking her arm, which had made her wonder. All Might, is it all right if I ask you a question? She said, shrinking down her fists with a wince before she stood up and wiped the sand from her knees. Of course, young Kendo. I am here to help after all. Ask away. All Might smiled at her and sat down on the steps leading up the sea barrier. Who exactly trained you in how to use One for All? She looked at him waiting for him, but instead of responding he looked to have frozen still. Considering this was All Might that was concerning. Had she touched a nerve? Brought up memories of a friend or family member who had passed away. After almost a minute of waiting, she walked closer to him and realized that he was sweating. Am I a mentor? All Might's teeth chattered, his whole body soon began to shake. Blood dribbled from his mouth, he sounded terrified. Which only made her worry more. His name is Gigran to Torino. All Might finally gasped. His eyes darting around made it look like he was afraid something would swoop down and carry him off into the night. He is retired in Yamanashi. He's in Yamanashi? That's not far away at all. Do you think that he could show me how to use One for All? Itsuka asked. It felt like ripping off a band-aid, but she had to face the fact that maybe All Might was not the best teacher. He whimpered softly, but All Might nodded his head. She hadn't exactly bullied or forced Japan's #1 hero into calling his old mentor, but she had certainly made sure that he did actually do it rather than let him conveniently forget or push it off. It was for his own good, well, her own good, but she had a good feeling that she could really make the next breakthrough with One for All with some new perspective. Due to the nature of her natural quirk, she was able to channel the power of One for All much easier through her fists and at least double the power output than if she used it without embiggening. However, Despite the Amazonian growth spurt she had gone through after receiving One for All, cleaning up Dagoba Beach, and training with Midoriya using its powers still damaged her body and it was always hyper-focused in her fists, she did not have the speed or endurance in the rest of her body that All Might displayed so easily. Yes, she had plateaued and going to Gran Torino for advice would help, but not only her. She had managed to convince All Might to also convince Gran Torino to accept training her two friends as well during the last week of summer break. It would help them with their quirks, and it would be a great cover for why she was going to Gran Torino. Using the white lie she and All Might had come up with that his deflated form was her trainer, she had told both her friends that he had recommended they go see the retired pro hero for help with her big fist, Midoriya's mutate, and Tsuyu's frog quirks. When he had finished his conversation with the older hero, All Might had simply shook his head and begged that she and her friends get their affairs in order before they left. Tsuyu had easily agreed to her plan to head to Yamanashi Prefecture for a week, but Midoriya had taken a bit more convincing after he had learned that the train they would take from Shinjuku left at rush hour. His reluctance was all the more evident when she walked up to meet him with Tsuyu outside of the station. "Hey Midoriya, are you ready?" she asked, making sure he heard her before she got too close as to not startle him. "As ready as I'll be, I guess," he replied with the tone of someone going to their execution. Whereas Itsuka and Tsuyu had dressed in casual wear, light tops and jeans, Izuku had dressed to be as inconspicuous as possible. He wore a dark green hoodie with the hood covering his head along with a face mask that said, "Face," on it, leaving only his nervous green eyes visible. His gloved hands and arms were locked at his sides, holding the straps of his backpack as if it would fly away at a moment's notice. She could hear him taking long breaths of air and his body tensing up. He was the definition of being on the edge. This was really the first time she would really be hanging out with Midoriya outside of Dagoba. Sometimes they stopped and got breakfast or dinner together when one of them did not bring their own food. Those times though were always during the least crowded times of the day on the train, which from what she had pieced together was planned by the boy who seemed to plan out when the crowds were at their least before going anywhere. However, she did not blame him or think he was a coward or being over-irrational. His fear came from just how uncontrollable his quirk was. She trusted him that the accidents he had been forced to in public when his quirk activated were serious enough to warrant his fear, and as his friend and fellow hero in training she would help him. She was also not alone in wanting to help him. "Midoriya, would it help if you held my hand?" Tsuyu asked, the frog girl slowly extending a gloved hand to him. He flinched a moment at the gesture but rolled on the heels of his feet rather than run away. After a long moment he looked at her hand and then at Tsuyu before he nodded, and instead of slowly taking her hand shot his own hand out. He grabbed her extended hand and went rigid, waiting to see if his quirk would activate, but when it did not he finally let out the breath he had been holding and relaxed a little. Thank you, Izui," he mumbled, blushing as he looked at his hand wrapped in her own. "I told you, call me Tsuyu." "Karo," she bluntly replied. Sorry, thank you too," he stammered and sighed again, deflating even more on his legs. If he wasn't careful he would fall down and probably not get back up at this rate. Itsuka smiled at the frog girl's actions. If her friend wasn't a few steps away from having a meltdown she would have taken a picture. Instead she stepped up to Midoriya's opposite side. "We'll both be with you the entire time, Midoriya," she said, looking down at him and gently taking his other hand with her own gloved one. This time he did not flinch. "You will be fine. We got you covered, right, Tsuyu?" "Absolutely." Thanks," he mumbled back, sinking more into his hoodie but standing straighter. She was only able to catch a glimpse of his face, but she could tell it was adorably beet red. "Okay, let's do this." Itsuka cheered and began to guide Midoriya forward along with Tsuyu. He moved like he was in a fog, but they were able to pull him along to the station and inside. Once they hit the initial crowd of people inside she felt him tense up, and a glance saw his face had become a grimace. He would flinch whenever she or Tsuyu bumped into him but would relax once he realized it was one of them. Fortunately together they were able to maneuver him through the station, breaking for gaps between the press of people and waiting for when traffic jams cleared up before moving forward. Eventually she heard him start to mutter underneath his face mask. Listening closer she realized he was mumbling about quirks. Not any quirk in particular, he was just rambling about different quirks, perhaps as a technique to let his mind go to his happy place. At one point he had just kept walking after they had stopped, and Tsuyu had to use her tongue to pull him back before he wrenched himself free from them. Once they were at the right platform to wait for their train to be ready to leave for Yamanashi, they sat down at a bench, her and Tsuyu on either side of him, which helped to bring him out of his foggy daze. They were able to help him keep his mind off of the crowds by making small talk. Tsuyu talked about her siblings, about what their schedule would be like once school started again, and so forth. At one point she was distracted when she noticed on the platform an older man, an obvious salaryman by the black suit he wore, not just leering but ogling her. She had been pretty even before One for All had exploded her figure, so she was used to dealing with this sort of thing by a quick chop to the pervert's neck. The only thing that kept her from acting was how Midoriya would react if she suddenly got up and walked away, but to her surprise she did not have to. The pervert's gaze slid to the side of her and then he jerked back, fear on his face, then turned around and walked in the opposite direction down the platform. Itsuka looked over at her friends. Whatever the pervert had seen hadn't come from Tsuyu because she was looking at her phone. Midoriya, however, had leaned forward, and his face was turned in the direction of where the pervert had looked. She couldn't see his face with his hoodie up, but she imagined she could feel the glare radiating heat off of her friend. That made Itsuka smile. She had caught Midoriya staring at her body more than once. In fact, he had done so the very first time they had met, but when he caught himself he always gave himself a mental and sometimes physical slap to the face, which she always noticed and always made her smile. Her friend wasn't bad to look at either. He had started out cute and still was, but by the way his body was developing from training, a part of her was interested to see him after the next few months. "This is us," Tsuyu announced as a train pulled up to the platform and disgorged its riders. Together she and Itsuka picked up Midoriya from his seat and guided him into the train, where they quickly found and claimed a set of seats away from the doors and with a window view so he could focus on something other than his surroundings. "Oh gods, finally!" Midoriya cried out, collapsing into his seat and putting his gloves over his face. After a few seconds he peeked out at them. Thanks for putting up with me, I appreciate it." "I'm always happy to help you, Midoriya." Tsuyu riveted and settled down into her seat, holding her knees up to her body as she got comfortable. "That goes double for me, you know that." Itsuka winked at him and punched him lightly in the arm. After that they all settled down for the train ride to Yamanashi, which fortunately went smoothly and on time, no villain attacks delaying their trip. It took them a little over an hour to arrive at the city where Gran Torino lived, and a bit more to get out of the train station, which fortunately was less crowded than Shinjuku, so Midoriya was much more animated than when they had departed. It was almost noon. From the directions she had received from All Might, they would be able to stop and eat for lunch before the time they were supposed to arrive at Gran Torino's place. Fortunately, their route from the train station took them through a market space with restaurants and shops lining the street. They sat down at an outdoor cafe, ordered lunch, and talked while they ate. "Do you know anything about this Gran Torino?" Tsuyu asked before her tongue darted out and dragged a piece of sushi back into her mouth. "Not really," Itsuka admitted, biting her lip. All Might had not said much about him other than he had been his teacher at U, from the way Mr. Yagi talked about him. He sounds like a tough instructor but effective. "I wasn't able to find much about him," Midoriya added, having pulled down his hoodie and face mask to eat and chat. "He is supposedly retired, but he still patrols, but it doesn't seem like he has faced many major villains in the past. He wasn't famous and did not have a record of facing off against powerful villains, but at the same time he knew about One for All and had trained All Might." The number one hero had not told Itsuka much about how Gran Torino knew about the quirk, but he was trusted with the knowledge of its existence and could help her develop it. There was definitely something more there, but whatever it was, only one of the two heroes could tell her. "Are you all right, Kendo?" Midoriya asked, a slight frown on his face as he looked closely at her. She realized that she had narrowed her eyes and had been staring off. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. "I'm fine. Just thinking about what he has in store for us," she answered. Midoriya nodded slowly and seemed to accept her answer. Tsuyu though gave her a puzzled look but did not say anything further. Once they were finished and had paid their bill, they got up and left, heading back on their trek to Gran Torino's apartment. As they passed a florist shop, out of the corner of her eye Itsuka caught several dozen bouquets with arms and legs, but no visible head rushed out of the shop, and right into Midoriya. Izuku never saw the person that he bumbled into, only catching the sight of the dozens of bouquets rushing toward him in the corner of his vision before they crashed together. He braced his legs at the last second to stop himself from being flung out into the street, but whoever had hit him had no clue he was there, so instead they stumbled forward further into him. Through the mass of arranged flowers, a forehead snapped forward, connecting with his before the other person stumbled backward, dropping some of their load. Oh no, his quirk blade. His skin began to tingle across his arms, legs, mouth and backside before he felt a sharp pinching sensation start off painfully dull before it lanced upward in intensity enough to make him gasp out. His head elongated, his mouth stretching wider to accommodate a pair of fresh, new mandibles that erupted outward from the back row of his teeth, cursing outward from either side. At first glance they did not feel like an insect's mandibles. They were stiff in his mouth and he felt like he could not move them. He felt his skin part underneath clothes as multiple growths surged upward. It was enough warning for him to jump back out of anyone's arm's reach. Tears formed in his clothes as chitinous-looking blades speared out from where he had felt the most pain on his skin before. The outer sides of his forearm sleeves burst as meter-long blades slashed outward. His pants along the front and outer sides of his shins and thighs were similarly shredded as 3 curved blades, as about half as big as the ones on his arms, tore free. Finally, the back of his hoodie blew out as 3 more meter-long blades grew downward, 1 vertically from where his spine met just below his neckline and 2 from his shoulder blades. All 3 together seemed to form a protective cage around his backside, which he thought would certainly block anything that tried to slash him across the back. Taking a closer look at his arm to see where the blade emerged from his skin, he saw that shelled chitin, almost like an exoskeleton, had grown around it. He wondered if a knife could cut through it or if it would be deflected like a sword hilt. He felt a tremor of weakness course its way through his body, as his quirk used his stamina to complete the transformation of the one it copied. Izuku, are you okay? Itsuka cried out, worry in her voice, and stepped forward, one hand raised as if to grab him. He blushed at her slip of using his personal name, but he shook his head and motioned for her and Azui to stay back. He had to make sure he did not hurt either of them. Wait. Please, just let me make sure nothing else is going to pop out of me. He growled out the words over his new mandibles. Of course something like this would happen to him, no thanks to his DMN quirk again. His clothes were ruined and now he stuck out like a sore thumb. He felt anger steam up inside of him. Normally he would just accept it and move on, but this time he just wanted to shred something with the copied quirk. Fortunately, a new voice pulled his attention away from his own thoughts. That's my quirk. Izuku looked to the shout source. It was a praying mantis? A young man who looked about his own age with a mohawk of green hair that was much lighter than his own. The mohawk sat on an insect-looking face with a familiar set of mandibles. He was slightly taller than Izuku and had light green skin that reminded him of pea soup. The man whose quirk he had copied dropped the remaining bouquets he had been holding, and Shockling sent Izuku a feral grin. Finally! A worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Fight me. Something in Izuku started to twist. Fine. Izuku growled, flexing his arm blades. Why was he agreeing to this? He didn't know, but he just had to fight. Name the place. Come around the shop, there is an alley dash. Praying Mantis was interrupted by Itsuka interposing herself between the two of them. Hold up, her fists grew, separating them as she shoved them between where they stood, not grabbing or touching either one of them but close enough to push if someone tried to move. You two just can't violate the quirk usage law just to fight. It'll be fine. So long as nobody sees us. Izuku huffed. The exoskeleton on his arm was itchy, so he scratched at it. She snapped her head around at him and looked at him like he had grown a second head. He'd done that before and it had only left him with a massive headache. This is my fight. Praying Mantis growled while he rolled up his sleeves. Once they were up to his elbows, he flexed his arm and activated his quirk. 2 blades grew out from his own forearms. They were much longer and broader than Izuku's were, which confirmed he had a transformation quirk. But out of this and step aside dash. Tagaru! What the hell? You dropped the Satu order all over the street? Are you crazy? A loud woman's voice shouted, and actually made Izuku's opponent, Toguru, retract his blades and shrink in on himself as he slowly turned to a new arrival. The woman that emerged was older than him but had the same mantis family resemblance, sans any mandibles of her own. Her green hair was styled as a braid and she looked sad. She wore an apron with a dozen pockets which were stuffed with all kinds of flowers and pruning tools. But Auntie Toguru tried to protest but was interrupted as his aunt brought her hand up. It changed in a flash, morphing into a scary-looking scissor claw that she clamped together sharply, a clear message for silence, or else there would be consequences. Don't you, but on me. Your plane back to Nagasaki leaves tomorrow morning and we still have orders to fill. You promised your father and I that you would help us through the summer end rush before you went back to school. We still aren't done and you literally dropped a customer's order so you can go off and fight, the woman hissed. Fire seemed to leap from her eyes. Izuku could not help getting a vague sense of déjà vu. It was like watching Auntie Mitsuki scold Kaken. Actually, it was an accident. Azui calmly said as she intervened, stepping up to the florist on a warpath. Oh really? Toguru's auntie shifted her glare to the frog quirk user who much to her credit remained unflappable in the gaze of doom she was receiving. Yes. We were in a rush to meet a trainer for our quirks when these two she nodded her head to Izuku and Toguru, accidentally bumped into one another. He saw Toguru's eyes widen before he gave Izuku and his friends an appraising look, the gears turning in his head. His aunt continued to stare, seemingly unconvinced maybe? Was she waiting for something? It wouldn't be any trouble if we helped pick all of this up. Itsuka offered, I'll let our trainer know we will be a little late. That seemed to be the words the older woman was waiting for. I accept, she replied flatly, her scissor claw shifting back into a normal-looking hand, which she used to smack the back of her nephew's head. Well? What are you waiting for? Get to it. Despite himself, Izuku grumbled as she turned and walked away. There was not going to be a fight. He wanted to fight. He wanted to prove how sharp his blades were. He wanted a challenge and beat his upon hold on. Izuku mentally shook his thoughts. Why was he acting so aggressive? He never showed his anger in public like this. That was something more like Kaken would do. Are you okay? Kendu asked. The Amazon carefully placed a normal-sized hand on his shoulder, avoiding skin contact. He looked up into her eyes. They were so full of concern for him. It just tore him up that he had worried her. What kind of friend was he? He nodded. Yeah. Just, he stumbled. My quirk that just gets me that you know. Yeah, I know. Kendu puffed out her cheeks as she tried to think of something to make him feel better. At least you have a cool quirk to show Gran Torino, right? Right, he mumbled, glancing at the blades that had grown from his arms for a moment before he bent down and began to help pick up the scattered flowers. After a PRD of silence while everything was gathered and rearranged, it was Toguru who broke it. You all are applying to UA too, aren't you? He gave them a stare, as if daring them to try and lie to him. We are. A friend knows a retired pro who is helping us with our quirks this week, Kendu acknowledged, handing him a bouquet. She hesitated over her next words as if weighing the pros and cons. Do you not want to come too? He wasn't sure how Gran Torino would react to that. From what he had been able to piece together from what Itsuka had mentioned about him, he probably would not be happy at all. I can't. Toguru growled, gnashing his teeth. Kendu and Azui visibly relaxed when he turned to look at Izuku. I still got these deliveries for my aunt's shop. Then an early flight back home to Nagasaki. Izuku groaned in disappointment, which earned him more odd looks from his two friends. I guess that means we won't be able to fight until the entrance exam. UA changed the content of each exam year by year. Sometimes it was giant robots, other times it was sparring between examinees, and other times the practical was like some TV talent game show. Though, Toguru would at least be in the city for a few days while he waited for his results. Damn it. Toguru cursed, dumping the last bouquets into a basket on a motorcycle that sat on the street in front of the shop. Wiping his hands on his pants, he turned and pointed to Izuku. The name is Toguru Kamakiri and you better be there at UA or I will hunt you down. You owe me a fight. Don't worry. I'll be there, and the name is Izuku Midoriya, He flexed his arm blades and grinned almost as feral as Toguru. That seemed to satisfy the mantis man, who nodded and hopped on his motorcycle, but before he could drive off a thought occurred to Izuku. Hold on. Could I have some of your hair? The words tasted like slime in his mouth. It was embarrassing to ask a complete stranger for their hair. Even after they had discovered his quirk could work with cells from a quirk holder's body, he had not asked. Just asking his two friends who knew about that ability of his quirk had been embarrassing, but asking a complete stranger? What? Toguru nearly toppled sideways off of his bike in surprise. The look on his face was concerned. Why? You aren't going to eat it or something? And no, he shouted with a stressed groan. He hid his face behind his gloves. This was so awkward and embarrassing. Why couldn't the ground just swallow him whole right there? He needs it for his quirk. To practice. Karo. Azui came to his rescue again. Her tone sounded neutral, but he thought he heard a suppressed giggle. Kendo was less subtle about it before she cleared her throat. Yeah, that way he can practice with your quirk and get better for your fight. That does not make sense. Toguru hummed, looking between them all. After a few seconds he shrugged his shoulders and brought a hand up. A small blade about the size of a knife grew out from the palm of his hand. He pulled on some of his hair and swiftly cut it off before he offered it to Izuku, who gingerly accepted the gift. Just be there at you. I will. Izuku murmured, nodding his head. Like hell he wasn't going to go to you today. Whatever test they had, he'd beat it down, and was this how Kaken felt all the time? After Toguru departed on his motorcycle, Izuku quickly fetched a small baggie from his backpack and carefully deposited the hair sample into it before stuffing it back into his bag alongside two more which held Kendo and Azui's hair samples. It had been his mom's advice to carry bags around with him in case he found donations for his quirk. He wasn't a creep. It was all his quirk's fault. They continued on their way without further incident, following the directions that Kendo had been given. He had trouble at first walking with his new appendages, but he was able to tuck them in closer to his body so he didn't accidentally cut or stab someone. His taller friend rambled on about the motorcycle that Toguru had ridden off on. She liked motorcycles and had plans to purchase one once. She graduated UA and received her license. He also thought about Toguru's quirk, jotting down his thoughts in a notebook as he walked. He was good at multitasking. It was a transformation quirk which he believed allowed him to grow blades from his body. How many could he create at once? How hard did Toguru have to concentrate on his quirk to keep it effective? Could he control the sharpness of his blades? What happened if one was chipped or broken off his body? He'd have to test the sharpness when he had the chance. Would they regrow in Izuku's body if one came off? He had a lot to consider for his hero outfit if he was going to use this quirk. It was enough to distract him from his anger until they finally arrived at their destination. Are you sure this is the correct address? Azui asked, a finger on her chin. It matches what Mr. Yagi gave me. Kendo responded, frowning as she double-checked her phone. The apartment building that Gran Torino occupied as his home and agency looked like it had been condemned for the last 40 years, but no one had quite gotten around to knocking the building down. Windows were shattered, patches of brick had fallen off the sides, the paint had not been redone in decades at least. To complete the look of utter ruin, a tall fence with hazard stripes surrounded the building except for the front entrance where a welcome sign hung limply above. All three hero hopefuls stared at the building, none of them moving to knock on the front door. It looks haunted, Izuku murmured. Or the scene of a grisly murder. Kendo sighed, her broad shoulders falling. After a few seconds she steeled herself, standing up straight and slapping her face lightly before she strode toward the door. Midoriya, do you want to bet that Gran Torino is still alive in there? Azui asked, giving him a side glance. I don't gamble. Izuku lied and mentally kicked himself to follow after Itsuka. She had already knocked on the door by the time he had begun to move, and much to their collective surprise the door swung open and Itsuka screamed. Oh my gods, he's dead! She shrieked and charged inside. Izuku gave Azui a look before they both followed quickly after her. Getting to the doorway he looked inside. The lights were off, but there was enough light from outside to see his friend picking up a small, wrinkled old man in a hero's costume consisting of a monochrome bodysuit and yellow cape and boots. Itsuka had a hand on the man's back. On the floor he saw red blood. He also saw chunks of meat. Were they his organs? Itsuka didn't touch the body. We have to call the police. Izuku gasped, his body shaking as he stared at the corpse. Behind him, Azui sniffed the air and he could feel her tilt her head to the side. Ketchup? Oh, my apologies. The corpse spoke, lifting its head up from the ground and smiling shakily. He's alive. Izuku and Kendo shouted together, staring at the old man as he shakily got to his feet, using a cane he had been laying on to prop himself up. I was carrying something to eat when I tripped. Ha! Gran Torino huffed softly before he clapped his hands, the lights coming on and illuminating the inside of the building which looked just as run down as the outside. His beady eyes looked between the three friends. You must be Itsumi, Iruma, and Toru that young Toshi spoke of. Yes. He didn't remember their names. Was this a prank by Mr. Yagi? He looked to Itsuka for clarification, but she seemed as equally bewildered as he was. Why you are Gran Torino, right? Itsuka asked softly and slowly, as if the sound of her voice would knock the old man over. Oh ho ho. That's me, youngster. He laughed softly before it became a series of hacking coughs which he had to thump his own chest to clear. Now then, why are you here? He didn't remember why they were there. Izuku's opinion of Mr. Yagi dropped by several levels. This was the teacher that had the man frightened? To train our quirks. Azui answered flatly, still giving the same unflappable face she had shown to the set-off florist not too long ago. Ah yes. Gran Torino said, tapping his chin in thought for several seconds before he brought up his cane and pointed it directly at Izuku. You have the copy quirk? Yes? Good, you already have a quirk active. Why don't we test it? The old man's shift in demeanor sent a chill down everyone's spine. The dazed look was replaced with a smirk and a look that promised pain. Before Izuku could answer, Gran Torino burst up into the air, a contrail of air fuming from the soles of his boots, and landed on a wall. Then in a moment he was blasting off to another wall and another wall, getting faster each time until he stopped with a crash against one wall, hitting with enough force to make the concrete crack. What? But I can't dash, Izuku tried to protest but was interrupted by a loud scoff from the pro hero. What? Can't hit a fragile old man? Well, you are right about that, whippersnapper, but only because you'll miss every time you try to swing those clumsy-looking potato peelers of yours. Izuku wanted to try and disarm the situation, but that anger, that need to fight he had felt earlier with Toguro boiled up inside of him and pushed down his confused and nervous thoughts. Instead he glared back at the old man and balled his hands into fists. I'll show you. Just don't fall over and die on me before I beat you. The folly of youth, I'll never get tired of it. Gran Torino sneered, leaping off the wall and bouncing around again, moving faster with each leap. Midoriya dash. Itsuka began to say, but he ignored her as Gran Torino finally leapt back toward the ground and toward him. Take this. Izuku growled, swinging his forearm blades forward in front of him, only to have it pass through air. Gran Torino had only made it look like he was charging at him. Instead he had slammed into the ground just out of reach of his blades, and then leapt back up into the air. Izuku knew that was bad because he had leaned forward too far into his attack. He couldn't move fast enough to turn around as he heard Gran Torino bounce off the ceiling almost directly above him and come down somewhere behind him. Too slow. The old man taunted, his fist smashing into Izuku's back between his shoulder blades and sending him rolling forward. Despite looking like he had one foot in the grave, the old man had a lot of power to his punch. Gah! Izuku hissed in pain, stumbling forward and just barely keeping himself on his feet. He whirled around, slashing with his blades again, but Gran Torino was already gone, back into the air in a flash and coming back around to swipe at Izuku's side, sending him spinning and falling against the room's only couch. He tried to stand up but quickly found that one of his arm blades was embedded into the couch, tearing a hole through the upholstery. You're going to pay me back for that. Gran Torino stated as he leapt down on the other side of the couch and slapped both his gloved hands on top of Izuku's head, knocking him down into the couch hard enough to hit his chin and slip on his feet. Damn it. You old badash. Izuku bit down on his words as he struggled to get up. The blades on his legs kept getting in the way, hooking on the carpet so it took him longer to pull himself back up. When he looked up, Gran Torino was still there. He looked unimpressed and had taken off one of his gloves. You might have someone else's quirk, but that doesn't mean you know how to fight with it. Try mine, Gran Torino said before pressing his open palm into Izuku's face. Wait dash, Izuku's plea was muffled by the old man's sweaty palm. He felt this quirk activate a moment later. Fly. Izuku felt a gap open in the soles of his feet, followed quickly by the rush of air. Have a nice flight, Iruma. Yeah. Izuku shouted as he shot upward. The air pressure suddenly blasting from his feet was powerful enough to blow his shoes off, yank his arm painfully from the couch, and send him careening toward the ceiling. He hit it hard with his back, the force of his newly acquired quirk sputtering out a moment later and sending him falling from the high ceiling back down to the floor. Gran Torino simply stepped off the couch and backed up a few paces before Izuku crashed down onto the couch face first, the blades of his arms and legs now all sticking into the furniture. He tried to free himself, but his blades wouldn't budge no matter how hard he tugged. Already he was losing stamina fast, so he did the only thing he could do. Sigh and fall forward in defeat. I give up. Izuku groaned into the couch cushion. Good, that's over with. Gran Torino sounded smug. Now, how about you, tadpole? In the end, both of his friends had also been soundly defeated by the deceptive old man. Azui had attempted to match him with his wall-jumping strategy, her frog quirk letting her leap from wall to wall as well as he did, almost. When she had made one far leap, he had bounced back quick enough to give her a slap in midair which had interrupted her momentum and sent her tumbling to the floor. She had tried to correct herself by using her tongue as a grappling hook, but the old man had caught it and used it against her to bring her down. Unsurprisingly, Itsuka had come the closest to beating him. She had not tried to repeat either of Izuku's or Azui's tactics, planting herself and using her enlarged fists to defend against Gran Torino's aerial attacks. She had even managed to knock him out of the air by suddenly clapping her hands together, sending a shockwave of air that had caused him to drop. Before she could capitalize on it, though, he had used his quirk to get out of her reach and after one bound in the air delivered a knockout punch. After the next 3 days of training, he had completely taken back what he had said about Mr. Yagi's fear of Gran Torino. Every time he trained the three of them, he would start with Izuku, then Azui and lastly Itsuka. Gran Torino had him focus the first day on becoming more used to Taguru's quirk and then own Gran Torino's jet quirk. First, by cutting up years' worth of recycling stored in the basement and then by cleaning the high ceilings of the living room. Each time he paused for an instant, the old man was on top of him, jabbing and berating him with his cane. You hesitate when you fight, Iruma. Gran Torino had told him, forgetting his name again, you need to work on your reflexes and combine that mumbling you do to adapt when you use an unfamiliar quirk. Which was fair. Every time he activated his quirk, deep down Izuku flinched at having to use it. Each time after Gran Torino put him through his paces, Izuku would be battered, bruised, exhausted and sent to his guest room to rest, then Azui would follow, and then last again Itsuka, which seemed odd to him. So far, he had not seen any of the training that the old man had for Itsuka, and neither had Azui. Karo! Azui ribbited painfully as she pushed the guest room door open. She was sporting a bruise on her face. She looked exhausted, even her tongue was hanging limply from her mouth down to her chest. She shuffled over to her cot and fell down face first. Everything hurts. I know the feeling, Izuku replied, hiding the blush on his face. He had been so exhausted the last few nights that it had not really sunk in that he was sharing a room with not just one but two very cute women. Unbelievable as it sounded to him, but he just might be starting to be adjusted to Gran Torino's punishing training, which meant his mind was much more able to wander and think about his temporary roommates. Even under the loose clothes she wore, Izuku could make out the hints of the strong swimmer's body she sported. He had seen enough of her in her wetsuit at Dagoba Beach that when he wasn't careful, the tiniest details of her body would creep into his. He needed to think of something else. Midoriya. I have a question. Azui came to his rescue. She turned her head to face him, and he likewise painfully shifted to his side to look at her. What is it, Azui? Izuku asked, wondering what she could possibly want to ask him and hoping she asked soon before his mind started to wander as he looked into her calm, inviting eyes. "Call me Tsu," she riveted again, before she slowly propped herself up on her elbow. "When you copy Kendo's quirk, do your fists glow?" "Glow?" Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. His fists had never glowed and he had certainly never seen Itsuka's do the same. "What do you mean by that?" "No. Mine just embiggen but they don't light up." Azui said to herself, her brow furrowing before she continued, "Last night, after I had been sent to bed, I realized I had forgotten my phone downstairs." Izuku nodded slowly, waiting for her to continue. "When I returned to the living room and opened the door, Kendo was using her quirk, and for a moment before she realized I was there it looked as if her fists were glowing." Azui shifted on her cot. It made her long, green hair fall softly over her face. It just seemed to add something to her already cute appearance that made his chest tighten. After several seconds and she still had not continued, he took that as her waiting for him. "What happened next?" he asked, shifting his eyes to look away from Azui's face. "Itsuka deactivated her quirk immediately and asked me why I had come back down. I told her I had left my phone. They let me grab it and go back upstairs, but the entire time both Itsuka and Gran Torino seemed to be waiting for me to leave before they continued what they were doing. That was definitely odd. It almost seemed like the two were keeping a secret between themselves. Which was ridiculous. What kind of connection could Itsuka and Gran Torino have that meant they were keeping a secret from them? He couldn't think of anything, or maybe he didn't want to think of one because the thought alone was making his inside churn. Itsuka not trusting him enough. "Are you sure you weren't just tired? Maybe you were seeing things?" Izuku asked, stuffing down his thoughts until they were under a hefty layer of denial. "Possibly." Azui shifted uncomfortably on her cot, a concerned look on her face now. He had messed something up now and made her doubt herself. "You shouldn't worry about it," he hastily said, patting his cot with the nervous energy in his hands. "When I use my quirk too much and start to collapse, I see strange things all the time. My vision blurs. Colors start to jump around. I won't worry about it." "You are probably right, but it has bothered me and I wanted to talk about it," Azui replied, the look on her face softening as she looked at him. He saw the faintest of blushes on her face. "Thank you for listening to me, Midoriya. You are a good friend." A part of him still found it hard to believe, even deny, that he was friends with Azui and Kendo. That he, a quirk stealer, deserved to have friends. He knew deep down that the same voice was the one that still held out hope that Kaken would come around and be the same friend as when they were kids. Before they had developed their quirks. Each day he spent with the two girls though made that voice smaller and smaller. "Of course as Tsu." Izuku blushed back, his hands gripping the edge of his cot. His chest was starting to tighten. "I'm your friend." "I know," she replied, a yawn splitting her face and making her big, soulful eyes close. When her yawn ended she did not reopen them. "My parents are always so busy that I am the one taking care of my siblings. Listening to their problems and fears. It's nice to have someone listen to mine. Good night, Izuchan." "Good night, Titsu." Izuku stammered, quickly turning around and laying on his other side so she couldn't somehow see the blush on his face through her closed eyelids. He willed himself to sleep. Drifting off before he slipped into his dreams, he thought he heard the sound of the microwave humming from downstairs. "All right, you're up first again, Iruma." Gran Torino chuckled, already cracking his knuckles. By this point Izuku had given up on correcting his name with the older man. "Today will be a little different." "Different?" Izuku asked, unsure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Based on the last 3 days, probably the latter. To the side Itsuka and Azui gave him pitying looks. They would be in his shoes, if he had been wearing any, soon enough. They had pushed aside the furniture in Gran Torino's living room, opening up a wide space on the carpet that dominated the floor. After the first day's events had ruined his clothes, he had since worn very little, only a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. He had yet to replace his shoes which had been destroyed by Gran Torino's quirk, so he went barefoot. Which actually was a good thing for his quirk. Rather than just his hands, he could use more of his arms, legs, and feet to make a connection, It was just actually touching someone to initiate his quirk he was still leery on. Today we'll focus on your limits. Gran Torino pointed his cane at him. How many quirks you can copy at once? How long you can keep it up before your quirk or you collapse? What? I've never copied more than 2 quirks at once. Izuku shouted and blanched at the thought of what Gran Torino was suggesting. As it was, accidentally copying another person's quirk made him feel terrible on the inside. Exactly, kid. You've never tried, have you? Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but no words came out. He hadn't really ever tried, or wanted, to copy more than 1 quirk at a time. It was only thanks to training with Itsuka and Azui that he had come around to the idea of 2. No one has wanted me to. Izuku tried to sputter an argument, but Kendo spoke up. Now though you have people who want you to use their quirks. Me, Tsu, Tageru, Gran Torino, we want you to use them for yourself. Kendo held up a gripped fist in his direction, a smile across her face as her teal eyes sparkled with confidence in him. We want you to be a hero. Azui followed up with a bob of her head. Don't you? Yeah, I do. Izuku grimaced. He wanted to run away from the situation, but he knew he needed to plant his feet down. All Might had told him he could be a hero if he just had more confidence in himself and his quirk. At the very least, maybe he would get lucky and 2 would be his maximum for how many quirks he could copy at once. Alright, let's start. Good, enough with the pep talks. Gran Torino rolled his eyes and huffed. Let's do this one by one. I'll call out the quirk and you show me what you can do with them. Got it? Got it, Gran Torino-sensei. Izuku stood up straight, arms at his sides, and braced himself as if he was going to get punched in the face. Frog girl. Let's go with your quirk first. Gran Torino nodded toward Azui, who riveted an affirmative. Bouncing on the back of her heels, she hopped within arm's reach of Izuku and held out her hand for him. Please use my quirk. Azui riveted, looking him dead in the eye. I will, he swallowed, bringing his shaking hand up to hers and giving it a quick tap. Vivia. He felt his body rearrange as it contorted to the nature of Azui's quirk. His hands, feet, and legs lengthened slightly, the latter becoming more bendy at the knee. His mouth stretched a bit wider and he felt his tongue thicken as it became more powerful, a new pocket for it forming just underneath his throat. After all the times he had used her quirk, he got the sense that each time he copied it, less of his stamina was used to maintain it, making it easier to use. Karo, he riveted before he tried out his new abilities. Bending his legs, he leapt into the air and toward the wall. As soon as he hit it, he felt this body adhere to the wall as a minute amount of mucus was secreted by his skin, which held him in place. Pushing off the wall, he easily completed a backflip to his original standing position. Itsuka and Azui cheered for him, and immediately he felt his chest tighten and his face grow flush. Here comes number 2. Try not to ruin any more of my furniture this time with it. Gran Torino motioned with his cane for Itsuka to walk forward, holding the plastic baggie which contained the hair Tageru had donated to him. He was so distracted by the warm smile she gave him, he almost missed the bag when he dipped his hand down. Fortunately, his thumb hooked on the inside and touched the hair sample. Cut blade. His skin tingled again before the chitinous blades that were signature to Tageru's quirk erupted from his skin across his forearms, legs, and back in the same spots they had grown the first time. They were still largely the same length and width as before, more like a katana, but his blades were double-edged, unlike the actual katana blade. Fortunately, he was using a shirt he had worn to practice Tageru's quirk with before, so there were already holes in the back that the blade growths slid through. His head elongated more narrowly than it had with Azui's frog quirk, allowing for his blade mandibles to grow in. With his arms and legs bare, he was able to get a better look at the chitin exoskeleton that grew around where the quirk grew from his skin. It was green, but a much darker shade than Tageru's skin was. It kind of matched his own hair. Unlike last time, he did not feel the same rush of aggression and anger that had overtook him when he had bumped into the Mantis Man. Had he just been angry that time, or was it because he was copying a quirk from a hair sample rather than directly from the original quirk user? Carefully he swung his arms and legs, going through one of the kata forms that Kendo had taught him when they had first begun to spar. With this quirk he had to be very mindful of how he moved. With the mobility from Asutsu's quirk, I'm better able to get in light attacks. Hop on an unsuspecting villain. Use my tongue to capture and drag them in closer to the blades. Will mucus be able to secrete from dash? Alright, that's enough muttering. Gran Torino interrupted him with a grunt. Izuku blushed as Itsuka and Azui knowingly smiled at one another. How do you feel? Ready to go plus ultra, or not? This time he did feel the pull of stamina as he used the quirk, but at least at the moment it just felt he had jogged up a flight of stairs. He breathed in a deep breath and let it out slowly. I'm ready. Alright, time for yours truly. Remember what I told you to do when using my quirk. Pinch off the air pressure as soon as you feel it. Don't go flying head first, it's dangerous. Gran Torino said as he walked up to Izuku. Instead of offering his hand to him, he held up his cane, liked it and immediately stuck it in Izuku's face. It smelled like old man breath. He recoiled, taking a step back, but it had the desired effect. Gush. He felt the holes form in his feet that matched the ones Gran Torino used to expel air and lift himself up off the ground. He quickly followed the pro's instructions, mentally pinching, a sudden feeling of a surge of air pressure in his legs. Some air escaped the bottom of his feet, but it wasn't enough to send him careening through the air. Slowly, he let go of it and was rewarded with a jet of air propelling him upwards to the ceiling, but unlike last time he was ready. He twisted in the air so his feet and hands connected with the ceiling. In combination with Azui's quirk, he immediately stuck to the wall and did not fall down as soon as he pinched off the air pressure again. Crouching on the ceiling, he felt the blades on his back stick out from the way his back was angled. I have to be careful with those. I don't want to catch a loose wire or outcropping and suddenly get wrenched from the air. Maybe activate Taguru's quirk after landing in a fight? Though it would be effective to let go and use gravity, I just have to aim my back just right dash. I said no more muttering, Iruma. Gran Torino shouted and waved his cane up at Izuku from the floor. Sorry, Gran Torino-sensei, he stuttered and quickly pushed off from the wall to land on his feet. He let go a small amount of air pressure to help cushion his fall, but both Azui's and Gran Torino's quirk seemed to have had the side effect of strengthening his legs muscles because he barely felt the impact as soon as he hit the ground. Even more strange than that was the excitement that Izuku felt. I'm really using my quirk. He felt like a 4-year-old again, before the fateful day his quirk had awakened. I feel almost like a hero, whoa. The energy in Izuku suddenly dipped, turning his legs to jelly and making him drop to his knees. He was really starting to sweat now, his blood was rushing in his ears and it felt like something was constricting around his chest. Midoriya, are you alright? Itsuka and Azui rushed forward to his side, ready to help him stand up, but he quickly waved them off. I can do it, he huffed, shaking his head to gather himself before he stood back up. Legs only shaking a little now, but he had the strangest tremors in his hands. He felt tired but also at the same time really good. It was an odd combination that made him smile dopey. I'm ready for another. I think I can handle one more. Are you sure? Itsuka asked him, concern written over her face as she looked down at him. Her hand was clutched against her chest, unsure of what to do. Her quirk was the last one they had available. It would be over after he copied her quirk anyway. It'll be fine, I'll definitely need to lie down, but that should be the worst of it, he panted, carefully lifting his hand toward her so his forearm blade would not hurt her. No theatrics, kid. Gran Torino warned him, his voice suddenly much more firm than Izuku had heard it ever before. Copy the quirk, then take a seat. Sure. I'll do that. I just want to see if this is my limit. He kept on looking at Itsuka expectantly, waiting for her to let him copy his quirk. She appeared to hesitate for another few seconds before, reluctantly, she placed her hand in his huge limb grip. He sighed giddily as he felt her quirk activate, or maybe it was from the feeling of her skin against his. Her hands were somehow equal parts soft and equal parts rough. Neither was a bad thing in his opinion. His hands swelled larger, he flexed his fingers as they grew. He wondered if one of Taguru's blades had grown on his hand, if it would grow in proportionate size or would it remain the same size. He was able to notice that his fists were larger than the first time he had used Itsuka's quirk. He wondered if using her quirk multiple times at this point had some W. He stammered out loud in shock as the feeling of when he had copied Azui's quirk suddenly bloomed in his mind. That was impossible though, it hadn't been an hour and he hadn't touched her again. Did someth dash? Itsuka began to speak before she cut off her own words, shock leaping onto her face. Izuku felt very clearly what must have surprised her. His body was mutating again, he felt his head elongate, his mouth stretching even wider than before. His skin felt itchy across his hands and face. He looked down and saw patches of his skin were changing. It was becoming greener hue but also more bumpy and it looked like frog skin. Itsuka called to him with fear, stepping closer in front of him. Izuku, what's happening to you? Cut. His chest suddenly hurt painfully. It felt like his entire torso was hit by a bus. He felt a very large pressure building up underneath his skin. He knew what was going to happen and he needed to act fast. Get away, he shouted at Itsuka, swinging his arms and using his embiggened hands to push her to the side just before the pressure on his chest burst forward as a truly massive blade erupted from his skin, tearing open his shirt, and it continued to stretch for over 2 meters before it stopped. If Itsuka had been standing in front of him, she would have been skewered. He cut his own outstretched arm on it though, the pain making him hiss and stumble back. He looked at his chest and it was nearly covered in a dark green exoskeleton. Izuku! Gran Torino called to him, jetting forward and pushing Azui away from him. Your quirk is going out of control. Can you stop it? He tried to spread through gritted teeth but something was wrong with him. His body felt like it was going through hot and cold flashes every few seconds. One moment he would be dead tired and the next he felt like he could climb a mountain. I can't stop, Gush. Holes opened up in his legs, air pressure spilling out of them wildly and beyond his control. He tried to make it stop, pinch it off but he couldn't. When that didn't work he tried to cover them with his larger hands. Huge. Limb. Grip. Eesh. He shouted in pain, the sudden growth causing him to squeeze his hands except he didn't moderate his strength and was accidentally crushing his own legs before he let go. Something was wrong with his hands, one was growing just normally but the other looked stunted, some of the fingers were growing faster than the others while his thumb did not grow at all. Cut. Blade. He'd never had more than one quirk activate at once. He felt the frog skin spread more covering his normal skin as his perception in one of his eyes suddenly changed. It felt like his pupils had become entirely frog. The blades on his back and legs shot out into the floor, cutting through the wood and pinning him in place. It felt like his entire body was going to tear itself apart if it kept up like this. Make it stop. Make it stop. He cried out, his head whipping away from looking at his body and the horrified faces of the others. His eyes settled on the room's only mirror. What he saw in his reflection looked nothing like him. It looked like a monster. Izuku, forgive me. Itsuka sounded like she was close to tears. He turned his head toward her just in time to see her bring her arm down over his neck. He felt a pressure on the back of his head and then all he knew was unconsciousness. It was her fault. It was all her fault. Itsuka sniffed, using her hands to wipe at her eyes while she slumped lower in the hospital chair she had found in a quiet hallway where no one would see her. She'd heard Izuku. She could still remember the pain and horror in his eyes from his mutation. Only one had been his normal, brilliant green eye. The other had changed, the scara becoming pitch black while his pupil had split into a red slit. She hadn't wanted to do it, but it was the only thing she could think of to make it stop. It had worked. As soon as he had hit the floor, his mutations had receded into his body, leaving him his normal, huggable self. She'd grabbed him before he had hit the floor. His body had felt so limp in her grip. She had saved him, but it was still her fault. Only Gran Torino had stopped her from using one for all to rush Izuku to the hospital. He was much faster than her and she didn't even know the way to get there, but she hadn't cared and wanted to do it. As if that would make up for what she had done to him. The old man had picked Izuku up easily despite his height and age, then flown off, leaving her and Azui to follow after him on foot. How could she have done that to her friend? When Izuku had asked for her quirk, she had been unsure, something telling her to refuse him. He had been so eager despite how haggard he had looked. He was finally excited about using his quirk for the first time since she had met him. It was supposed to be a breakthrough for him. She had brushed her thoughts aside as just her being overprotective of him and had put her hand in his. The mucus had been weird, but his hand had felt warm in hers. It had been her touch that had set him off. She just knew it had been because of One for All. It had been all her fault. "It's not your fault, Itsuka." Gran Torino grumbled as he ambled up to where she had been sitting. Despite the fact that even though she was in a chair and still physically towered over him, his presence somehow made her feel small. Was it because he had set aside faking his senility and was talking to her seriously as a pro-hero? Was this what made All Might so afraid of him? "You're muttering just like him. It's contagious." "Yes, it is my fault. You saw it." "One for all dash," Itsuka argued, but Gran Torino cut her off with a sharp whack of his cane against the leg of her chair. "One for all is a quirk that can't so easily be copied by anyone," Gran Torino said with utter finality. "It's not just a stockpiling quirk or an emitter quirk." If it's not so normal, then how do you know dash?" Itsuka wanted to argue with him. She had caused Izuku to lose control of his quirk. She just knew it. Again Gran Torino cut her off the same as before. "I know. I've seen it in action more years than you've been alive." Gran Torino sighed. For a moment his eyes wandered away from her. It looked like he was replaying an old memory. He grunted again before he continued, "Quirks are like muscles that you've heard that a lot before, right?" Itsuka nodded. "From what you, the kid and Toshi have said about him, Izuku has lived his entire life since the age of 4 without willingly using his quirk. Am I right?" Gran Torino waited for her to answer him. She didn't know for a fact, but he was most likely right. Quirks could be completely harmless or they could be utterly destructive. Izuku's quirk certainly was closer to the destructive end of the spectrum considering what it did to his body and what kind of quirk he copied, but even he went above and beyond treating it like it was an open flame or poisonous. He had been coming around to see his quirk in a new light, but she suspected the events from earlier that day would make him even more loath to use his quirk. He avoids using his quirk if he can help it, since it's always active. Gran Torino grunted at her last words, as if he was of another mind, but he nodded his head and continued, "He hasn't actively used his quirk in a decade and a half, but then has suddenly begun to use it so much. It's like he walked into a gym for the first time in his life and decided to lift 3 times his body weight all at once. His muscle spasmed under the stress which I forced him to do. If you want to blame anyone, then blame me, kid." "No it dash. Don't you argue with me now." Gran Torino barked, this time actually bonking her on the head with his cane. "I'm the pro-hero here. It happened under my watch. It's my responsibility." Itsuka remained silent, biting her lip as something else surged to the forefront of her thoughts. Something she had been thinking about long before today. Did All Might. Was he right in choosing me to take One for All? To her surprise his answer came quicker than she had expected. "That's not something I and neither can you decide, kid." Gran Torino shook his head slowly before he met her eyes. "You have to prove it every day of your life, but that I can see why Toshi chose you." Before she could ask him anything else, he waved his cane in her face again. "No, that's it. No more questions. You haven't even gotten into UA yet. You have years to figure this out. The kid's mother should be here soon, and from how she sounded on the phone we are going to need a mop and bucket once she gets here. Maybe 3. 2 days. Izuku had been asleep for 2 whole days. It was already Saturday and tomorrow when he was released from the hospital he would have to go home. Sigh. Izuku rubbed his hands in his face before he let them drop so he could stare at the ceiling. 2 of the tiles were cracked. When he had woken up he had looked around the room he was in, bewildered to be in a hospital. There was a window letting in the morning sunlight and another bed which had the privacy divider closed. His mother's shout of, "My baby," was the first thing he heard before she wrapped him into a soaking hug, which had got him crying once he realized he had worried her half to death. Azui had coughed loudly to get him to notice that she and Itsuka were also in the room. He had frozen up when he had seen them. The image of himself in the mirror had flashed before his eyes and he had felt something twist inside of him and couldn't stop thinking that he was a monster. He was lucky to have two good friends. They had guessed his fear over what had happened and had reassured him that everything was alright. They just wanted to make sure that he was alright. That they had cared about him had only sent him and his mother crying even more again. Azui had talked more than Itsuka. She had looked like she had wanted to say that something to him, but whatever it was she had kept it to herself. A few times it looked like she would come out and say it, but each time her resolve seemed to crumble, and she kept quiet. Letting Azui fill him in on what had happened the last 2 days with their training under Gran Torino. He had wanted to say something to Itsuka, but he just couldn't put it into words. His friends had worked together to pry his mother off of him. Visiting hours for the morning had almost ended and he did not want her to miss work because of him. He was not fine. Still weak, but the doctors had told him he would be released the next day. Gran Torino had not been there. Was the pro avoiding him or was it something else? After lunch he had felt tired and closed his eyes, but then he had fully realized he had missed 2 full days and that had woken him up again. Though why should he care? Was he really going to use his quirk after what had? Izuku, are you awake? Itsuka appeared in the doorway, peeking inside. Had she snuck inside to see him? The thought made his chest tighten. I'm not yet, he replied. His head felt fuzzy still, but he was definitely awake. Come in. It was only when she slipped inside the room and he saw her smile down at him that he realized the mistake he had made. They were alone together. He was alone with her. By themselves. In a room. His face felt hot as he blushed. Sure, they had been alone together before at Dagoba Beach, but this felt so much more NTMT than that. It felt like the walls were shrinking around him as she stepped around the foot of his bed and she sat down next to him. That was a mistake for 2 reasons. What he saw and what he felt. It was as if he was blind to everything else in the room but her. She was radiant and it only made him think even more on the minute details about her that made her so overwhelmingly attractive. The brilliance of her orange hair and teal-colored eyes. The ease at which her smile could reassure him when he was on the verge of panic. The aura of inner and outer strength that seemed to glow around her. The heft of her chest, the powerful, taut muscles underneath her arms, the dangerous curves of her waist. He shook his head. What was it that you wanted to dash? She easily stopped him from speaking with a single finger pressed to his lips. Her eyes looked into his and her eyelids drooped as a sultry smile curled on her own lips. Slowly, deliberately she climbed onto the hospital bed and straddled his waist. He felt her powerful thighs squeeze and lock him in place with barely any effort on her part. He felt absolutely dwarfed by her Amazonian stature. Looming over him. His already twisting core continued to stretch as she tore out the hair tie that kept her ponytail bound, letting her long hair fall out draped across her shoulders and frame her beautiful face. He was transfixed. She was like a marble statue of a goddess come to life as flesh. I want to use the zoo. Her voice was low and husky. His only response was a squeak of shock. Was this happening? Was this really happening? Not that he hadn't dreamed this before, but Izuku never thought in all his 18 years of life it would come true. Normally, he would have been a flinching, squirming mess at such close contact to someone else due to his phobia thanks to his quirk. With Itsuka, though he wasn't feeling anything of what he usually felt, his nerves weren't screaming at him to get away. No, he wanted to get closer to her. He wanted her to touch him more, to feel her skin against his skin. Without any other explanation, she bent forward, her arms reached out and gripped his sides just underneath his armpits. He felt her thumbs briefly move in soft circular motions against his chest. Then, with only a slight grunt of effort, which the sound of sent a shiver down his spine to his groin, she lifted him up into a sitting position with his back against the headboard. Her strength on display, her arms rippled as the muscles underneath flexed. He shuddered uncontrollably when he felt his legs slowly slide up and out from between her thighs. Now she was holding herself up with both hands on the bed, yet she was still able to look him in the eye from where she had popped him up. If he looked a little lower, he was in danger of vertigo, of falling into the canyon that was her cleavage formed from the push-up bra she must have been wearing. He wanted to dive in head first, but a confused part of him still continued to shout, "This is Itsuka. She isn't like this." He would ruin his friendship with her if he took advantage of her. He froze with conflicting signals bouncing off one another inside of him. Keikendu, he stammered as she crawled forward until their faces were mere inches apart. All he could see now were her face, the hint of the canyon of her cleavage which was already pushing against him, her legs clamping down on his body again and pinning him in place. He couldn't feel his heartbeat. He couldn't feel anything. "Call me, Itsuka, and I'll call you mine, all mine," she cooed, biting her lip. Again in a display of strength she balanced herself up on one hand while using the other to slide behind and grab the back of his head. She giggled and it sounded like bliss as she slowly ran her fingers through his hair. He lost himself. The starvation of touch he had felt being satisfied by her. Then after an eternity she leaned in closer, her lips puckering just for him, and he found his numb body somehow able to respond. He moved his face closer to her. Their lips met. Cut. Blade. He felt the blade growths bloom suddenly on his chest. He tried to scream a warning but no sound came from his mouth. Time slowed down to an agonizing slow pace as he felt the chitinous blades burst forward from his chest, piercing Itsuka in the heart, and then he was pulled back into the waking world with a splash of water against his face. "I can't get any sleep with you groaning over there, Mop Top." "What dash?" He sprang up in bed, his head soaking wet while the rest of his body felt like it was drenched in sweat. In particular his ear. He looked around. He was still in the hospital, but judging by the lack of daylight from the window it was nighttime. The room had a dimmer switch so it was mostly dark. He looked around for the source of the voice, and he saw it. Sort of. The privacy curtain around his roommate's bed was still drawn, but from the light of a lamp on their side of the curtain, he could make out the silhouette of them sitting up in their bed and looking in his direction. "You were groaning in your sleep," the voice said. It was a woman's voice, and the next words she spoke had more than a hint of playfulness. "That, or should I say miming? Dreaming of your girlfriend? Oh gods." His face felt like it was on fire. He remembered just exactly what had been dreaming. He felt relief that he had not really hurt Itsuka, but also disappointment once he realized she had not been there at all. Which was for the best. They were just friends after all. He doubted she could be interested in a boring person like him who could turn into a monster. "I don't have a girlfriend." Izuku stuttered. He leaned over to the nightstand and picked up a small hand towel to dry his face off. How had she poured water on him? Did she have a water generation quirk? "Oh, I'm sorry. Were you dreaming about both of your girlfriends then?" his roommate cackled. Surely she couldn't see how his blush had only deepened from behind the curtain, right? As long as she didn't see, she wasn't winning anything from him. "I heard your two girlfriends earlier." "You did?" he frowned. Not that Itsuka and Azui were his girlfriends. They were just friends. "It might surprise you, but when you and your mom cry, you aren't exactly subtle about it," she said with mock sarcasm. "You ruined my nap then. So now I get to ruin yours now. We are officially even." "That's good, I guess, but they were just my friends." "My only friends," Izuku responded, wincing at how pathetic that sounded. "Are you Tsuyu?" "Perfectly positive," she asked. He felt she had something else to say on the tip of her tongue, but he couldn't guess what. It felt like a trap. "Yes, I am sure," Izuku replied. Something in his stomach dropped as he said the words. "Oh good. That means you're free to go out on a date with me, right?" She purred the words. Her silhouette seemed to lean closer towards him. What? Will you dash?" His stuttering ended when he heard her cackle much louder this time. He heard her slap her hands several times against her mattress. "Oh wow. I got you good. Look at you, your face is so red." "Ha," she laughed. Mortified, he put his head in his hands. Did she have an X-ray quirk? Could she see through the curtain? No, maybe she was just bluffing to get another rise out of him. It had worked. Eventually her laughter petered off into silence. Hoping that would be the end of their already embarrassing conversation, he dropped back down to his bed and covered himself with the blanket. His roommate had other ideas. "So, you're in here for quirk exhaustion too?" she asked, curiosity filling her voice. "What kind of quirk do you have?" If he could just ignore her. That was always an option. He knew that, but years of politeness and his obsession with quirks eroded his will until he answered her after what seemed like an eternity, a whole 10 seconds. "My quirk, mutate. It lets me copy mutation and transformation quirks," he finally answered, hoping she would be satisfied. She wasn't. "Now that sounds like a fun quirk. she hummed. It was a casual response, maybe a little envious, but for some reason her words set him off. He flipped over the blanket and sat up in his bed. What? It's horrible. I can't turn it off, and if I copy too many quirks, I become a monster. He shook his head as his whole body shuddered. I don't ever want to use it again. You're going to have to if you want to be a hero, kid. Gran Torino said from the doorway. Despite his age, he was surprisingly stealthy. Perhaps his height helped with that? He turned the dimmer up so the room was several shades more visible. Gran Torino-sensei? What are you doing here? Visiting hours are over. Izuku asked. The older man had not visited him earlier when his mom and friends had. Why was he here now? I'm a pro-hero, kid. I literally have a paper that says, I can do whatever I want. Gran Torino barked with laughter, then strolled up to Izuku's bedside. The amused sneer on his face slowly faded and was replaced with a grimace. I meant what I said. You are going to use your quirk again and again. What? How could you say that? Izuku flinched backwards as if Gran Torino's words had burned him. Why, saw what happened to me. MIDMN quirk. It made me into a monster. He had become a monster, just like Kakin and the others had said he was, but at the same time he remembered feeling so powerful when using his quirk. It had been a good feeling. Quirks are dangerous. That's why you train to use them and why the law says no one can go and use theirs all willy-nilly like. Gran Torino tapped the bedside with his cane. Oh, I can attest to that. His roommate chuckled, earning her a look in her direction from Gran Torino, but he ignored her. Some folks are naturally gifted with control over their quirks. Some folks need the practice. The older man continued, a wry smile forming on his face. The first time I used my quirk, my head got stuck in a ceiling. Why your quirk isn't like mine? I can't control it. I can't turn it off at all. Izuku responded, shaking as the memories of years of accidents and failed attempts clawed at him. Yes, you can, Izuku. I've seen it. Gran Torino replied. Izuku did not respond for several seconds as he just stared at the old man. No, Izuku said the word with the same amount of surety as if Gran Torino had told him the sky was purple, water was dry, or that Endeavor was the #1 hero in Japan. Oh, how do you know for sure? Gran Torino hummed the words, his wry smile getting wider. How do I dash? This time the anger he felt he knew was his own. It filled his veins and gave him the courage to stare down the pro-hero. Why years worth of torment and failure? Trying and seeing it fail again and again. Of wishing I had any other quirk than my own. He shook as he said the words. Slowly he calmed down and the older man waited for him to get a grip before he continued. Yes. Exactly, he sounded triumphant, as if he had solved a hard riddle. You've always wanted another quirk? Consciously and subconsciously. Well, your quirk lets you have other quirks. That's why your quirk only turns off when you are asleep. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Sweat formed on the back of his neck and palms. What was Gran Torino saying? He heard the words, but it sounded alien to him. No, his quirk never turned off. Never. Ever. Well, yeah, his roommate spoke up, drawing Izuku's gaze toward her silhouette. You didn't copy my quirk when I tried slapping you awake earlier. That's why I had to use the water. What was her quirk again? She had said she was in the hospital for quirk exhaustion as well, hadn't she? She had been able to see him blush and had dumped the water on him even though she appeared to not have moved from her bed. Yet she just said she had touched him and he didn't feel as if he had copied any quirks. What was her quirk? His mind scrambled for an answer. It had to be an emitter or something similar, right? U.My quirk can't copy emitter-type quirks. He twitched as he said the words. His mind felt like it was starting to split in two directions. One with his usual despair and the other direction with hope? Oh, my quirk isn't an emitter type, she answered. Izuku watched as her silhouette sat up straight so he could see a full profile of her before she held up both of her hands he guessed for him to see. When nothing happened, he was about to call out to her, but his words died in his mouth when the silhouette of her left hand, then her right hand, and last her head detached themselves from the rest of her body. Her detached body parts floated upward and then over the top of the curtain. Two detached hands floated down on his side of the curtain, one holding an empty glass. One head, detached just below the neckline, floated over, revealing the smirking, kind of cute face of his roommate. She had curly hair which was surprisingly of a similar shade of green as his. She reminded him of a smiling lizard. Setsuna Tokage. Nice to meet you, Moptop. Her head turned to the side, letting Izuku catch a glimpse of exposed nerves and muscle. She glanced at Grand Torino, Captain Senior Citizen. My quirk is called Lizard Tail Splitter, and as you can see it is a transformation quirk. One of her hands pointed at him as her smirk became maniacally triumphant. A quirk you told me in your own words you could copy. What? What? Izuku stuttered, his eyes growing wide as he looked at her, then at himself. He turned over his hands, checked his arms, and felt his neck. Everything was still connected to one another. You're lying to me. You didn't dash. Thought you'd say that. Tokage interrupted him. One of her floating hands floated back and behind the curtain. He heard several thumps from her bed, and by the way Tokage's eyes narrowed in concentration, he guessed she was looking for something. After several more seconds of looking, she went, in triumph, and her hand returned clutching a phone. She unlocked it, flipped around on the screen, and then turned it toward him to show a saved picture. It was a picture of him sleeping with one of her hands stuck in his ear. A wet willy. It was before you started to in your sleep. Her head and hands bobbed in the air as if she had shrugged her shoulders. He did catch sight of her torso's silhouette doing just that a moment later. She had not touched him, and he had not copied her quirk. He had not copied her quirk. She had a quirk which he could copy, but he had not copied it. His quirk had turned off. His quirk had turned off. I have so many questions, he mumbled. He was dreaming still, wasn't he? This was all just a dream. If this was a dream, he wanted Itsuka back. The question you have to ask yourself is this. Do you want a different quirk more than you want to be a hero? Which is more important? Grand Torino answered him. His grimace returned. The cackling old man who had delighted in pushing and punishing Izuku was gone. He was the stern sensei who was looking to his student for an answer. A part of Izuku wanted to scream and shout, a different quirk, but it was overpowered by another deeper desire, a deeper dream. A dream he had always held onto, no matter how many times he had despaired over his quirk or others had called him worthless or a quirk stealer. He had held on to it since even before his quirk had manifested. The memory of his younger self as he watched All Might save the day time and time again. How much he wanted to be a hero, the kind of hero that would smile and that alone would let everyone know everything would be all right. No matter the danger. No matter who you were or where you were from. No matter the quirk you had or didn't have. I want to be a hero. He didn't hesitate to say it. He squeezed his fists tightly over his blanket. I've always wanted to be a hero. Whatever quirk I ended up with, or even if I never gained one at all. He felt something in him give way, a feeling he couldn't place but felt so very familiar. It subsided within him, but it wasn't gone, just within reach of himself. Slowly, Grand Torino pulled something out of his utility belt. It was the baggie with Itsuka's hair inside of it. He didn't say anything to Izuku. He didn't need to. Izuku reached out with his hand to grab it. But before he could reach it, a floating hand swept down and slapped his wrist with enough force to make him hiss at the fleeting pain he felt. Divide. Autonomy. The feeling of having copied a quirk rang in his head. Tokage dash. He rubbed the spot where she had struck him, then froze. He looked at his hand, while using the other to feel his neck. Afraid that he would suddenly split apart and float away in a dozen panicking body pieces. Nothing happened. Before he could question it, he acted on adrenaline and impulse. He snapped his hand out and grabbed Itsuka's hair in his fingers. Huge. Limb. Grip. He waited for the all now very familiar sensation of big fist activating, but again nothing happened. What did I tell you? Grand Torino huffed, his grin back on his face, arms wrapped around his chest. I was a teacher at UA for years. You aren't the first whippersnapper I've seen with control issues. He wanted to laugh, to cry, to shout so many goddamn things all at once. His entire body was trembling. Instead, he breathed in deeply and then let it go again. Mentally, he reached into himself and pulled on his quirk. Immediately he felt his forearms at his elbows detach and float in the air while at the same time his fists swelled larger. He felt a connection between them even though they weren't physically connected. He commanded his hands to open and close as he normally would, and they responded. He commanded both of them to sink lower as if he was just normally lowering his arms, and they followed his brain impulses perfectly. Again he reached out to his quirk and turned it off. Like they were caught on a fishing line, both of his arms zipped through the air on their own accord and attached themselves to his elbows again, his fists shrinking back to their normal proportions as they did so. Focusing on his quirk and the two he had copied, he realized that he couldn't feel where one began and the other ended. Neither quirk could be toned down over the other. If he activated one, the other would activate immediately. It was like a default setting, all or nothing at all. Which meant his quirk was still converting both transformation quirks from both girls as mutation types in his body. It was almost like his body really wanted to shape itself to the quirks he had as naturally as he would breathe air. A bright light made him blink several times. Once his vision returned, he looked over at Tokage, who was fiddling with a phone. "Did you just take my picture?" he asked, face flushing again. "Of course. The look on your face was priceless, Mop Top." She cackled and tapped away on the phone. He looked closer at the phone. She had an all-might protective cover just like his phone. "Wait, that's my phone," he protested. Blushing even harder now, he jumped out of bed and made to grab it, but without even looking up, Tokage floated out of his reach towards the ceiling. "Tsuyu is. Swiped it before you woke up. You have got to get a better password than All Might #1. It was so easy to guess. I am not kidding." Tokage's body shuddered with laughter. "What are you doing with it?" he groaned. He hoped she wasn't going through his pictures or his Quirk Analysis notes. "Putting my number in, of course, Mop Top. We are both gunning for UA after all, and I know I'll get in, but you'll need all the help you can get. Plus you are fun to tease. Plus Ultra, making a chat group with Kendo and Azui. I didn't get to meet them, but from what my floating eye saw, they look like they are fun to tease too." "What? How do you know their names?" Izuku flinched. Next to him, Gran Torino started to shake with laughter. "Apart from your mom, they are the only contacts in your phone." She stuck out her tongue. "And there we go." She flipped his phone back over to him. Her body parts immediately descended back over her curtain toward her torso. He barely caught his phone. It almost slipped, but he grabbed it before it could get away. He opened it and saw a chat group had been created. "Mean Green Dream Team. DNA Helix. Hey guys. I met this super awesome and great-looking girl in the hospital. She is going to UA too. I can't believe how amazing she is. T-Rex. Hello my fellow ladies. Nice to meet you. Also, Fa Kendo will have to dye her hair green so we all match. Sorry, that's the rules. Fist. Frog, what happened to you? T-Rex. The first best thing in his life, me, and also the second best thing in his life. Fist. Midoriya. Is she talking about? Who is she? A benefit to being old. Gran Torino shook his head and hopped up onto the bed with a relieved sigh. You can pretend to be senile enough to not know how technology works, so none of the young hotshots can bother me with texts or video chats or whatever. Izuku ran his free hand over his face. He felt exhausted after all of the mental trauma and hoops he had been forced through, but he owed his friends an explanation at least. He started to type on his phone. DNA Helix. Good news everyone. I can control my quirk. This is a reversal. For once it's Itsuchan who is afraid to touch Izuchan. Tsuyu thought as she watched her two friends square off against one another. Izuku, having copied her frog quirk, leapt at Itsuka, kicking out with his feet, but his opponent quickly sidestepped the attack, using the momentum to try and circle to Izuku's side where she could have potentially pinned him down with her arms on his clothed torso. However, Izuku was quicker and leapt away before Itsuka could bring her attack down and immobilize him. The two backed off one another, Itsuka a bit quicker. It had been a few weeks since their return from their training trip under Torino-sensei, and with the last semester before the UA entrance exam starting, this was the first time they had been able to meet together. Her fellow Greenette may not have recognized it, but Tsuyu could tell that Itsuka was avoiding getting touched, skin to skin, by Izuku. Itsuka was, for lack of a better word, a powerhouse when it came to sparring. Her quirk, her size, and her strength often meant she adopted a very aggressive strategy when it came to sparring on Dagobah, leaving Tsuyu and Izuku on the defensive. Now though their orange-haired friend was clearly acting on the defensive, every time Izuku moved toward her she went out of her way to avoid his attacks and several times ignored openings that would have brought Izuku down if he didn't avoid them. She must still blame herself for what happened. Tsuyu riveted in frustration. After Izuku's first night in the hospital and he had not woken up from his quirk exhaustion, Itsuka had become depressed and had been anything but enthusiastic about Torino-sensei's training. When Tsuyu had bluntly asked her what was wrong, she had cracked almost immediately, a far cry from the normally confident and level-headed young woman's behavior, and confessed her fear that she had hurt Izuku when he had copied her quirk. Tsuyu had done her best to comfort her Amazon friend, but even after Izuku had awakened and they had returned to Tokyo, it wasn't hard for her to see that Itsuka had become jumpy, no pun intended, around Izuku. If Izuku could just knock her down, maybe he can show her how silly she was being. After he had leapt away from Itsuka, Tsuyu noticed something strange about Izuku's posture. He had put his hands behind his back and under his shirt, away from where Tsuyu and Itsuka could see them. "I don't remember teaching you a stance like that." Itsuka frowned. She seemed as equally unsure as Tsuyu as what to make of the young man's reasoning to hide his hands behind his back. "You didn't. It's something new I came up with." Izuku piped back and flashed one of his almost patented brilliant smiles at Itsuka. It made Tsuyu's stomach churn, but in a good way, sort of. She sighed under her breath. "Izuchan is always so cute when he smiles." It was true. She had said so on multiple occasions, and it always made her strangely happy to see him blush. She wished he would smile at her more often. Itsuka advanced on Izuku again, looking for some way she could grab him quickly and cleanly, but as she advanced the sand under her feet shifted and erupted. Surprised, Itsuka stumbled and gasped out, "Gotcha!" Izuku said triumphantly before he brought out his arms, which were missing his hands and half of his forearm. "Karo!" Tsuyu said, shocked and confused. She looked closer at his arm stumps and she could see there was red, healthy muscle and bone where each of his arms ended, but he wasn't bleeding at all. "Wadash! What the hell?" Itsuka screamed, and it made Tsuyu turn her eyes back to the other young woman. Clamped around Itsuka's bare ankles were her fellow greenettes' missing hands, which they seemed to be able to do while floating on their own volition. Wait, if those are Izuchan's hands on her bare skin, doesn't that mean dash? Tsuyu's thoughts were cut off as each of Izuku's disembodied hands suddenly swelled larger. Yes, just as she had thought they would, they had copied Itsuka's quirk. Before her large friend could break free, Izuku's fists were already large enough to completely immobilize her legs, which culminated in Itsuka falling face down into the sand. "I think that means I win?" Izuku beamed as he strode over to their fallen friend. Itsuka looked up at him, her face shifting from shock to horror and back again several times. How did you?" she asked, sounding dumbstruck. "How do you can thank Tokage for that?" Izuku blushed and made to rub the back of his head with his hand, but stopped when he realized his arm's stump couldn't quite reach. He seemed to focus for a moment, and almost immediately his body shifted back to normal, losing his handsome froggy features from Tsuyu's quirk. His hands zipped back to their rightful place attached to his body, shrinking as they went. "She has a body splitter quirk. It's actually pretty amazing. Though what I had to do to get a sample of her hair," he shuddered. Shaking his head, he smiled at Itsuka and offered her his hand to help her up. Her eyes widened, and for several seconds she just stared at his hand, but eventually her dumbstruck look faded as a beautiful, in Tsuyu's opinion, smile slowly bloomed on her lips. She laughed and smacked herself in the head before accepting Izuku's hand. The young man was still nowhere as large and strong as Itsuka was, but it was enough. When she climbed back on her own 2 feet, she placed her hands on both of his shoulders and continued to smile with him in silence. The two of them looked like they were sharing an NTMT moment. That Tsuyu's stomach churned again, but this time in a not-so-good way. "Izuchan," she interrupted their moment, hopping over to them and landing close enough to Izuku that he had to divert his attention to her. "What do you mean by having to do something to get Tokage's hair?" There was a blush on her face as she spoke the words, and quickly enough one on Itsuka's face before she too looked to their male friend for answers. He took a step back as, If the gaze of both women was too much for him to handle all at once, or he was just embarrassed. He rubbed his head with his hand. I had to invite her to come to Dagoba and train too. Oh, what's this? No lifeguard on duty? Setsuna cried out as she hopped down onto the sand. Immediately her words had the desired effect of making all three surprised individuals doing some sort of exercise post snapping their heads in her direction. Let's see. Mop Top is still a cutie, and dare I say starting to look pretty fine with those muscles? Froggy has legs for days, I like that. Also the Amazon. I'd love to climb those peaks, it's a shame I can only come down here every other weekend since I live so far away. Guess I'll have to volunteer. Don't worry, I'll keep a very close eye on each of you. Setsuna cackled. Reaching into her beach bag she pulled out a large container of sun lotion. Now who here can help me lather up? Or better yet, does anyone need my help? Just as she planned, all three stunned onlookers immediately began to blush and look at one another in panic. Only 6 more months until the entrance exams. They don't know I'm already set to take the recommendation exam, but I'll have plenty of fun teasing them until then. Mean Green Dream Team. New member added. Sword. Sword, who is this? What is this? T-Rex. Better question, why is this? DNA Helix. Sorry, Togger. This is Izuku Midoriya. Tokage T-Rex, found out about your number and our meet-up and added you. T-Rex, I had to, especially after I found out he is another green like the rest of us, except Kendu. Come on, let me dye your hair. Fist, then a frog, you would look cute with green hair. Sword, whatever. Midoriya still owes me a fight. T-Rex, oh really? What kind of fight? Sword, the kind where we test our blades against one another. T-Rex, 2 hot guys whacking at each other all day that I could into that. Fist, Toby no. T-Rex, Tokage yes. DNA Helix, sigh. Frog, sigh. For more months. This place that is amazing. Izuku gaped along with Itsuka gaped at the sight of the gym they had entered. It had a heated pool, once Tsuyu got here she would love that, a boxing ring, and a weightlifting area. All in the same room. Everything was clean and state-of-the-art. It looked just like the sort of gym you would have to pay hundreds for just for a month of membership. Best of all, it was covered in All Might logos and posters. It could have been his room if it wasn't 3 times as large as his apartment. Are you sure you're just not saying that because of the All Might stuff? Itsuka teased, which earned a coughing, bloody laugh from Yagi-san who had entered ahead of them. All Might, yes, you see the reason because it has All Might. Yagi-san coughed again, the skeleton man trembling as he spoke, his blue eyes not looking at them as she did so. This is All Might's personal gym. What? Izuku cried, suddenly on top of Yagi-sen, his eyes as wide as saucers. Titi, this is All Might's dash? Yes, young Midoriya. Yagi-sen leaned back so that he had some personal space. I am a secretary in All Might's agency dash. You are. Izuku cried again, practically leaning on top of Mr. Yagi now as he gripped the man's oversized suit. He felt like he would explode. He was in his idol's personal gym. Not only that, but the man who had been helping him and his friends train for months now was one of All Might's secretaries. He had just, though Mr. Yagi was an independent trainer, that his offer to let them train at a much warmer place than the snow-covered Dagoba beach would never connect to Japan's #1 hero. I'll be using the same gym as All Might, sparring in the same ring that he sparred in, lifting the same weights he lifted, swimming in the same water he swam in. Easy there. Calm down, Midoriya. Itsuka placed her hands on his shoulders and dragged him back from Mr. Yagi, who sighed in relief. Izuku's mind was a whirlwind. I have so many questions. How did he meet All Might? How long has he been working for him? What was it like working for him? Has he introduced All Might to Itsuka? Did Itsuka already know? Did you know Mr. Yagi worked for All Might? Izuku whirled on his taller friend, looking up into her eyes. The question seemed to catch her off guard as her expression shifted several times before it settled on a sheepish look. Yeah, I met him too. Itsuka replied. She was trying not to look him in the eyes. Behind him Mr. Yagi made a sputtering noise. He was the one to introduce me to Mr. Yagi. Got me started working at Dagoba. Something uncomfortable twisted in him. All Might had encouraged him to train his quirk and be a hero, but why hadn't he introduced him to Mr. Yagi the same as Itsuka? Did he not see the same potential in him? Well, Itsuka was absolutely amazing, wasn't she? She was strong, smart, and a great leader. He was happy that All Might had recognized her abilities and was helping her become a hero. Then why had she kept it a secret? They were friends? Right? No, of course they were friends, just not big secret friends. Oh, that's cool. Izuku replied, forcing a smile on his face, but Itsuka seemed to read his mind as she frowned down at him. Izuka dash. All Might and I asked that she not tell anyone of our association. Mr. Yagi interrupted, putting a hand on his shoulder. He has many enemies, of course, given his line of work and fame. After Sidash, hearing about how you have helped Kendo, he gave us permission to reveal our little secret. I've been asking him for a while that he just finally came around. Itsuku quickly added, eyeballing Mr. Yagi for a moment before her eyes settled back on him. I hope you, Tsuyu and Tokage aren't mad at me. Mad? Izuku sputtered, face blushing as he waved off her words. Oh, of course not. I could never be mad at you, I'm just surprised. Right? Why, you are a big All Might fanboy after all, Itsuka sighed. It looked like a great weight had truly come off her shoulders. Had she really been worried that he and her other friends would be mad at her? He couldn't even imagine ever being mad at her about anything. She was more than he deserved after all. Yet a fanboy. Release them from your foul grasp, beholder. Itsuka of the Order of the Mighty Fist shouted, ducking aside a kick from one of her party members. The stoic-faced Tsuyu groaned rather than form any words, her eyes blank as she leapt forward again, her robes twirling as she sent another kick at Itsuka. Never! They are my puppets, as will you be, paladin. The floating monstrosity chuckled darkly at her, its many eyes glowing with evil intent. The beholder was twice her size and more or less resembled a shriveled face with a large maw, an even larger cyclopean eye, and instead of hair it had a dozen stalks sticking out from its scalp, each one with a pulsating eyeball. It had been luring travelers into its lair, a large, dank cave from the main road, for months. Itsuka and her adventuring party had been commissioned to rid its evil influence from the Yui region once and for all. They had not expected the thing's domination spell to be so strong. Only by the might of her paladin training had she been able to resist the creature's enslavement. Her party members had not been so lucky. A flash of blue light was the only warning she had, but it was enough for her to dodge the spell cast by their sorcerer, Tokage. A series of small blue hands careened through the spot she had been standing in. It looked like she had chained mage hands several times over. Mind-addled Tsuyu was not so lucky, as she stumbled right into the spell's path and was knocked aside. Immediately taking advantage of this reversal, she turned and rushed at the sorcerer, her plate mail clanking heavily as she ran, but by the power of her sworn oaths she arrived in front of the sorcerer fast enough to knock her out with one blow of her gauntlet fists. How dare you! Worm! The beholder bellowed in rage, its eye stalks twitching like dozens of wriggling centipedes. Defeat her, SLV, or I will feast on your bones. Her last party member stepped out from behind the beholder and advanced on her, her heart clenched in fear as she looked into Izuku's dull eyes, void of the overwhelming caring soul that she knew the druid for. Izuku! Snap out of his fell influence, she shouted at him, but her words to her dismay fell on seemingly deaf ears. Instead of replying, his form twisted and changed before her eyes. To her ever-growing horror, he did not shape change into a bear or a wolf or even a phase spider. No, instead his body seemed to mutate, growing larger, growing too many limbs, his skin shifting color, his head disappearing into a gaping maw that roared thunderously at her. To add on to all she had witnessed as he moved toward her, she could tell he was in deep pain, his twisted body was bleeding the more it moved. The thing she knew was Izuku rushed toward her. He hit her hard, but she was able to deflect the worst of his blow on her armor. Muha! I have broken his inhibitions. He has become an aberration. Now what will you do, paladin? Let his body tear itself apart or give yourself up so that he may live. The beholder's laugh boomed across the cave. Its words only incensed her more. How could it do such a thing to a kind soul such as Izuku's? She swore the beholder would answer for this travesty, but first she had to deal with her friend. Forgive me, Izuku. Itsuka gritted her teeth as her friend's clawed, gangling limbs that had sprouted from his back raked at her, again mostly catching on her armor, but she felt a stab of pain as one found an opening between the plate. She concentrated and began to chant, I am one, and one for all. Do not fear, innocence, for I am here. Her gauntlet fists began to glow with a bright orange light, becoming several times brighter after only a few minutes. The light emitted struck Izuku, burning his aberrant flesh in several places and forcing him to collapse backward in blood and pain, but for a smaller condolence the effect was even worse on the beholder. Not the one for all. Uraraka. The beholder's flesh began to burn in several places, its eye stalks shriveling under the purifying light. His large eye blinked death magic at her, but it came out faint and stuttering as it too was burned by her light. Reluctantly leaving Izuku, she charged toward the beholder, her body picking up greater speed as the light from her fists spread down her arms. She slowly wound up her arm, ping it backward. Smash! Itsuka roared the words as she moved her fist directly into the beholder's eye. It screamed in agony for a moment before the force of her punch ripped through it, blowing out its insides in a gory mess against the wall behind it before the rest of its body followed suit. The cave wall cracked, and for good measure several stones from the ceiling smashed into the beholder, but by then it was well and truly dead. As her fists slowly stopped glowing, she heard a voice call out to her. Itsuka? Izuku coughed out her name. Dreading in her heart, she turned and saw that Izuku's body had returned to normal. She rushed back over to him, skidding to her knees as she dropped to his side. His emerald eyes stared into her own, a smile on his face as he croaked out, You saved us, you saved at me. He was truly back to normal now, except for some reason his shirt had come off. Strange, it normally didn't do that when his shape changed back to his human form. Not that she was complaining. It was perhaps a bit impious of her, but her eyes strayed down across his torso, taking in his naked chest, arms, and abdomen. Just as she had expected, his months of training had done wonders on his physique. Months of swimming, lifting, and sparring had really toned and defined his body. Her eyes moved across his skin, and she felt as if she was gazing at a marble statue. Such was his development since she had first met him. She became aware of a heat in her core that seemed to pulsate harder with every inch of his muscles she took in. Softly, she reached out with one gauntlet hand and stroked his arm closest to her. It made her shiver. Itsuka, you saved me. His words brought her head back to his face, strange again. He no longer looked haggard and bloodied, he looked clean and as handsome as ever. Those emerald orbs of his stared into her and only seemed to turn the warmth inside of her into a growing fire. How can I ever repay you? Ask any reward and it is yours. And no need. It is my duty as a paladin. She huffed, taken back by how confident his voice sounded. No, not just confident. There was something else, something needy. I must, he pouted for a moment before a knowing smile split his face. His voice cooed out, I know just the right reward for you, my savior. My knight. My goddess. Slowly he brought his arms up to wrap around her neck, which he then used to pull himself up from the ground against her. His chiseled body felt oh so warm as it pressed against her own. She could feel his bare skin against her. She looked down. Strangely yet again her armor was suddenly gone. They were naked together. Before she could think on that though, Izuku's face was suddenly closer to hers. Just feeling his solid body press into her own made that fire in her become an inferno. Now his lips were just inches from her own. He was going to kiss her. Izuku was going to kiss. Beep beep beep. Itsuka snapped awake in her bed. Panting hotly, she felt sweat soaking into her pajamas. Clearing the sleep from her eyes, she looked around. She was in her room. She could tell from the coffee cans and the motorcycle posters. The alarm continued to blare until she reached over and shut it off, leaving her in a strange silence. What dash? She shook her head and blinked and thought sluggishly. Was I dreaming? Yes, I was. What was it? Izuku was in it, right? He was their in my eye doctor or something like that. Gah. I hate it when I wake up and immediately forget my dream. She yawned and scratched her chest, her eyes falling onto the calendar she kept hanging by her nightstand. She looked at the latest date and her eyes snapped all the way open. The UA entrance exam is today. Mean Green Dream Team and Kendu. T-Rex, where are you two? Froggy is getting antsy. She is gonna hop off at any moment. Frog, not true. Frog, though you should hurry. Fist, I'm coming up on UA now. Sword, I'm already here. Why you here, Lizard Teeth? You've been bragging about how you passed the recommendation exam for like a month. T-Rex, I'm here to provide morale support for my friends. And I wasn't talking about you bug out. Where is Moptup? Sword, fight me. Fist, he isn't there already? Frog, nope. Itsuka stared at her phone, keeping up her pace as she walked toward the exam building on the UA campus. Izuku wasn't here yet? She would have figured him to have arrived hours earlier, before the gates had even opened to let examinees inside. Had he overslept like her? She still couldn't recall the dream she had last night, but as soon as she had seen the time she had pushed it aside and leapt to ready herself and leave for the exam. Her training with Gran Torino and All Might over the last several months had opened up more ways for her to use the awesome power of the quirk she had been given about 10 months ago. With a flash of orange lightning she had used one for all, battle stance 10% to speed through her morning routine and be out the door before her parents had even realized she had woken up. Sure, it felt a little weird to use All Might's quirk for something so mundane, but it had helped. She sheepishly told herself as she continued to stare at the screen. Izuku still had not answered. He had, with much coaxing from her, Tsuyu, and Setsuna come out of his shell little by little over the summer. His agoraphobia was not as bad as it had been, so she did not think he would miss the exam because he would be forced into a room with hundreds of other students. He had also stopped flinching whenever she touched him or reached out in his direction. Instead, his blazing smile sometimes seemed to grow brighter when she did. It made her heart squeeze at times as she was filled with pride. Pride for the growth her friend had made. It had to be that and only that. Today's the day we both pass the exam and get into UA, she said louder to herself, a smile of confidence widening on her face. Without proper warning, her foot tripped on a brick in the path, her forward momentum carrying her down to the inviting, hard ground below her. She thought, or I'll just break my nose and die. Before she could hit the ground, she felt a hand press against her, followed immediately by a strange sense of weightlessness. Her fall had halted completely, and to her surprise she was floating in midair. Is this someone's quirk? Itsuka got her answer when she felt two hands grab her by the sides and right her back up to a standing position. Her eyesight blurred for a moment before she was looking directly into a set of wide, brown eyes. Directly? Ever since I got All Might's quirk I've been like almost 7 foot tall. Oh wow. Glad I caught you, otherwise that would have been a pretty bad fall, the brown eyes said with a chipper, bubbly tone. Here, let me undo my quirk. The hands left Itsuka's sides and for a moment she felt herself begin to float away, but no sooner than they had she felt her full weight return to her, as if gravity was a child snatching at the string of their balloon before it got away. Thanks for the save. I owe you one. Itsuka said, stepping back so she could take in her hero. No problem. It would be pretty bad luck to fall on your way to the exam, right? Brown eyes smiled at her, rosy cheeks seeming to beam brighter for a moment in a way that oddly reminded her of Izuku. The one for all inheritors' eyes had not been deceiving her. The woman in front of her was as tall as Itsuka, but whereas her own body could be said to be to Amazonesque, generously packed with hard muscle, the other girl was different. Her body was much more lanky, her limbs and torso were straight except for the extremely obvious road bumps that flared outward from her chest and hips. The curves they're dangerous enough to kill or at least send someone into a nosebleed. Her chest is my size. Her shoulders though aren't as wide as mine that I bet I could see her BRCs from the back if she turned. Feeling her face flush for a moment and her nose tingle, Itsuka stamped down her train of thought before it could run away from her. Why it would have. Thank you for the help. Itsuka's eyes snapped up to the other girl's face, noting the girl's cute bob-style haircut. Itsuka Kendu. Are you here to take the hero course exam as well? Oh, yeah I am. Brown eyes beamed at her, her smile widening cutely even further and making Itsuka press down on her mind's uncontrollable thoughts. My name is Ochako Uraraka, by the way. I just noticed you could use a little help when you tripped and my body kind of moved on its own. I know that feeling a little too well. Itsuka genuinely smiled, memories of her first meeting with All Might flashing before she pushed those aside, and held up her phone. I was waiting for a friend of mine to respond to a text. He is supposed to be here but he hasn't responded. I didn't see the brick and well then you were my hero there. Itsuka closed her eyes and rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. By the time she opened them again she had missed the blush that flared up on Uraraka's face and the twitch of her fingers before she stopped them from accidentally sending herself floating away. Oh, it was no big deal. Ochako turned away, coughing and forcing her face to return to a color at least a shade closer to her normal skin tone. She thought, oh gods, she looks like she could bench press me any day of the week, but her expression was so cute. Before Itsuka could respond to Uraraka, someone bumped into her sharply, startling her enough to stop her words but not enough to budge her an inch. In fact, whoever had bumped into her bounced back like they had hit a brick wall and stumbled several steps. Hey! Watch it extra! A loud, angry man's voice yelled at her. It was so harsh Itsuka thought she could feel the waves of hot fury radiate off of them. She turned and looked down at the short man who had bumped into her. He was shorter than Izuku by several inches and his body, from his crimson eyes to his spiky blonde hair to his posture, seemed to scream that he had an explosive temper. I think the words you were looking for are, excuse me, and, sorry, not an insult. Itsuka replied, her voice becoming calm yet authoritative at the same time. It was what her classmates called her big sis tone. Like hell I do. You were in my way. You should have known better. The angry boy responded before he opened up one of his palms and a small explosion blasted outward. Itsuka stood her ground, but the sudden display was enough to make Ochako take a step back and let out a small eep as she did. Like a predator hunting for the weakest prey of a herd, angry boy's eyes focused on Ochako and it looked like he was about to turn his wrath on her but was stopped as Itsuka steadily advanced and interposed herself between angry boy and the other girl. The young man was forced to look up and up, craning his head to just barely see her stern glare at him over the curve of her bust. It was like he was looking up at a mountain that was looming over him. A sense of vertigo sparked through him for a moment, as well as something else, as he glanced at her bulging arms as each of her hands rested on her hips. I don't know who you are and I don't care. Itsuka replied, her glare intensified. If you threaten another examinee with your quirk though, that is grounds for expulsion from the exam. So I suggest you drop the attitude before you regret it. Her tone conveyed to him the simple fact that he would regret it. After a few seconds his face twitched and looked away, his face growing red. Whatever. You two aren't worth my time at all. With that, angry boy backed up, shoved his hands in his pockets and stepped around Itsuka and walked toward the exam building. No sooner had he went a few steps that Itsuka's attention was wrenched from him by a much familiar and all more welcoming voice. Itsuka? Izuku asked, the mutate quirk user's voice sounding out of breath as he jogged up down the brick path to her from the street. He looked a little disheveled, like he had run the entire way to UA from his apartment. His uniform was sweaty in places and he was clutching his bag for dear life. Sorry for being late. I was freaking out all last night had to run here. Izuku swept back his sweaty hair and looked up at her with a shaky grin as he fought to catch his breath. His uniform was also disheveled, having undone several of his top buttons to cool himself down on the run over, which only exposed his neckline and the top of his chest. It seemed to make his skin glisten, something that Ochako's eyes immediately leapt toward. She felt another blush come on her as she thought, oh wow, Mama likes. Glad you could join us, Izuku. Itsuka giggled, letting out all of the tension from her confrontation drain out of her. She felt her smile return as she looked at her friend and let go of the worry she had been feeling for him. Noticing Uraraka looking at Izuku, she chastised herself for not introducing her friend and maybe her new friend? This is my friend I was worrying about, Uraraka. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Oh hello. Nice to meet you. Izuku bowed toward Uraraka before he looked up and up to her cute, rosy face. Am I just shrinking, or are all of the women at UA going to be as tall and beautiful as Itsuka? Wait. He nearly choked on air at his own thoughts. And nice to meet you. I hope we all do great on the hero course exam. Uraraka bowed equally as low as Izuku had, again to hide her blush and get it back under her control for what felt like the 10th time so far in as many minutes. The written and practical, that is. That's right. Itsuka chopped her fist into her open palm. She turned to the young man. Did you remember to bring your quirk samples? Quirk samples? Uraraka asked, her face scrunching up in confusion. At those words she had the image of a platter filled with sample-size foods pop up in her mind. Why, yes, I did. Izuku replied, embarrassed in part by Uraraka's reaction, which made his stomach churn with nervousness. Oh gods, I hope she doesn't think I am weird now. Please don't. I'll just die if she does. He reached into the book bag he had been carrying with him and pulled out a large plastic baggie. Inside of it were smaller plastic baggies, each one labeled with his friends' names. He turned to Uraraka. Sorry for the confusion. My quirk. It lets me copy mutation and transformation quirks. Sorry again if that's weird and disgusting. Itsuka's big sis instincts immediately leapt back into action, and she was about to chastise Izuku and tell him how great his quirk was, but Uraraka beat her before she could say anything. Oh wow. That's so amazing. I mean, it's like you have more than one quirk. Ochako looked at Izuku with awe. She truly felt like it was an amazing quirk. She held up her hands so that the other two could see her fingers. On the tips of each of her fingers were oval-shaped pads that she needed to touch to an object to make her quirk activate. My quirk is zero gravity. It is an emitter-type quirk, so I don't think you can copy it. It just lets me negate the gravity on anything or anyone I touch with my beans. Beans? Itsuka asked, amusement in her voice as she raised an eyebrow, making Ochako blush all over again. Why? It's what I called the pads on my fingers when I got my quirk, like cat beans. Ochako shyly answered, hoping the other two wouldn't laugh at her for slipping up and saying the childish name for her minor quirk mutation. She did not expect the look of awe from Izuku as he stared at her fingers or his muttering. A 5-point contact quirk with minor physical mutation. The application of a quirk like that is amazing, being able to negate the weight of rubble at a disaster or incapacitate a villain who is a physical fighter rather than a long-range emitter quirk user. It would put her in danger in a fight given the need for contact with her beans, but with the right martial arts moves it would be highly effective. If it was possible to work with Big Fist, it would work better against larger villains, but for smaller villains the overly large grip size would possibly dash. Ahem. Izuku, you are muttering again. Itsuka reached out and shook the mutate quirk user by the shoulder, shaking him out of his thoughts and forcing him to apologize as he realized what had happened. Sorry. I am so sorry about that. I study quirks a lot, and sometimes I just get going when I see an amazing quirk like yours. And I'll just be quiet now. Izuku waved his arms and his quirk sample baggie in the air as he panicked, but oddly, rather than being creeped out, the look Uraraka was giving him was not creeped out. You must be so smart to be able to see a quirk and just, dissect it in moments. I bet you'll do great on the written exam. Ochako was amazed and flattered by the young man's words. He actually really liked her quirk and thought it was amazing? On top of being really cute and from what she could see ripped? Even if she failed today, she would still be tempted to mark this day as a good one. You really think dash? Izuku was going to say more but was interrupted as Itsuka chopped her hand in front of him suddenly. As great as we both think your brain is, Izuku, we should really get into the exam site, otherwise we might be here all day and miss sign in. Itsuka let big sis mode overtake her. It was the only thing keeping herself from blushing ever further and gushing at how cute Izuku and Uraraka were bouncing off of one another, along with a wrenching feeling in the pit of her stomach. Alright, let's go. Izuku nodded fiercely. Turning back to his bag, he placed his quirk samples back inside and zipped it up tight. Unknown to him or the other two girls, a pair of crimson eyes had been watching the entire interaction from the doorway of the exam building, disappearing inside before any of the trio knew they had been watched. After getting inside of the exam building, Itsuka and Izuku had finally met up with Setsuna and Tsuyu. Introducing Uraraka to their friends had drawn comments from the sharp-tongued lizard-tail quirk user asking if the new girl was willing to dye her hair green, much to her confusion. Fortunately, before she could go deeper into it, Setsuna had left wishing them all good luck and told them she would be back later after the exams had ended. Awkwardly wishing everyone else to do their best, Izuku had gone to his seat, next to the last person he wanted to be seated next to, Kaken. The explosion quirk user had glared daggers at him but had not said a word. Maybe he thought that threat of violence would be enough? Though later, when Present Mike explained the rules for the Hero Course practical exam, he thought he saw Kaken looking at him, but Izuku put it off as his imagination. The written exam had been tough, but he felt like he had done well enough to get a passing score. It was all general studies questions such as math, English, and science, as he was fairly studious when it came to his classes at Aldera beyond the fearful and suspicious looks he would get from his classmates. He had nearly bolted though when one of the other examinees who had been berating Present Mike about instructions for the exam had turned around and chastised Izuku for muttering. It was a nervous habit of his. Same with how he had tugged at his gloves and tried to sink into the floor when all of the eyes in the room had focused on him. Blessedly, the pro hero had been quick to pull the spotlight back onto himself and explain about the different villain robots. "Alrighty." Present Mic's voice echoed throughout the exam room, bouncing off the walls. "Now that you little listeners know the basics for the practical exam, it's time for you all to get changed and on your buses to the exam sites. When I call your testing group number, just step through the doors, get your fightin' clothes on and head outside to the buses that will take you away." So they were separating the examinees after all. Being seated next to Kaken, he had been surprised that they had grouped the examinees by school district. However, splitting them up now for the practical exam made sense. This way, students who might have planned on working together for the exam did not go to the same site. If your exam card has A, C, and E, please go on ahead to the changing rooms. Present Mike called out. From where he sat, Izuku was able to make out Itsuka and Tsuyu as they stood up and left the room. He felt the pit in his stomach widen at the thought of neither of his friends being there with him. "So, I hope they pass. They both have amazing quirks and they are great friends." Izuku sighed and looked down at his bag, which had his change of clothes and his quirk samples. They may not be taking the exam together, but in a way they were still with him. He had both of their quirks along with Kamakiri's and Setsuna's. It had been nearly 10 whole months since he had begun his journey to UA, but here he was taking the exam with his quirk, and it was all because they had supported him in their own ways, some large and some small. "I'll do my best to pass. I can't do anything less than going plus ultra. Not after everything they've done to help me." "All right." Present Mix boomed several minutes later. "Groups B, D, and F. You are up to go." Knowing from the exam card he had received after signing up he was Group B, he got up, Kaken getting up with him, but oddly when he got to the end of the aisle he motioned for Izuku to move in front of him. "I don't want you doing something dirty. Keep your DMN Quirk copying hands in front of me where I can see them." Kaken growled out, making Izuku flinch and stumble ahead of his childhood friend who followed behind him. The greenette could feel the blonde's piercing gaze stab through him all the way through the exit doors. The words Kaken had told him over the years came back to him with the force of a sledgehammer. "You'll never be a hero with a weak quirk like that. Keep your DMN quirk thieving hands to yourself. You're so weak you need to steal other quirks to make yourself useful. You'll always be a useless Deku." It never seemed to matter to Kaken that Izuku could never actually copy his explosion quirk. The most he could ever do was take on some of the low-level mutative properties of the quirk, which allowed Kaken's eardrums and wrists to resist the concussive force of his explosions. Izuku had found that out the hard way one of the times he had been beaten up by Kaken. His ears had not been ringing after one beatdown. Pushing back his childhood memories, he entered the men's changing rooms for the exam. It was a large room, but it was chopped up by the several stalls that had been installed into the room. There was even a cubby hole for him to place his bag in. Not really thinking about it, just wanting to get changed and away from Kaken, he took out his lime green tracksuit for the practical exam and stuffed his bag in the cubby and entered the stall to change. As he did, he went over the plan that he had come up with along with his friends for the exam. They had come up with several contingencies as UA tended to change up the nature of their practical exam every year. This is going to be Plan B bots. He muttered to himself as he took off his shirt, revealing the well-toned muscles of his chest and arms he had built up over the months of training. 10 months ago it was hard to imagine he could have become this much in shape. He brought up one arm and flexed, the swimmer's muscle underneath rippling under his skin. He had thought a few weeks ago Tsuyu had commented on how good he looked, but Izuku had definitely misheard her. She must have been talking about the sunset or his shoes or something, anything but him. It wasn't possible in his mind. He had been so embarrassed at himself for mishearing her, he had run off stammering about needing to go for a run. Even though he had not bothered to put on his shoes, he had still done it anyway. I can use Tsuyu's quirk for mobility, but primarily I will want to use Itsuka and Kamakiri's quirks to take down the bots themselves. Tsuyu's quirk does provide extra tongue strength, and I could use it to pull the bots closer, but I don't want to risk electrocuting or burning my tongue. Putting on his track suit, he thought of the other quirks he had seen on the other examinees. It was hard to tell for anyone with a transformation-type quirk, but he spotted several potential mutation types. One short student had purple ball for hair, while another, a woman, had vines growing from her head like hair. Another that he had spotted had the features of a black feathered bird of prey, maybe an eagle or a hawk. If he got into UA, he would have to ask them later more in depth about their quirks. He jumped at the sound of a pop, one he knew all too well as being one of Kaken's smaller explosions. Had he been muttering out loud enough that Kaken had been able to hear it? What was that? One voice asked. Sounded like a firecracker? Another voice answered hesitantly. Izuku kept his mouth shut. Kaken was angry enough with him as it is. He did not need to go adding more fuel to that fire. However, after a few moments he realized something was off. Whenever the blonde used his quirk, it was always followed by some sort of cursing or yelling at something or someone, Izuku often enough, who had angered him. There was none of that now, and the absence of it worried Izuku more than it should have. Finished changing his clothes, he opened the door to his stall and was greeted with the intimately familiar smell of burning plastic and burning hair. Izuku started to panic. No. He couldn't have. He ran over to his cubby where he had stashed his quirk samples, only to find that the baggie was gone. His bag was unzippered and looked like it had been rummaged through. It's not here. Where? He sniffed the air and moved his head toward where the burning smells were coming from, and there by the door he saw the trash can. The trash can was smoking lightly. Oh gods! Izuku scrambled over to the trash can and, grasping the rim with both hands to steady himself, looked inside. There at the bottom of the bin was the shriveled remains of the plastic baggie that had held his quirk samples. The plastic had largely been warped by heat, shrinking in on itself. All that was left of it was the top zipper section of the baggie, besides the smeared ashes of hair at the bottom. It was like he was looking down at his dreams of becoming a hero going up in smoke. He did not need to think any harder on what Kaken had done. How he had even found out about the quirk samples was moot at this point. All he could think of was the harsher taunts by his childhood friend. You'll never be a hero. Give up on it. Know your place along with the other extras. I'd say your quirk was a villain's, but you can't even use it right. Izuku stumbled away, ignoring the confused looks of the other examinees as they had finished changing and exited the room. His mind spiraled silently. How could he have been so stupid and careless? Of course he had never had a true chance at becoming a hero. The universe would never have let him become such an embarrassment. How and why could he have even thought he could be a hero? His phone buzzed, shaking him barely out of his thoughts. He went over to his bag, numbly pulling out his phone to look at the most recent text messages. Fist, good luck Izuku. I know you can do this. After today we will be classmates at UA. Frog, Karo. Don't overdo it. Show everyone how far you've come. Sword, after this is over with you still owe me a strong fight. Quirks, get out there and show everyone up, Mott. That's right, that I had others who believed in me. That's why I thought I could become a hero. He thought of All Might, who had tracked him down after being attacked by the sludge villain. The #1 hero in all of Japan had looked into his eyes and smiled as he told Izuku that he could become a hero like him. Slowly he closed his eyes and took in a deep breath before letting it all out. Opening his eyes again, he moved quickly. Grabbing his bag, he stormed out of the changing room while pushing the buttons on his phone. DNA Helix. I need help. My quirk samples bag got destroyed. There is nothing left. He ran out past the other changing rooms, pushing through the remaining examinees from the first 3 groups in the direction of the buses that were taking them to their exam sites. If he could get to Tsu, Kendo, or even Kamakiri before they left, he still had a chance to use their quirks if they were already gone. Then I'll make do with what I can get, Izuku said to himself, steel in his voice as he came up to the departure area. T-Rex, sheet. Am nowhere near you now, otherwise I'd float a hand over. I won't make it back in time. Fist, I'm already on my way to my exam site. How did this happen? Sword, I'm gone too. Panic threatened to send him spiraling back down into his thoughts, as well as vomit his breakfast. He looked around frantically for Tsu, but to his ever-growing fear she was nowhere in sight and she had not answered his text. Had she shut off her phone? Just when he was ready to give up on finding her, his phone buzzed in his hand. Frog, hold up your hand now. Not even second-guessing Tsu's odd request, he shot his hand up in the air, wrenching his arm as if he wanted to pull down the sky itself. One of the windows on a bus that was just starting to pull away slammed open, and a moment later he saw Tsu stick her head out and look in his direction. Defeat flooded his veins. It was too late. He couldn't possibly catch up to the bus now. Before he could even finish his thoughts, the frog quirk user opened her mouth and let her tongue lash out, stretching across the crowd of other examinees farther than he had ever seen it do so before. With a wet slap he felt her tongue smack his open palm, and even before it had retracted back he felt his quirk activate. Vivibia. He felt his eyes and mouth widen and his posture shift as his legs took on a more bow-legged shape. You're a lifesaver, Karo! Izuku called out to her and waved his still sticky hand. For a moment he thought he saw her blush before she waved back and slid back into the bus, but brushed it off as his eyes were mistaken. A few moments later his phone buzzed again. Frog, you're welcome, Izuchan. Make it up to me by getting into UA. Fist, what? T-Rex? Sword? Arriving at test site B, he felt still nervous, but he was not at rock bottom. I have Tsu's quirk. I can still make this work. I just need to see what other quirks I can work with here and hope their owners don't mind me copying them. He looked at his gloves hands and felt the pit in his stomach grow deeper. He was comfortable now with copying his friends' quirks, sure, but copying the quirks of strangers had been something he still had trouble dealing with. Every time he tried it, he just kept going back in his memories to all the times Kaken had said mean things to him or when others had called him a freak or a thief. All the times he had accidentally used his quirk. I can't think like that. Not here. Not now. Shaking his head, he looked around the crowd of examinees who had arrived for anyone who might have an obvious mutation-type quirk. It would just work against him if he just randomly started trying to copy quirks. His limit had increased to 6 quirks before he became exhausted, but at least so far there had not been a repeat of him losing control of his quirk like at Gran Torino's. Still, it would probably be an automatic fail if he passed out during the exam. He would copy at most 4 quirks, and he did not want to get stuck with 4 quirks that he could not control or worked against him on the fly. He spotted 2 prospects in the crowd. One was a young blonde-haired man. Unlike Kaken, he seemed to be much less temperamental. In fact, he was kind of busy looking at himself in a small mirror. Around his waistline he had a strange-looking belt over his white and blue tracksuit. It was hard to tell if the belt was just an accessory or if it was actually a mutation. Mechanical or non-organic mutations were a bit of a rarity from what Izuku had researched. One of the few that came to mind was the Turbo Hero, Ingenium, who had metallic protrusions in his legs that allowed him incredible bursts of speed. He wasn't particularly high in the hero rankings, but due to Izuku's particular interest in mutation-type quirks, he had looked into the hero thoroughly. Unless Ingenium decides to race by and wish them all well on the exams, I doubt I'll get the chance to copy the engine quirk. Izuku mentally sighed. The second prospect was much less circumspect. It was a tall, muscular young man who was closer to Itsuka's height than he was. Though he hid his face behind a mask, what really stood out was his 6 arms that protruded out from his shoulders. Not only did they look like they had enhanced strength, but in addition to that they seemed to have the ability to morph into external limbs or organs. Even as Izuku had secretly watched the other examinee, he had morphed the ends of his appendages into mouths, ears, eyeballs, and hands as easily as if he was cracking his knuckles or stretching his muscles. Now what Izuku could do with that quirk combined with Tsuyu's frog quirk and Itsuka's big fist quirk, well, he was kicking himself for leaving his notebooks at home, otherwise he would have filled half of one with just his observations and combo ideas alone. Maybe they won't mind if I explain myself, Izuku muttered as he started to walk toward the multi-limbed examinee. As he did so, he caught sight of Uraraka stretching off to the side. A crowd of other examinees had gathered in a loose circle around her, each other ogling the seemingly oblivious young woman as she bent to the side, causing her hips and her bust to stretch her tracksuit in ways that made Izuku's mind sputter. Don't be like those perverts staring at Uraraka. It's disrespectful. She seemed very nice earlier and has an amazing quirk. Maybe after the exam you can ask her more about it. Excuse me, but you should not be ogling that other test taker. Not only is it perverted, it is also disrespectful to the institution of UA University. A familiar voice said behind Izuku. He recognized that voice. It was the blue-haired examinee that had complained about the information packet and Izuku's muttering. Before Izuku could turn around and defend himself, he felt a hand on his shoulder, the thumb grazing against his exposed neckline. Motor. He was so surprised by the other students' words and actions, Izuku could not stop himself from copying their quirk. Immediately he felt his calves start to widen and swell, becoming stronger as well, an itching feeling as somethings grew on the back of them. Moments later, what those somethings were was answered when a burst of pressurized air tore through the material of his pant legs and the upper section of his red boots. Looking down, he saw 6 holes ringed by metal now embedded in his much larger calves. He was more shocked by the damage done to his boots. I got these specially made from the Detnerat company. Izuku gasped out, feeling like he wanted to cry. He had sent his order into the Quirk Lifestyle Support Company to help him with his quirk. He needed boots that were moddable to the changes brought on by the quirks he copied, in particular Tsuyu's quirk, stretching out and being able to stick to walls with his feet. Since he was applying for a hero course, the company was able to rush order them. He had even received a letter wishing him well on the exam from the company's president. What just happened? The interrupter asked, confused and for some reason chopping his hand mechanically in the air as he did so. Those look like my dash. Okay, let's start. Present Mick's voice boomed above them, interrupting the interrupter before he could finish his sentence. Looking up, Izuku saw the distant figure of Present Mike standing above them in what looked like an observation tower. Around Izuku, the other examinees looked as confused as he did. Come on. There are no countdowns in real life. Get moving. The exam has started. Wow, UA is really a top-notch university if they can afford to have these massive test sites. Itsuka let out a whistle as she looked at the gate before her, the faux city beyond it, and then to the other test sites she could make out in the distance, each one similarly walled off to test site A. It was a distraction and quickly proved to be a short one as her mind went back to her earlier thoughts on the bus ride to the testing site. What had happened to Izuku? How had his quirk samples been destroyed? She had felt some relief when she had seen the text that Izuku had managed to copy Tsuyu's frog quirk, but that still left Izuku short of her and Kamakiri's more aggressively inclined quirks. Would he be able to copy new quirks from his testing group? She internally sighed at her worries and calmed herself by pushing them away. Itsuka had her own worries, like the incredibly important practical exam fighting robots that she was about to take, but still she couldn't help but put herself on the line for others, every time. She had always been the big sis to her peers throughout middle school and high school. Her classmates had always told her that it just seemed to come naturally with her personality. Whenever she saw the people close to her struggling, she always stepped up to protect them or help them in any way she could. Sometimes it was as if her body moved on its own. It had been what had drawn All Might's attention to her in the first place after all. This time though, it was different than acting as class rep at her school. It was personal. Izuku was her first real friend in a long time. A thought which made her smile just a tiny bit bitterly. Big sis mode was great for getting people to feel confident that could help them, but it wasn't always the best for keeping some friends. Not to mention, Izuku had worked his butt to get here for this exam. She had witnessed every single drop of blood, sweat and tears he had shed to get this far. She was rooting for him every step of the way, and she knew that whatever or whoever had tried to mess with her friend had better watch out for themselves. What the hell? Why are you here getting in my way, you freaking extra-sized extra? Angry Boy's sharp voice absolutely grated on Itsuka's already thin nerves. His shout made several of the other examinees turn their way. One was a boy wearing a headband while another had strange-looking earlobes that looked like wire jacks. Fortunately, Itsuka was made of much stronger stuff than whatever Angry Boy's ego was made out of. Instead of shouting or making a threatening move, she simply turned her head and looked down at him. Her position on their height difference was vastly superior to his by at least a foot. She kept her voice calm and her expressions neutral. She had dealt with hotheads like Angry Boy before. They thrived on confrontation and escalation. I'm here to take the exam. Same as you. What? You think I'm too stupid to know that? Angry Boy growled, sparks flying from his palms as his face became a new shade of red while glaring up at her. I already answered your question. I'm here for the exam and obviously UA placed me here for it. Itsuka replied tersely again, using her willpower to not roll her eyes, but she did place her hands on her hips. She didn't insult him, she didn't curse him, and she certainly didn't move closer toward him in a threatening manner, but all the same he continued to take offense at her existence at that very spot in time and space. Do you even have a quirk, or are you just naturally goddamn tall and roided out? Angry Boy continued his verbal assault. It wasn't the worst comments she had received after her growth spurt from One for All, but maybe it was just his voice and hyper-aggressive attitude that made it more annoying? You better have a strong quirk, otherwise you should just get out of my way and out of here. Angry Boy's eyes turned away from her for the first time since he had arrived, and he glared at the other examinees with them, his face still a violent red. That goes for the rest of you extras. If you have a lame but quirk, just quit wasting everyone's time and leave. You'll only get in my way. His words earned him angry and worried glances from all of the other examinees at the site, notably a deepening scowl from Itsuka at his disparaging words. He was like a self-sustaining forest fire. No matter how she had reacted to him, he just continued to make himself angrier and more aggressive. Who was he to just come in here and tell anyone else they shouldn't compete for a spot in UA's coveted heroics course? What kind of hero did that? For Bakugo, he meant every single word, his scowl deepening as he returned every look at him with a sneer. Have they just been daydreaming up to now? If you don't have a strong quirk, you shouldn't be a FING hero at all. It's just how the world works, no matter how much you try and cheat your way through it. You need a strong quirk to stand on your own as a hero. After all, he reasoned, All Might and Endeavor had been the top two heroes for decades. Everyone worshipped them for their strength. He had lived with the consistency of how he knew the world worked practically ever since he had first got his quirk, and he was happy with it. If it wasn't true, that would just mean he was a horrible person. All right, y'all ready for this? All of the examinees at test site A looked up toward the oddly accented voice that had shouted. Craning her head up toward the top of the gate, she could just make out the figure of the pro-hero Snipe standing on a small platform, one hand on his holster and the other clutching his iconic American cowboy hat against the wind. He didn't wait for an answer. In one fluid motion he drew his pistol and shot it into the air, the sound of the gunshot echoing above them with a sharp crack that gradually petered out into silence. Itsuka and everyone else on the ground continued to stare at him. That means go, little varmints. The exam started. Come on. There are no countdowns in real life. Get moving. The exam has started. Izuku stared up at Present Mike, the pro-hero's words still ringing in his ears. Wait, is he serious? Before he could finish his sentence, the crowd of other examinees charged forward into the testing site in a mad rush. The interrupter spared him a glance, seemingly caught between wanting to berate him some more and take the exam, but the latter looked like it won out as the blue-haired student sped off. It was then that Izuku noticed the same protrusions in his legs that Izuku now had done, and they were awfully similar to the ones that the pro-hero Ingenium had as part of his quirk, Engine, though those were located in his arms. Were the two related somehow? But no time to analyze that. Just now. Ask later. Izuku slapped his cheeks and bent his knees downward, putting his hands on the ground. getting into a jumping position. If this Quirk is anything like engine, then it will need fuel, and if the interrupters seemed half as serious as he appeared, then he would have fueled up before coming into the exam. Which means Mutate should have copied at least some of that fuel. Yes, I can feel it. He could feel the new mufflers protruding from his legs and a sort of knowingness on how to activate them almost as well as if he had them all of his life. He got the sense that his tank for his fuel was perhaps at a quarter of what it should be when fueled up completely. What he did not know, though, was how long it would take to run out of said fuel. That sort of feeling most likely came from trial and error. Still, he felt like it would be good enough for what he needed, which was to get ahead of the other examinees. He flexed his legs and jumped high into the air using his increased leg strength from Frog, but he felt like it had become even more powerful than normal, a side benefit of having engine no doubt, so his initial leap brought him up and forward much more quickly than he had expected, but it still wouldn't be enough to get ahead with the other examinees, let alone past them. As he felt he was close to the apex of his leap, he breathed out the words, "Mutate, booster leap." He felt the sudden eruption of heat from the mufflers in his calves but wasn't burned by them even as he felt the metal protrusions heat up. Perhaps a minor quirk benefit was resistance to heat in his legs? With the sudden eruption of power, he soared higher and faster, rocketing through the air and past the other examinees. He barely caught a few glimpses of their shocked expressions. He was too busy changing the angle his body differently so his posture was straighter, like a runner than an animal on all fours. He looked down and with a thought cut off his engine and let gravity take its hold on him. It was his first time using engine, but he had months of training with Frog to know how to angle his fall to get the drop on an opponent. "A one-pointer," he muttered as he fell. It was easy to tell given the large one, painted on its shield-like arms. Fortunately for him, the bot wasn't focused on him but the other oncoming examinees. It moved its shielded arms in front of itself to block an attack from that direction. It was defenseless against one from above. "Time to see just how strong my new legs are." He wrapped his arms around himself like he was a diver doing a jackknife, but feet first instead. He even held his breath as he slammed into the villain bot and completely shattered it. His feet went just past its head and into the robot's shoulder. He felt a moment of resistance before the metal buckled and was crushed under the force of his impact. Were his new legs that strong, or were the robots designed to be easy to tear apart? Either way, he followed his legs, ripping through the upper torso of the bot and coming out the other side. He held up his arms and rolled, protecting his head as he felt the concrete of the faux city street. Using Frog's agility, he kicked his body into a standing position, his shoes skidding for a moment, but he had come up at the right angle to just be able to witness the villain both crumble to the ground, its single red eye devoid of any light or power. Izuku had done it. He'd gotten a single point. His joy at his victory was short-lived as the rushing tide of other examinees swept into the other villain bots around him, Quirks flying off to his left and right, destroying the machines around him in a few seconds. Most of them barely stopped, sweeping into the city in search of more points and leaving a stunned Izuku to stare at the wreckage. Karo! Oh wow, I can't forget that I'm not the only one here. Izuku thought. He needed to get moving if he wanted to pass the exam, but now he was behind the other examinees again. If he wanted to get more points, he needed to find a way past the other students. Frantically searching the street, he saw a familiar sight that he had been focused on earlier before the exam had started. The other examinee with the obvious mutation-type quirk, the tall man with multiple arms. He was climbing one of the fake buildings. The man was pulling himself up with all 6 arms, the ends of which Izuku had seen change to mouths, eyes, and ears. All now had hands at their various ends. So he can not only replicate sensory organs but also limbs? Could he turn his hands into feet, or is this just their default state? Izuku thought before once again he had to shake himself out of his analysis. Again, the wrong things to be focusing on here and now. The mutation-type quirk user had a good plan in mind. Going over the other examinees rather than through them was a great way to get ahead. He could leap between the buildings, get deeper into the faux city, and then ambush villain bots before the other test takers could get to them. For Izuku and his copied quirks, it would also be a perfect plan for him, and he resolved to copy the young man's actions. But that wasn't all he could copy, would it now? I can easily reach him with my tongue thanks to Frog. But should I just copy his quirk without asking? What if he gets mad at me? What if the judges get mad and disqualify me? The thoughts raced around and around in Izuku's head, even as he watched the other examinee get closer and closer to the roof of the building, and once he was up there he would be as good as gone. He could pass with just frog and engine, right? After all, Tsuyu and the interrupter are working with just their quirks. Why do I need more? Then a thought struck him, just like one of Itsuka's punches. Because you can do more. Just like All Might does every day. He thought if Itsuka, Tsuyu, or Tokage had his quirk, they wouldn't hesitate to use it to the best of their abilities, wouldn't they? If Izuku had All Might's all-powerful quirk, then he would use it to its fullest extent to save everyone and anyone, wouldn't he? What would happen if there was a life on the line and he hesitated to use his quirk? Sure, now there were no lives on the line, other than his heroic career, but there would be ones in the future. If he did not save lives now just because he refused to use his quirk, could he do it in the future? Could he even call himself a hero? Was he here just to show off how many robots he could destroy, or was he here to be a hero? Karo, he croaked worriedly before he swallowed hard. I'll apologize later. Opening his mouth, he let his tongue shoot outward toward the other examinee. He was just on the edge of the 16 meters that his tongue could stretch, but it was enough to lick their bare ankle. Replication. Appendage. Division. He felt his upper torso start to shift, and quickly realized what was about to happen. He grabbed his tracksuit jacket and tore it off just as he felt something, or somethings, new burst from his body. He felt the bones and muscles in his shoulders widen and split to accommodate, becoming broader as 4 new arms erupted from his body, a curious membrane connecting all of the new limbs, almost like a bat's wing. He couldn't stop himself from ripping through the back of the white shirt he wore underneath it, though, so he just tossed the shredded rags aside and looked at himself. The quirk was definitely a mutation type, as he felt the strange instinctive knowledge on how to move his arms, and how to shift them from one body part to another. He held up one of his new limbs and the hand there changed, sinking into the tip of the limb before popping out again as an eyeball with a bright green iris. Suddenly he was looking at his eyeball and also looking at his own face at the same time. Wow! He blinked his original eyes, watching himself. He noted that his vision appeared to be much clearer and focused on his new point of view. Perhaps in addition to replication, his new body parts were also enhanced more than the original ones? Let's try something? Picking up his tracksuit jacket and tying it around his waist, he looked up at one of the buildings and he saw a fire escape built into the side. It was too far to jump without using engine, but he did not want to waste his remaining fuel just yet. However, he thought he did not need engine this time. He stuck up 2 of his new tentacle limbs and changed their replications from hands to 2 identical mouths. He felt an added weight in them that he only felt in his own mouth and throat when he copied frog. Which meant, mutate, dupli tongue lash. He opened his 2 new mouths, and from each one a powerful frog tongue shot out, spearing through the air and wrapping around the railings of the fire escape ladder. With a short jump, he flexed his mouth muscles and retracted his tongues. That he now had multiple tongues felt weird to think about, pulling his body up and through the air to the fire escape. As soon as he got close enough, he let go with his tongues and grabbed onto the metal ladder and pulled himself up. Kicking off the fire escape, he leapt onto the side of the building, using his original hands to stick to it, and then kicked off again, shooting his tongue out to grab the lip of the building opposite of him and pull himself over the edge and onto the roof. Rolling onto the flat surface, he congratulated himself. I did it. I can't believe I just did that. I can't believe dash. You're dead, meatbag, a robotic voice growled. A flurry of large rubber bullets shot at him, the sound of a machine firing accompanying them as he scrambled to the side, skidding across the roof, the space where had been standing becoming absolutely riddled with a deluge of shots. He really had to thank Tsuyu after the exam for the agility boost from her quirk. He looked up. There were 3 3-pointer robots on the roof with him, the large-barreled armaments on their shoulders, smoking. What were they doing here? It makes sense. It would be a great deterrent for someone with a flying quirk. Maybe even a reward for examinees that thought outside of the box and got off the streets? Seeing that Izuku had not been obliterated, the boxy robots began to shift on their wheels to face him again, the same metallic voice saying, "Stand still. This will be over soon and there will be cake." "The cake is a lie," one of the other robots droned. "Not good, not good, not good." Izuku cried, and held up his arms, all 6 of them. He paused and looked at them before a new plan came to mind. It was time to see if these robots were made of the same materials as the one he had already destroyed. Mutate, Tung Gatling. Izuku shouted and moved all 6 of his arms forward. The 4 arms that had come from the copied quirk shifted into frowning mouths before opening wide. 4 massive tongues shot out, punching into the first robot with enough force to crumple the metal of its cannon armaments and its face. Izuku didn't stop. He quickly whipped the tongues back into his mouth and shot them out with the same force and speed, repeating the process with the second robot, which was flung to the side. Bringing his tongues back for one more burst, he looked at the last robot and realized it was already revving its armament to fire. Instead of attacking again, Izuku bent his knees and leapt into the air, just in time as he felt another barrage of rubber bullets just barely miss him. Still in the air, he aimed his 4 mouths at the robot, and this time he wrapped them around its bulky torso and heaved it across the rooftop, sending it spinning end over end until it lay broken in a heap. 10 points, he mumbled to himself as he forced his nerves to calm down. He looked out across the city and saw more robots waiting on other roofs. I'm just getting started though. 10% Okinawa chop. Itsuka cried out as she brought her hand down in a knife-striking motion. The force of one for all made her hand glow a bright orange for a moment before the air pressure she created sliced forward and tore 2 of the 1-pointers in half. Moments later, the broken remains of both robots were strewn across the street, electronics sparking weakly. She muttered to herself, something she knew to have picked up from Izuku, "That's what, 80 points? 90? Honestly, she had lost count. The last few minutes since the pro-hero snipe had announced the exam had begun were a blur. She remembered using one for all battle stance to leave Angry Boy and the other examinees in her literal dust, and from there it was just a blur of broken robots and increasingly mounting points for her. She had not wanted to accidentally destroy the foe city and maybe hurt the other examinees, so she had largely kept her move set simple. Simple but less destructive, yet still very effective. She used her variation of All Might's Detroit Smash, Okinawa Chop, mostly, but she also activated her original quirk to scoop up robots and hurl them across the testing site, and occasionally to protect the other test takers from the villain bots when it looked like they were in over their heads, or from the debris Angry Boy created from his explosions. Speaking of whom, die. Angry Boy shouted as he blasted through another set of point bots. It kind of seemed like he was actually following her because no matter where she went he seemed to be either right behind her or right around the corner. Occasionally she caught his angry red face glaring in her direction. In fact, shouting out her latest point tally seemed to make him even more red in the face. She guessed his plan was to rub in her face how many more points than her he had scored, but that plan wasn't going so well for him. Above them she heard Snipe's voice call out that there were only a few remaining minutes in the exam. Itsuka felt confident that she had enough points to pass the exam, but chided herself from thinking she could slack off. UA's motto was, plus ultra after all. Before she could begin her search for more robots, the entire city seemed to shake. A rumble hit her and the other examinees before 2 of the buildings not far from her suddenly collapsed in on themselves without warning. She brought her hands up to shield her eyes from the sudden surge of dust as tons of concrete came crumbling down. What she had not expected was for something else to rise up out of the rubble. Oh shit! Is that a 0-pointer? One of the other examinees nearby cursed as what could only be a massive robot larger than many of the buildings around them emerged from the dust. It was a behemoth. Its multitude of red lens eyes looked down at her and the other students impassively, as if they were insects. Without any warning, it brought up one of its fists, the size of a city bus, and slammed it into the ground, creating a shockwave that caused the ground to split and buildings around them to crumble. Plus ultra indeed. Itsuka gasped, standing still as the other insects around her scrambled and ran for their lives away from the gigantic robot. She was tempted to do so too, but just as she turned away she heard a familiar, unpleasant voice curse out. "Ah, FNG, damn it. That hurts. God's damned hunk of metal crap." Angry Boy cursed from beside a pile of rubble. He was laid out on his stomach, his hand and one of his legs pinned beneath the rubble around him, There was no way he could angle himself enough to use his quirk, and even if he did, he risked shredding himself with shrapnel from the concrete around him. The proverbial cherry on top of everything was that the zero-pointer was heading their way, its treads grinding the rubble it had already made to dust as it lumbered forward unstoppably. He was still cursing when Itsuka appeared next to him, bending down to grab one of the slabs of rubble and heave it off of him as if it weighed like a sack of rice. "What the hell? I don't need your help." Angry Boy growled, his crimson eyes on her. "Doesn't matter. I am here and I am helping you." Itsuka grunted, using Big Fist to brush away the last chunks of concrete that had kept him pinned. He tried to get to his feet angrily, but before he got on both legs he cried out in pain and toppled back to the ground, clutching his leg that had been trapped. "For F's sake. I'll blast that thing until it's slag." Angry Boy continued to curse. Itsuka guessed he must have broken his leg, which left only one option for him if he was going to get out of there. Well, two options, but she was feeling just a tad petty enough to not lift him up and carry him to safety. When he noticed her walking toward the zero-pointer, he questioned, "Where the hell are you going?" "UA is plus ultra but." Izuku cringed as he watched the gigantic zero-pointer robot emerge from the ground. He had been so stunned by its arrival he had nearly forgotten about the two-pointer in his grip. He had ambushed the bot as it had waited in an alley for an examinee to no doubt rush into its scanning range. Just as Izuku had done to 6 others of its kind, he had leaned over the edge and shot out 2 of his frog quirk tongues down, wrapping it up and hauling it toward the rooftop so he could drop it and break it. It was a great stealth skill and was a much easier strain on his copied quirks than going all out in an open brawl. He was already starting to feel fatigue from using the quirks in tandem. It had also been useful in helping a few of the other examinees, pulling them out of the way of an ambushing bot for the most part. He had been halfway through reeling this point bot skyward when the zero-pointer had emerged and distracted him. Now the two-pointer was thrashing in his grip, trying to get free. Izuku gritted his teeth. "Oh no, that you don't." Izuku huffed as he swung his tongues away from the building and slammed them back toward it, smashing the bot against the brick before he let go and retracted his tongues. It still felt like a weird thing to think about. "I have somewhere around 30 points, right? Is that enough to pass the exam? I should probably get some more." It was on the same street that he was on, but several buildings away. It raised one of its fists and brought it crashing down, creating a shockwave and causing the building Izuku was standing on to shudder. Though, probably far away from that thing. Help." Izuku's ears twitched at the familiar voice, and his head snapped in the direction it had come from. It was that girl he had met Itsuka with at the entranceway, Uraraka. Her leg was trapped underneath some rubble. UA should really have programmed the zero-pointer to be more careful. What if more students got hurt or worse from all the destruction it caused? That did not worry Izuku now. What did worry him was the sight of Uraraka still struggling to get out of the rubble and failing, and she was right on the path of the zero-pointer, which from Izuku's point of view did not seem to notice her. Is there such a thing as being 2+ ultra? Izuku muttered he could flee the robot and make sure he passed the exam with a few more points. But no, he couldn't turn away now. His body was already moving. He raced toward the edge of the rooftop and leapt from it. Sailing across the street, he shot out 2 tongues to grab a windowsill and swing his way down to the street level. In another leap, he was at Uraraka's side. "Are you okay?" "Oh, it's you." Uraraka looked up at him with surprise. She hadn't seen him since before he had copied Tsuyu's quirk. Then she blushed and shook her head. "My ankle. I think it's broken. It hurts. And my quirk makes my bones kind of weaker." Which would explain her looks, wouldn't it? If her quirk let her negate the effects of gravity, then possibly this was a side effect? "Okay, well, let's get you out of here." With the extra strength granted from his duplicated arms, he grabbed a hold of the slab of concrete that had Uraraka pinned down and heaved it up, missing how Uraraka caught sight of his bulging arms and started to blush. With a loud grunt, he heaved the concrete aside and bent down, scooping her up in his 2 original arms. He expressly ignored the feeling of the taller woman's body pressed against him, though that wasn't stopping his heart from pumping faster, like it wanted to rip itself out of his chest all the same. He felt his fingers tingle. Looking at one of his hands, he saw small pads form on his fingertips. There was no accompanying rush of feeling that he had a new quirk or knew how to use it. Her quirk then definitely had to be an emitter type. While he could copy some of the minor mutation properties of emitter quirks, he could never copy the ability behind them. "Look out!" Uraraka suddenly shouted, pointing up. He followed her finger and saw the descending fist of the zero-pointer as it came down to swat them like they were insects. Go dupli tongues. Two of his hands morphed into mouths again and shot out at the closest building. Sticking to it, he pulled himself and Uraraka out of the way of the oncoming hand just seconds before it slammed down. He stuck to the building but immediately felt something was wrong as the concrete he was sticking to shifted. He looked up and saw spider webs of fractures crawl up the wall as pieces began to fall out. The shockwave from the attack had compromised the building's integrity and it was falling apart on top of them. Before his eyes, a section of the outside wall came loose from the building and toppled downward. Thinking frantically, he had his hands stuck to the part of the wall that wasn't coming loose yet while also activating engine to kick his legs upward with a burst of combustion flame, shouting, "Mutate, turbo kick." He felt like he was doing a handstand as his body twisted to face upside down. Still holding Uraraka, she gripped tighter onto him as his legs came up and into the concrete wall, pushing it with enough force so it fell away from them both. That maneuver came with a price, though, as he felt one of his arms suddenly light up with pain, letting it fall loose as he came back to an upward-facing position against the wall. "It hurts. I think I dislocated it." "Then we should probably get out of here, huh?" Uraraka replied shakily, doing her best to smile bravely as she brought up one of her hands and touched herself, immediately feeling lighter than a feather in Izuku's grip, and Izuku was amazed by the sudden feeling of weightlessness. He didn't think about not flinching at her touch. Her quirk. It's called zero gravity. She can negate the gravitational field around objects and people. I can use this. Hold on tight. He gently ordered her as he brought his legs into a crouch against the face of the wall. She nodded to him and got a better grip holding onto his shirt. He leapt from the building, away from the zero-pointer robot. Where normally he would almost immediately begin to feel the effects of gravity on him after a frog leap, he felt nothing now. With the boost behind his jump, the two of them shot through the air like a rocket, out of reach from the monstrous bot. You'd have to be crazy or crazy powerful to take on that thing. Ignoring Angry Boy's words of protest, she sped up toward the zero-pointer, leaping over the rubble as she activated One for All, becoming a minor orange blur as she dodged past one of its gigantic fists that tried to grab her. Rolling underneath its arm, she found herself just underneath the bot's extended torso, just where she wanted to be. Dipping into the power of One for All, she felt her body heat up and begin to glow with a red energy, as if her muscles and bones were igniting in fire and were trying to tear themselves apart at the same time. Calmly, she activated Big Fist and pumped the power of One for All into her enhanced fists. Right now, she could only handle upwards of 30% in battle stance, but combining it with her original quirk shot it upwards of 80%. She felt the pain in her body melt away as it all seemed to pool into her fists, which glowed as brightly as the rest of her body had been moments earlier. Looking upward, she could just see the zero-pointer's head look down at her. Giving it a wink, she moved her arms down and crouched before jumping into the air, copying just as she had seen Tsuyu and Izuku practice dozens of times before. She swung her arms upward in a classic uppercut punch, rising fist. She clenched her, but as the power of One for All surged ahead of her, the air pressure of the blow slamming into the robot's torso with enough force to lift it off the ground. The sound of groaning metal and exploding machinery filled the air as the Behemoth Bot came apart like it was a shoddy, cheaply made toy. A split of destruction plowed through its chest, nearly chopping it in half, the head flying backward over its torso before plowing into the ground several dozen meters behind its main body. The newly made scrap metal flung outward, the vast majority impacting harmlessly into the faux buildings to either side on the street, even as more explosions rocked what remained of the zero-pointer. Smash! With a crash, its now torso-less lower half fell back to the ground. It seemed to twitch for several seconds before it too toppled to the side, smoke pouring out of it in a rising plume. Smiling to herself, Itsuka let go of the power of One for All and her own quirk, wincing as she had to shake her hands, which felt like she had got them caught in a laundry press. They looked a little bruised but no worse for the wear. She would be sore for a few hours, but she was satisfied that she had saved someone, even if it was Angry Boy. "Time's up," Snipe's voice called out, followed by a loud horn that echoed across the exam site. That was it then, the practical exam was over. I should probably get Angry Boy back to the entrance. UA is sure to have staff on hand to treat wounds. Then I can meet up with everyone else. Itsuka hummed and skipped back toward where she had left Angry Boy. "Holy shit," Angry Boy said softly, probably the quietest thing she had heard him say since first meeting him. He had propped himself up, leaning against a building even though his one leg was still bleeding and trembling with effort to hold the rest of him up. His awe disappeared soon enough, his face growing red. He bared his teeth at her as his voice rose in a shout. That was... She sighed and braced for his next protest about how much better he was or what she had done was some kind of bullshit. That was F hot. Itsuka started. No, there was no way she could have misheard him. What? Why your quirk is is powerful. You blew it the F up. Angry Boy's face was still red but his angry expression had largely dropped. Instead it was a mix of shock and awe. He paused as he seemed to think of something and shrugged his shoulders. Sheet. I guess that means we should, go out or some sheet. Itsuka continued to stare. What? After getting checked out by Recovery Girl and getting her autograph, Izuku and Uraraka had left the testing site, taking one of the waiting buses back to the entrance. Izuku had tried not to blush or stare too much as the taller woman praised him for saving her from the zero-pointer. He had tried to brush it off as no big deal and reminded her that she had been the one to save them both with making a getaway, but she downplayed herself and continued to gush. He thought he might have been seeing things, but her cheeks seemed redder than before the exam. He couldn't blame her, he felt like he could sleep for a week. Once they had returned to just outside the UA entrance way, Setsuna was already there waiting with Tsu. Thank you. You saved the day, Tsu, Izuku cried to his friend, going down on his knees as he bowed deeply to her. Tsu must have had a rough exam as well because her cheeks were also looking fairly red. I was happy to help, Izun, she croaked, then tilted her head and put a finger to her lips. What happened to your quirk samples though? What was the big deal? Setsuna added, making her hands pop off and float around him. I wanted you to use my quirk in the practical so I could know how well I would have done in it. I don't know exactly. Izuku wasn't lying per se. He did not see what or who had destroyed his quirk sample bag. He had an insanely large suspicion about who had done it, of course, Kaken being his one and only suspect. He even felt he knew why Kaken had done it, but that made him just want to prove to his old friend that he was wrong about Izuku and his quirk. It happened in the changing room. I didn't see any cameras, but it doesn't matter now. What's done is done. You should still probably talk to the university. Setsuna raised an eyebrow at him. She was good at picking up when he wasn't telling the full truth. I just can't figure out how whoever did this knew about your quirk. Well, Izuku tried to come up with an excuse but was interrupted as a microphone was practically shoved into his face by a blue-skinned hand. Hello there. You four must be heroics course applicants, right? How was the exam? Do you think you passed? Izuku and the others looked up to see a smiling blue-skinned woman with short lilac-colored hair, but what was perhaps most stunning about her were her intense eyes which had bluish-green-colored iris and pitch-black sclera. They seemed to want to SCK Izuku and his friends into them like a black hole. She looked annoyed for a moment when they didn't respond, but something seemed to click as she continued. My apologies, I should have introduced myself. I am Chitose Kazuki, a reporter with Shueisha Publishing. Oh. Are you interviewing UA applicants or something for an article? Setsuna replied, her sharp-toothed smile splitting her face as she looked at the woman. For some reason it gave Izuku an odd feeling. That's right on the landmine. The world needs to know the thoughts and feelings of you young hero hopefuls. Care to give a soundbite? Chitose spoke her words with a passion that Izuku thought if he could see it, it would be on fire. It was kind of like how he was analyzing quirks, so perhaps that's why he was first to answer her. The written exam was hard, but the practical exam was harder. It was really plus ultra. Izuku replied, smiling nervously as her eyes focused on him. I think I did pretty well. Uraraka followed, pressing her fingers together. I agree with Izuku, it was very plus ultra. Tsu croaked as well. I took the recommendation exam, so I don't know what happened. Setsuna shrugged her shoulders. Izuku noticed an odd strain in her eyes as Chitose focused on her. Oh, a recommendation student? You must have been vetted by a pro. Chitose hummed into her microphone. A friend of my family did. Setsuna replied, much more curtly this time. That was a surprise to Izuku. He did not know the pro who had recommended Setsuna had any relation to her family. Most cases it was someone from their fan club, but there was the occasional high-profile legacy recommendation. And that would be? Chitose pressed on, her eyes becoming wider as she stared at Setsuna. None of your business. Setsuna laughed. Her smile was practically taking up her entire face, but it looked like anything but happy at the reporter's line of questions. There was a gleam in Chitose's eyes for just a moment before she let out a loud, full-body laugh and relaxed, taking on the air of a professional. Again. Very well, very well. Keep your little secret. I apologize, I just get very enthusiastic about my line of work. Chitose brushed off the confrontation with Setsuna like it had been nothing. I'll take my leave of you kids, but good luck, I hope you all passed and we will see much more of you soon. With that, Chitose waved them goodbye and zipped off to interview another gaggle of applicants that were leaving UA. There was an awkward silence for several moments, before Setsuna rolled her eyes and then popped her head off, rolling it as well a full circle. Geez. The press are a bunch of vultures these days. It wouldn't surprise me if they tried to storm the walls of UA for a juicy scoop. Yeah, she was pretty, downright rude to you, Setsuna. Are you all right? Izuku looked at her sympathetically, which Setsuna seemed to catch as her smile faltered. It returned as she reached around and wrapped an arm on his shoulders. Oh? What's this? Feeling protective of little old me? Are we now, Izuku? Perhaps you'll want to stand guard at my apartment all night long, she hummed, giving his shoulder a squeeze which only made Izuku's brain start to fry. Enough. Tsu sighed, lashing her tongue out at Setsuna's head and making it float off her shoulders, which instead of being hurt or insulted only made their friend laugh. Ha! That's fair, I should let Mop Top at least rest after the brawl everyone had today. Setsuna's eyes shifted to something in the distance. Speaking of everyone, here comes Big Sis. Hey guys. Itsuka smiled as she walked up to them. Out of everyone she looked like she did not have a scratch on her, but at the same time she looked like she was the most exhausted. Her posture was bent and her shoulders slumped. An annoyed look on her face. Oh, are you all right, Kendo-san? Uraraka looked at their mutual friend with worry. Did your score? HM? No. I think I passed. Itsuka waved her hands at them as if to brush aside their concern. Just sore from using my quirk and dealing with an annoying guy. Well, Izuku coughed into his hand. He wanted to shift the subject away from whatever was bothering Itsuka on top of what had just happened with Setsuna. Why don't we go out and have some dinner? Dinner sounds great right now. Tsu nodded her head up and down. Yeah, I'm starving. Oh, well, if you don't mind me joining you. Not at all, the more the merrier. We were all in this together after all. Nedzu hummed to himself as he sat at his desk, going through a stack of rejection letters for those who had already failed the written exam portion of UA's entrance exam. He felt like such correspondence needed a special touch, and he was more than happy to explain their failings and the brutal expectations of how they could turn their lives around if they wanted to reapply next year. It was also fun. A knock on his office door drew his attention away from his work. A moment later, a disheveled-looking Shota Aizawa stepped into his office. If it was anyone else, Nedzu would have asked politely what had happened to them to bring them to such a dreadful state, but this was Eraserhead. Nedzu would only worry if the man ever came into his office looking chipper and smartly dressed, then something terribly wrong must have occurred. Aizawa. I assume you've come back from my little errand I sent you on? Nedzu asked, a gleam in his eyes. Dean Nedzu. Do I need to remind you that I am a professor and heroics course advisor on top of being a pro hero? Not a dumpster diver. Aizawa sighed. His voice was always this exasperated at how illogical Nedzu's actions could be, or at least seem at first glance. Not that most people could tell the difference between Aizawa's current tone and the tone he used with most people. Everyone either annoyed him or made him tired. No, not really. It says so on the nice little plaque outside your office after all. Which I should remind you is an office, not a studio apartment for you to sleep in during and after school hours. Netsu cheerfully replied and laughed to himself before taking a sip of tea. No, Aizawa sighed before lurching closer to Netsu's desk and retrieving something from his pocket. I have what you sent me for. Can I ask you why you wanted this? He pulls out a plastic evidence bag. Inside of that is a smaller plastic bag, or the remains of one as it looks to be mostly melted. Huh? Thank you, Aizawa. Though I can say it involves not just one but two of our promising-looking applicants to UA University. It will help in a particular proposal for a lesson plan for one of them. So, blackmail then? Of course. Walking down the street, anyone looking at Tsuyu would only be able to see her eyes peering out from deep within the warm embrace of her winter coat. It was the day after the UA entrance exams, and while she had been fine outside the previous day, a cold snap had moved through the region. She silently thanked Detnerat, a Japanese company known for making Quirk lifestyle support items, for the warming coat they made for people with cold-based quirks or like her were mutation types with cold blood. Otherwise she would have only made it to the corner from her house before going into hibernation. The electrical warming coils in the coat let her withstand the cold and meet up with her friends, which again she was thankful for. Even if she had to admit it made her look like a gremlin or the pro-hero wash. Hey Tsu-chan. Ochako Uraraka waved at her when Tsuyu had stepped inside the private gym Mr. Yagi had offered for her and her friends to use during the winter months when Dagoba Beach had become too cold for her and Setsuna. Once the weather had warmed up, though, they had stayed at the gym as Dagoba had become an increasingly popular beach for the locals, which meant they were more likely to get in trouble for using their quirks out in the open. Good morning, Okachun, Tsu croaked with her normal monotone voice. They had only met yesterday, but Tsu had taken an instant liking to the tall, cheery young woman. She had initially been a nervous beanpole, apologizing for intruding on Tsu's friend group, but once everyone had welcomed her, she was practically bouncing in the air. Taking off her coat and sitting down on the bench next to Okachan, Tsu's gaze drifted to the fighting ring that took up a good portion of the gym space. Light reflected off the blades that crashed into one another inside of the ring and made her blink slowly. She croaked. It looks like Kamakiri-chan and Midoriya-chan are making good on their promise to fight. Oh yeah, it's kind of scary. Okachan rubbed the back of her head, her smile faltering a tad as she nodded in the direction where Izuku and Taguru were sparring with one another. Come at me. Come on. Kamakiri shouted as he clashed with Izuku, both men covered from head to toe with an assortment of blades protruding from their bodies. Taguru's quirk, razor sharp, allowed him to form powerful blades from his body at will. Izuku's quirk immediately made him sprout similar blades, but unlike Taguru he could not make more, other than the ones that formed after copying the quirk. Their space was filled with the sound of said blades clattering as they both moved and parried at one another. Tsu watched as Taguru swept his leg up to strike at Izuku, a single, broad blade cutting toward Izuku, who blocked it with two smaller blades that protruded from his forearms. After a moment, Izuku pushed back with his arms, forcing Taguru to leap back as the mutate quirk user went from blocking to striking with those same arms in one fluid motion. The Mantis Morpha's eyes were scowling, but he had a clearly excited grin across his lips as he assaulted Izuku with another series of attacks. Tsu had been in the same testing site as Kamakiri, and she had seen him cleave through a small army of villain bots with his razor-sharp quirk. So she knew how dangerous he could be, especially when riled up for a fight, which just made her silently praise Izuku for how far he had come since she had first met him all those months ago. Tsu put one finger to her chin as she thought back. It really has been almost a year since I first met Midoriya-chan. I wish I had met you guys way back then too. Uraraka sighed, clasping her face in her hands, careful to not let her pinky fingers touch so as to not activate her quirk. And now you'll be in Class 1B, and most likely Midoriya and everyone else will be too, unless not as many emitter types pass the exam. If we pass the exam. Tsuyu corrected her, watching Izuku as he skidded around Taguru and forced the other man back to the boundary line of the ring. She watched him wince as Toguru suddenly shot up in the air and over Izuku. He had grown blades from the bottoms of his feet and used them as stilts to avoid a ring out. You gotta be confident. We passed. We all passed. Uraraka shook her head, shaking her fists in the air as if to deny the very possibility that they could fail at all. Maybe. Tsuyu croaked with a soft giggle. It was true though, as Uraraka's quirk was an emitter type she was destined for Class 1A, and with Tsuyu's own quirk a mutation type she would go to Class 1B, if she had passed the exam. It was UA University policy that all new Heroics Core students with emitter-type quirks would go to 1A, earning it the nickname of the Firepower class, and all mutation-type quirk students would go to Class 1B, likewise earning it the nickname of the Creature class. With emitter-type quirks being the most numerous type of quirk in the general population and mutation-type quirks being the least numerous, the difference in class numbers was always made up by transformation-type quirk holders, being the second most least numerous quirk type among the population. More often than not though, given the 20 body class sizes, students with emitter quirks made up at least 90% of the class. The policy was at times accused as quirkist by UA's detractors, but from a learning and safety standpoint it was a sound one. Having similar functioning quirks helped both students and teachers in the Heroics course learn how to better control and use them. The homeroom teacher assigned to each class was always well suited to not only provide advice on quirk usage but also make sure the students did not get out of hand with their own quirks. Emitter quirks tended to be long-range mostly, so the pro-hero assigned as their homeroom teacher was always someone who could easily disable an out-of-control student at long range. Given how many transformation and mutation types were close range, their teachers specialized in close quarters takedowns for Class 1B. Special precaution and lessons were needed after to be taken for the young adults. The university was training to use their quirks in combat and disaster situations. UA though did not let this policy stunt inter-student relations, as both classes shared a single large dormitory building. Not only that, but both classes shared at least one lecture or one practical exercise every week, allowing the students to intermingle. This became more frequent with Year 2 and Year 3 being able to take electives in addition to Heroics still, while it was very likely Tsuyu would be in Class 1B with Izuku, Itsuka, Toguru, and Setsuna, that there was the possibility that at least one or two would not be joining her. It wouldn't be so bad. Would it? We will still be in the same dorm and share at least one class every week and lunch. That's not that terrible? Tsuyu though remembered how difficult it had been making friends in middle school. Frog face. Do you think she eats flies too? Just hop along. This table is for humans, not frogs. Due to her appearance from her quirk, Tsuyu had never really been able to make many friends, outside of Habuko, whose snake-like appearance likewise landed her in the same boat. Habuko though was going to a different university, which just left the friends who had accepted her in their shared drive to make it into UA. There would be other mutation types who likely had similarly strange or even stranger appearances than her, but she felt like she did not want to lose any of her newer friends, but if she had to admit it. Itsuka and Izuku in particular. They had both accepted her despite her appearance and admittingly blunt personality, neither of which she ever tried to hide. It had been her fault, even if it was an accident, that Izuku had nearly drowned seeing her but had quickly accepted her and her quirk. When his quirk had gone out of control at Gran Torino's, she had cried with worry for him, one of the few times her control over her emotions had slipped completely. It had been Itsuka who had been there, and though she had just as worried, they had helped each other make it through the ordeal. Afterward, Itsuka had thrown herself into helping Tsuyu train and get ready for the entrance exam. Tsuyu, being an older sister to two younger siblings with parents who worked long hours, meant a lot of responsibility was on her shoulders. Itsuka looked out for her and helped her shoulder the burdens and stresses of it. Just thinking about losing them was causing her train of thought to go off the rails with no breaks. They both enjoyed her company and cared for her. She could see it in the way they looked at her and spoke to her. They are both special to me. Equally so. If they both asked me to be their girlfriend, I wouldn't know who to pick at. Tsuyu's thoughts came to a screeching halt in her head. Something in her chest felt like it made a frog leap, but failed and fell on its back. Hey Tsuyu! Itsuka's voice called right next to where she was sitting, snapping the green net out of her thoughts. She blinked rapidly and looked around, She had been so lost in thought she had missed Itsuka's arrival, and looking at the fighting ring, both Izuku and Tageru were on their backs, blades embedded into the floor. Her friend curled a brow and looked down at her. "Are you all right?" "Sorry, I was thinking." Tsuyu croaked and smiled up at the red-haired Amazon. Silently thankful her cold blood meant her blush was externally faint. 6 more days and we'll find out if we got into UA. "Come on, Mopta. Put your back into it." Setsuna barked at Izuku with her trademark grin as the man struggled under the weight of several large boxes he was balancing. She was certain he could move faster if he did not walk like he was stepping on eggshells to the moving truck. "I'm moving. What do you have in these boxes, Tokage?" Izuku huffed, tightening his grip on his load. Setsuna's eyes traveled down to his shirt where the muscles in his arms and chest were, she thought, oh so deliciously, giving her quite the view. She almost missed his next word. "Rocks? Those boxes contain my very own dinosaur fossil collection. So yeah, rocks." Setsuna grinned wider in mirth as Izuku's eyes bulged for a second before they sunk back into his head with an air of defeat covering his face. As she was chuckling to herself, a much larger form appeared behind her, looming above her and casting the smaller woman into its shadow. Looking behind her, Setsuna's gaze traveled upward. The person standing behind her was about 7 feet tall, and notably looked partially human and partially like a Komodo dragon. They were also a woman. The Komodo woman's mouth opened to reveal her own grin filled with pointed teeth and a long, languid tongue. When she spoke, her words were raspy. "Setsuna, dear, I know as your mother I raised you better than to laugh at other people's misfortunes." "I know." Setsuna winked at her mom, Okia Tokage. "I got my sense of humor from Dad. I did my best. We should be glad she only got my humor and my hair." Setsuna's father, Fumio Tokage, an older man who looked much more normal compared to his wife except for his unruly head of shaggy green hair, winked at his daughter before following Izuku into the truck with his own arms filled with boxes. Okia did not look amused nor convinced by either of her family members' arguments. "It's fine. I mean Midoriya eats training for breakfast, lunch and dinner. What gets the muscles going more than lifting something really heavy?" Setsuna splayed out her hands and looked at her mom innocently. Her mom continued to be unamused and unconvinced. "It's all right, Mrs. Tokage," Izuku said as he walked up to them, looking a little winded but appeared to be bouncing back fairly quickly. "And I heard about how your family was moving to Tokyo, and now that your daughter was going to you, I was happy to help." He beamed at her with his blindingly innocent smile. Another dose of Izuku being a cinnamon roll. Setsuna thought to herself as her stern mother's gaze softened with the young man's arrival into the conversation. He really was too nice and helpful for his own good. Which made her angry at the hurt and pain others had put him through once she had realized it. Being the daughter of a psychologist had helped Setsuna recognize the signs fairly easily. Part of his fear of crowds and being touched certainly could be attributed to the nature of his quirk, but it was his own self-deprecating comments that had first given her a clue. From there, his stuttering and amazing social awkwardness had only broadened the picture. Behind his blinding smile there were cracks, and certainly not self-made ones. He also did not mention having any other friends. Given how well she knew from her own experiences kids could be little monsters, she had guessed that most of the abuse had come from his school, which was why Setsuna thought Izuku getting into UA was not just important for his hero career but his life. He needed a clean break from the past, and Setsuna was determined that she would be there to help him. Heroes saved lives in more ways than one after all. "Come on, Midoriya." Setsuna slapped a hand on his back. It made him jump a bit, but she had been doing it for so long he had gotten used to it. Just as planned, "I have a couple more boxes of rocks for you to move. Midoriya, you have been such a great help. I feel like I need to embarrass my daughter on your behalf." Okia rasped to Mop Top, grinning at her daughter, which made Setsuna pause. Parental blackmail. Her only weakness. Would you like to see some pictures of Setsuna when she was going through her gyre phase? And no, of course he doesn't want to see those. Just 3 more days until acceptance letters arrived. She hoped all of her friends would make it in. Itsuka dug her hands and feet into the sand a few moments after she had sat down, her eyes drifting over Dagobah for a few seconds before looking out over the horizon where the sun was starting to dip down. She smiled softly. This place used to be such a mess. You actually want me to move all of this? You will do so with your own 2 hands, young Kendu. What kind of training is that? Itsuka giggled to herself at the memory of when All Might had first brought her to Dagobah. There had hardly been any beach to see underneath the tottering mounds of junk. At first she had thought he was crazy to expect her to move it all, but then he had told her to also move it with his own quirk. Right then and there he had given her the source of his amazing power, one for all. Even as fit as she had been when they had first met, the first few days of trying to use the quirk had broken her bones and left her beaten and exhausted. It was only when she had used her naturally born quirk, Big Fist, had they discovered she could use his quirk without sending her to Recovery Girl. From there the pace at which she had worked to clean up the beach had practically quadrupled overnight. Then just as she had been finishing up the last dregs of garbage, Izuku had shown up, much to both of their surprise. Then she had accidentally let him copy her quirk, and for a dreadful moment she had thought he had copied one for all, that she had betrayed the trust All Might had given her to guard the secret of his quirk. Fortunately that had not been the case. He had just copied her Big Fist quirk, and had even gushed on about how great her simple, boring quirk was. She giggled again. Seeing him blush had been my first taste at how adorable he could be. Then he told her that he was also trying to get into UA and had offered to help clean up the rest of the beach. He had not been angry with her for ruining his chance to train. Instead he had just wanted to help. So they had worked together until All Might had arrived, and she had noticed the odd look that her mentor had given Midoriya. After agreeing to help one another train for UA, she had turned on the number 1 hero and got him to confess. I may have outrun into young Midoriya a few days ago, when I was chasing down a particularly slippery villain. And I may have accidentally called him a villain and made him cry. What? All Might, you are the symbol of peace. Saying that to a hero hopefully probably crushed his heart and soul. You need to be more careful. Why yes. I know, young Kendu. As fortune would have it, I ran into him again, saving another young man from a slime villain. I was impressed with his heroic spirit. I tracked him down and encouraged him to train his quirk and strive for UA. Which makes sense why he was here. After that, we've been pretty inseparable, huh? Itsuka brushed her face as she felt a blush creep into her cheeks after realizing what she had said. She was probably just worrying too much. She doubted any of her other friends were thinking about what would happen if they did not make it into UA. He had helped bring her together with Tsuyu, Toguru and Setsuna, and just recently Ochako. It was like he was a magnet for hero hopefuls. Just imagining what Izuku's reaction would be if he did not get in despair enough to break the young man, sent a shiver down her own spine and made her want to do anything and everything to reject such a fate. Itsuka shook her head to push away those thoughts, but the sentiment still made her sigh and mumble, "And why is that, Are you just being everyone's big sis, or is there something else?" Here they were on the cusp of UA, and just the anticipation of it was sending her thoughts spiraling. It had seemed so far away, but now it was here and it was making her dig deeper than before. Her feelings when it came to the Greenette over the last year had felt like a constant case of whiplash. He had made her feel the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. She had been so happy training with him and seeing how far he had come, but likewise after his case of quirk exhaustion she had been left almost a wreck and had doubted herself. How did that old American song go? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. Ugh. Itsuka fell flat on her back into the sand with a soft whump and stared at the darkening sky. Her thoughts began to boil, coming down to a single stream of thought. Was Izuku attractive? Did he think she was attractive? Yes, from the looks she caught him giving her. Did she feel a special connection with him? Did he feel a special connection with her? Maybe? She hoped but did not know. Would it actually be good for him if she went up to him and said, "Hey, let's go out together in a relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend?" No, she sighed and covered her face with her hands, pulling down until they came to rest on her chest. All the pressure of getting into UA and then having all the expectations of being in the heroics course was one thing. There was also the very plain fact that Izuku was not that good with social interactions, Especially she worried now that he was being thrown into a new environment. Sure, she knew that she, Tsuyu, and Setsuna would be there to help him swim through it, but did he really need her suddenly latching onto him and making him sink just because she felt like maybe they could be together? She remembered his look of horror and pain when his quirk had gone out of control. He looked like he was drowning. It was all too much for him all too soon. Just thinking about it was making her sick. It would be selfish of her to try and push on the expectations of a relationship so soon. What if it did not work out and he panicked and self-ostracized himself, leaving him all alone again? Nope, not going there. Not that now anyway. Itsuka resolved. She did not like the hole in her core when she spoke, but it had to be done. Izuku was her friend, so, for now at least, she had to be his friend first, and nothing else. Tomorrow's the day. Everyone should be getting their letters. Izuku looked at the letter from UA like it might actually bite him. From what he had heard about Dean Nedzu, there was a very good chance it might, somehow. Why, you're being ridiculous, he mumbled to himself, rubbing his face with his hands as he stared at the letter that held his entire future within its no doubt deceptively plain-looking envelope. For the 5th time since he had retreated into his room with the letter after his mother had brought in the mail, Izuku got up from his bed, and then sat back down before he could take another step. This is how I die. I'm just going to continue to stare at this thing until my body gives out from hunger and thirst. Why couldn't he be blunt about this like Tsuyu? Why couldn't he be smart about this like Setsuna? Why couldn't he be brave about this like Itsuka? Why couldn't he be as optimistic as Ochako? He looked down at his phone and the test messages from earlier. Mean Green Dream Team and Kendi Uraraka. Frog, my letter arrived. I am in Class 1B. T-Rex, what's? Fist, congratulations Tsuyu. I knew you could do it. I am going to be right there with you in Class 1B. T-Rex, W. My 2 favorite gal pals all in one place. Machi, I got into the I'm in Class 1A though. T-Rex, while expected there will be no tears in this chat. Only winning. Frog, what about Midoriya? Did he get it? T-Rex, my fingers are crossed and floating in the air. Tsuyu, Itsuka, and Ochako had all gotten into you. No word from Toguro, but given how his quirk was, Izuku didn't doubt it. Wouldn't it be something if everyone but me got it? Isn't that right, you worthless, powerless copy? No, I can't think like that. Izuku groaned, even if it was incredibly easy to think those negative thoughts. He looked at the chat again and sighed, resolve pooling in his core. He was not alone anymore. He had others who knew and wanted him to be a hero. Even if his own sake meant nothing. His entire body trembling, he got up from his bedside and stepped forward, 1 foot at a time until he could reach down and in shaky hands tear open the envelope and his future that lay within. He jumped back in surprise when a strange, metal square dropped out and onto his desk. He wondered what it was but got his answer when it sprang into life, an image forming above his desk. My Izuku Midoriya, you are quite the young man, aren't you? A sultry, feminine voice spoke her words, causing Izuku to immediately burst into a blush. Moments later the image solidified into a clear shape. The dark-haired woman had a playful, teasing smile on her lips and a fire in her eyes, her hips ped to the side with both hands on them, her hero suit leaving very little at all to the imagination. Izuku recognized her, the 18+ rated hero, Midnight. In her hands she had her rose thorn whip and she was squeezing and twisting it as she spoke. For some reason Izuku's eyes kept falling down to that as he struggled to look her in the face, and nowhere else. Quite energetic too, I might add. She cooed playfully. You were quite the sight on the battlefield, using your truly amazing quirk to adapt to the parameters of the exam and literally go above and beyond the other examinees. Plus ultra indeed. Midnight liked her lips and on instinct Izuku swallowed hard. The image switched to show Izuku as he leapt above the other examinees and climbed onto the rooftops. Ambushing the villain bots as he went, in the corner a points meter went up with each and every bot he destroyed. Had he really done that well? With all that you were able to score 50 villain points. Though that's not all you scored, Midnight winked again as her holographic projection began to wiggle with building excitement. You also earned 35 rescue points. What are rescue points, you may be asking yourself? Well, as you know, being a hero isn't all about smashing and bashing. We also wanted to see if our contestants had that heroic spirit. The image continued to show Izuku as he pulled other contestants away from dangerous situations where it looked like they might be overwhelmed. It also showed him jumping and swinging across the street to pick up Uraraka and save her from being crushed, ending with their getaway through the air and him putting her down gently so she could receive healing from Recovery Girl. That puts your score at 85 points total, which means out of the 36 students who passed the exam you were ranked. Drumroll please. The image shifted again to show a list of names, and to his utter disbelief he was there at second place. Yes, you ranked just above third place, which went to Ejiro Kirishima and, well, everyone trailed behind this year's first place, Itsuka Kendo. He had to do a double take as he saw what Itsuka's score was. She had finished the exam with a total of 123 points, 90 of which were villain points alone. He always knew she was amazing, but to see it ranked like this, it made him feel good to know UA was recognizing her too. Which of course means you will be in MY homeroom. Class 1B. Midnight's image reappeared, showing her smiling as she moved her arms out into the air. You'll be sent details for pre-orientation, a meeting with me to discuss some things and get you set up in the heroics course. I look forward to ironing out the details, but go out and celebrate with your family and friends. I'll see you soon and welcome to your hero academia. I did it, that I got into you, Izuku mumbled, his throat constricting and he was already starting to cry, tears pouring down his face. He was going to be a hero, wasn't he? His phone pinged again, distracting him from his sobbing as he looked at the latest message. Mean Green Dream Team, and Kendi Uraraka. Sword, what the hell? I'm in class 1A. Please have a seat, Midoriya-kun. We have quite a bit to talk about, Midnight cooed, giving him a wink as she sat down behind her desk. Smiling at him. He had not expected this. He had not expected this at all. Thank you, ma'am. Izuku gulped as he robotically moved toward the chair in front of her office desk. Her office was small, the walls lined with books and pictures of what Izuku assumed were friends and family. On a rack behind her seat on the wall, Midnight's signature thorn whip was hung with care, as a hunter would hang their prized rifle. After only a few moments he felt claustrophobic, as if the room was pressing down on him on all sides and pushing him toward Midnight. He tried to get comfortable. He did not know why. He added, I didn't expect to see why you dressed in dash. Not dressed in my costume, She finished for him, a knowing smile on her lips as she looked over her red cat's eye glasses. She was wearing a very simple navy blue dress. The ruffled edges left her arms bare and it was drawn around her waist by a simple drawstring. It went all the way down to her ankles where she wore red strap shoes. Technically speaking, she was actually showing more skin than she normally would with her hero costume, but this was much more cute. He had been prepared for the 18+ rated heroine's normal costume. Even for her to wear something even more skimpy and revealing, as she had a reputation a mile wide for being a tease. This cuteness though completely shattered his defenses and left him just as flustered. Please, you can call me by my hero name or Kiyama-sensei. Whichever you prefer. After all, you are. Midnight paused, leaning forward. She slowly took off her glasses. She brought the ear tip to her lips and chewed on it as she breathed out, "That my student." The way her voice dipped down, becoming huskier as she said, made Izuku's blush feel like it was going to go nuclear for a moment. He caught a giddy glint in Midnight's eye for just a moment, as she seemed to bask in his embarrassment, before she completely did a 180-degree turn in her demeanor. Her glasses were back on her face, her posture was straight, and she had a file open in front of her. It was said that Midnight was a persona, an alter ego, that the woman behind the mask used to intimidate heroes and villains alike, if it was she was an expert at switching between Midnight and Kiyama-sensei at a moment's notice. I know you heard it before, but congratulations on being accepted to UA University. I know that I and the other staff in the heroics course look forward to teaching you and seeing you grow into becoming a hero. Kiyama-sensei smiled warmly at him again. There was no more sultry flirtation in it. It was simply the excitement of an educator. It was her words that threw Izuku more for a loop than the switch-up between Midnight and Kiyama-sensei. His interactions with his teachers through middle and high school had been tepid at the best of times, except for when a substitute was brought in who was not part of the Aldra educational staff system. Their enthusiasm was largely reserved for Bakugo and other students who had their quirks together, those who had flashy quirks or ones that seemed to be suited well for a future career in heroics. Given how much Izuku's quirk had been out of control for so many years, he had been dismissed as a burden by the Aldra staff. Which was why when his teachers or the principal had enthusiastically congratulated him on getting into UA, their words had only rung insincere and hollow to him. Though, even if they had praised him from the start, Izuku had a feeling it would all have just sounded the same to him. They would have only cared about his quirk, not him. He only had to look at Kaken to see that. Which was why Kiyama-sensei's words surprised him. She actually sounded sincere. Thank you. Kiyama-sensei. He blinked and on pure reflex scratched the back of his head. It has always been my dream to come here. You could say it is a dream come true. I was just the same way. Kiyama nodded her head, closing her eyes a moment as she seemed to reflect on past memories before she opened them again and continued. Well, you know this already, but you have been placed in my Class 1B. You were actually almost sent to Class 1A because of a little mix-up when the staff were reviewing student assignments. A mix-up? Izuku asked, surprised to hear that. It is rare to see a copy subtype quirk, and not only do we have one student coming in this year with one, but we have two students. A certain someone had mixed up your and their paperwork. Fortunately, we were able to catch it. It may be boring, but paperwork is a necessary aspect of being a hero, Kiyama replied with a sigh. There was another first-year student with a copy quirk? That got Izuku's interest. His mind was already off and running speculating about this mysterious person. They have a copy quirk, but they were placed in 1A instead of 1B with me. That must mean there is a great enough difference between how both of our quirks work to warrant the separation. If they are in 1A, that must mean they can copy emitter-type quirks, something which I can't do at all. Could that mean they have similar limitations to my quirk? Maybe they can't copy mutation or transformation quirks as well. It would have definitely been labeled as an emitter quirk compared to mutate, which while being a transformation quirk effectively makes the quirk's eye copy into mutation. Oh my. I can already bet you will be taking quirk theory as an elective after your first year. That is quite the analysis. Kiyama smiled at him before she jotted something down on her notepad. Sorry, Izuku squeaked, wishing he could turn into sludge and just drip through the floor. I mutter. Don't worry about it. It just shows how passionate you are. Midnight peeked through at him as she gave an enthusiastic squeal to passionate. Once she settled down, she continued. Analysis is a great skill to have as a hero. It allows you a better understanding of the situations you might find yourself in. You might just make an excellent student advisor or TA in your third year. Again, Izuku was taken aback. An adult, a teacher at that, was praising his quirk analysis? What the what? Though that is getting off topic. Let's go back to your quirk. It is officially registered as mutate. Now ensuring student health and safety when using their quirks is a top priority here at UA. I want you to be honest with me and tell me, are there any health concerns when using your quirk? Fatigue? Nausea? A case of your insides becoming your outsides? Anything you can think of, please. That way we can update Recovery Girl's records and schedule any testing or treatments that she might find necessary. Memories stampeded through his mind of all of the times his quirk had gone off by accident, when he had collapsed from exhaustion from overuse, and worst of all, what had happened when his quirk had finally snapped. He liked his lips. You hesitated. Kiyama's words pounced on him. She leaned forward across her desk, making him retreat further back into his chair, flustered. No dash. I didn't dash, he sputtered, trying to think of an excuse, but nothing came to mind. I did. Yeah, I did. Izuku resigned in defeat. Will you tell me about it? Kiyama asked calmly. Her tone wasn't demanding, she was simply offering a handout to Izuku for him to take. She watched him cautiously, and it hit him that she was concerned for him. This all felt too strange for him. There had been other students with weak quirks at Aldra who had suffered the same indifference from the staff as he had, but Izuku had the misfortune of being a lightning rod for Kaken's temper. Everyone with a weak quirk as his had either ignored him or joined in, if only so they did not become a target. If you don't feel comfortable, we can arrange for you to meet with Recovery Girl Dash. I've gotten, a lot better with my quirk. Izuku said, pulling at one of his gloves anxiously. The more I use it, the more stamina it drains and I get really tired and sluggish. I don't feel any pain when I copy another quirk or it times out. The worst that ever happened was, Izuku paused to swallow, that when I overextended my quirk. Did not rest it enough and copied too many quirks at once. I just kept mutating, he quickly added. It always stops when I pass out though or go to sleep. So I think your quirk would be great for helping me keep it under control. Oh really? Then that makes me gladder that I am your heroics course advisor. Kiyama's lips tugged upward into a small smile from the frown they had dipped into while he had been talking. She continued to speak as she wrote down notes on a pad of paper. We will have to see if Class 1, as Homeroom Heroics Advisor's quirk works on you. There has been some debate if it would or not. Still, we want to ensure the safety of all of our little students so you become big, strapping heroes. Class 1, as Professor had a quirk that might not work on him? That was an interesting note. Izuku wondered who the professor could be. All of UA's professors were pro-heroes after all, so it would have to be someone with some sort of restraint or cancellation quirk. He couldn't wait to meet them and test out his quirk against their quirk. The meeting proceeded with Kiyama going through his class schedule and his dorm arrangements. First-year heroics course students did not have much choice of electives, their focus being on their specialized hero classes and the generalized classes, math, English, literature, and such for their first year. General education and the other courses though had more choices than their hero-in-training counterparts. Once he was a second year, his choices for classes opened up immensely. He was especially interested in quirk theory. For now he had chosen a single art class, which delighted Kiyama as she was that class's professor. He had picked up drawing in middle school to help him record hero costumes and draw out attack combo ideas he had. He felt it also helped him with his nerves as it was relaxing. For dorm arrangements he would be assigned to the Heights Alliance dorm, which was shared by both Class 1A and Class 1B. He kept his worries about running into Kaken to himself. He did not need to worry his new sensei about it. The move-in date was the weekend before classes started. There would be orientation with the dorm's RAs. If he was caught with alcohol or drugs, punishment would range from expulsion from the heroic course or from UA entirely, and he chose his meal plan. He did blush again when she mentioned that relationships between students were not forbidden. Kiyama had then winked at him and nearly sent Izuku falling back out of his chair. No. My favorite part of pre-orientation, Kiyama giddily announced as she practically bounced in her chair. We are going to talk about costume designs. Have you brought your draft? Along with the acceptance letter there had been paperwork for his hero costume design, with the option to either explain the design in writing or to draw it out. Izuku had been so giddy about the prospect he had made several dozen designs before he had settled on one. Yes. Here it is, right here. Izuku smiled as he handed it over to Kiyama. Once she had the draft in hand, her eyebrows shot up over her cat-eye glasses as she took in his drawing and the footnotes he had written. Oh my, Midnight gasped, a growing smile splitting her face as she looked it over. You have quite the skill with a pencil. If you weren't already taking my art class, I would have teased you mercilessly until you joined. For what felt like the 100th time in the space of an hour, Izuku blushed a deep red. He wrung his hands together in his lap and tried not to look directly at Midnight's eyes as she seemed to come to the forefront of the two alter egos beneath Kiyama's glasses. Black, green, and red. Oh, I do like your coloring here. His costume for the most part consisted of a two-piece compression bodysuit. His top was colored black from his neck to his shoulders to his elbows and green on his torso down to his waist and on his forearms. His pants were black from the waist down to the knees and green to his feet. Across his chest was a horizontal DNA helix, kind of shaped like a smile, with the strands black and the rungs red. Around his waist he wore a utility belt with different sized pouches that went to his back, which he planned to store quirk samples, first aid supplies, communication equipment, and any other gear he would need. He had made sure to include his signature red boots and black gloves. What stood out on his costume was on his forearm and legs below the knee were several chevron-shaped opening vents which exposed his skin. "Why the open-air skin on your arms and legs?" Midnight asked, raising an eyebrow at him. "To help activate your quirk, I bet?" "Wise. That's it." Izuku smiled brightly and nodded his head, pointing at the draft. "My original design was going to be something more loose and covered my body completely, but I realized it might tear more easily if it did not conform to my body, and also if I could not get my gloves off, then I would be at a disadvantage if I needed to copy a quirk. I've been working with a friend on my punches, kicks, and blocks so I can make sure I don't accidentally copy someone's quirk that I don't want to." He in his breath after his long-winded explanation, looking away bashfully as Midnight giggled at him. My a very fine first draft of a hero costume, Midoriya-kun. That's high praise from me considering how I pushed the boundaries of costumes in our industry." Midnight beamed proudly, but Izuku kept his mouth shut considering she had pushed said boundaries far enough for the country to enact a law standardizing how much skins were exposed and acceptably provocative costumes. If you stop by the support department on your way out, Powerloader can get some dot samples from you so that he can make your costume work with your quirk." Midnight said. "Yes, I was hoping for that. Just like how Ryukyu when she transforms into her dragon form her costume confers to her new body, or like how when Tiger from the Wild Pussycats uses his quirk to stretch his suit stretches with him." Izuku nodded. He had hoped that UA would offer that right out of the gate for his costume. With how his quirk worked, the school would spend a fortune just replacing his costumes. If they treated it to adapt to his quirk, they would save time and money in spades. Izuku was also happy to finally have clothes that he could not accidentally destroy with his quirk. "It is missing something, however," Midnight hummed. Izuku leaned in toward Midnight, the closest he had been the entire meeting. Part of him fanboying over getting costume advice from Midnight while another part of him just excited to talk to someone about his ideas. After a few moments, she leaned back and quirked her gaze toward her thorn whip that hung behind her. "Have you considered using a capture weapon?" "A capture weapon? No, not really." Izuku furrowed his brow, his hand coming up to squeeze his lower lip as her suggestion began to tumble its way through his thoughts. He began to mutter, "With the quirks I have been practicing with, they are very highly mobile quirks and are really well suited for containment actions. So far I haven't had the need for a capture weapon. Though what if I do find myself in a situation where I don't have access to Itsuka's or Tsuyu's quirks or face an opponent just out of reach or is too fast? Having a capture weapon therefore would let me restrain them to either copy their quirk or prevent myself from risking skin contact to copy their quirk if it was unsuitable for the scenario." "There you go again, showing off that oh so delightful brain of yours. Good looking and smart? You'll have a hard time fending yourself from the men and women who will be throwing themselves at you," Midnight teased, which was the right thing to throw Izuku off his mutter storm and make him cover himself with his arms. After getting control of her laughter, Midnight continued, "You are exactly right. A capture weapon would help you in situations where you don't have a quirk to copy or you need to restrain a target. I use my whip to ensnare villains and bring them close enough for me to use my quirk. I also look damn good holding it, also getting my students' attention." Midnight winked. Would a whip be good for me?" Izuku squeaked, peeking out from behind his arms, which made Midnight ponder for a moment. You could secure it to your utility belt, but aesthetically I don't know that more Beastmaster than Beastman." Midnight stared at him for several seconds, each second feeling like she was peeling back his entire being. Then without warning she slammed her hands onto her desk. She shouted, "That's it." Grabbing several colored pencils and pens, she took his draft and proceeded to draw on it, shielding it from Izuku's nervous looks as she continued to draw. After several minutes of scratching on paper and what sounded like her own brand of muttering, Midnight held up Izuku's original draft, a sparkle in her eyes as she presented the new design. "What you need is a capture cloak." "Capture cloak?" Izuku's head tilted to the side as he looked at the new design. She had drawn a cloak, one with a hood that covered his hair and wrapped around his neck before billowing backward down close to his feet. The inside of the cloak was completely black while the outside showed a green-black checker pattern. At the very bottom of the cloak's hem were odd red-colored balls that hung down. It certainly did not look bad at all, he had to admit. Yes. A coworker of mine uses a scarf made from special alloys and carbon fiber, but I know the Caped Crusader and Sire in America make use of them. With this you can throw it off into a villain's face, the red ball acting as weights to help wrap around the target, like bolus. You could also give it a twirl and it will constrict itself into a whip. You can wrap it around an opponent to tie up their hands. Quite a few Filipino and Indonesian martial arts use cloth as improvised weapons. Midnight appeared to be bursting with enthusiasm. Was this how Izuku normally looked when talking about quirks? That did not matter, he was already getting more and more excited. You're right, he hummed, his leg bouncing as he spoke. It would also help me limit accidental exposure, and look with the inside blacket's hand to see my black gloves which would dash. Help mask your hand movements. Yes, exactly what I was thinking. Midnight clapped her hands together. It does also add a certain air of mystery if I do say so myself. So? Do you want it added to your official costume? Do you? Yes. Please. Thank you, Midnight-sensei. Izuku couldn't keep the grin off his face. At that moment he felt like he would never stop smiling. Yue was definitely going to be different than Aldra ever was. Nemuri waved goodbye to Izuku as the young man shut the door behind him. She had wished him to have a good 2 weeks off before he arrived on campus. No sooner had he shut the door, Nemuri slowly took off her glasses, set them on her desk and then reached into her desk drawer. She pulled out her domino mask that was part of her hero costume and with practiced ease placed it on her face. She took in a deep breath as she closed her eyes and let it out again. After a heartbeat she jumped to her feet, her heels clacking loudly on the floor, then grabbed her royal blue dress with both hands and pulled. Her dress came apart immediately. Underneath her dress, Midnight was wearing her Sand M-looking bodysuit that was her heroic costume. She had just taken off her arms as they would have been visible while wearing her drawstring dress, which itself was actually a tearaway dress. Oh, he is just so adorable. Midnight squealed, her arms wrapping around her as a deep blush came to her face and she wiggled in place. She was biting her lip. Not only is he a cutie but he is so shy and adorable. Oh, if I was only 5 years younger and not his professor I would just eat him up. Midnight continued to coo as she practically pranced around her desk. When Netsu had told her about Izuku's situation, she had been worried for the trauma her new student had suffered, and she was absolutely ecstatic that his past years had not seemed to dim his youthful spirit. She had wanted to reach across the desk and pull him into her bosom as soon as she had seen his bright smile. Oh, this year I have so many wonderful chicks coming into my class this year. She giggled to herself, pushing her hands to her face as she continued to blush. Oh, so much youthful energy this year. I can tell they are going to make the whole university's blood just absolutely pump with excitement. A loud banging noise interrupted her euphoria. It was coming from one of her walls. Some of us are trying to work on forms, Nemuri. Shota's voice came through the wall, muffled but still sounding exhausted. Oh shush. Midnight snapped back. Her hands went to her hips and she moved out her chin defiantly even though Eraserhead could not see her. I am a proud mother hen and I have got to strut. And have one more with Izuku's quirk activated. Oh, and my baby b-boy is a M-man and now. Inko Midoriya wailed, her eyes a constant stream of tears that given how she was holding onto him so tightly was soaking Izuku's green hoodie. Why are leaving the nest all grown up? Not that Izuku was much better. It's okay mom. I won't be that far away. You can visit in a few weekends too. Izuku's voice trembled, a smaller stream of tears falling down his face. He thought it was only because of how many years they had lived in the same apartment complex and their neighbors had learned to tune out the crying Midoriyas that no one had complained about them as they stood by the street. In a small pile of boxes was everything Izuku was taking within him to Yue. They were just waiting for Yue's mover bots to arrive to take Izuku and his belongings to the university. Self-hired moving services were forbidden from setting foot on campus. Given how high-profile Yue was and the number of heroes it churned out every year, they spared no expense when it came to security, even for their new students. Are you sure? Why you don't want your mother to be a BB bother? Inko looked up at him, sniffling loudly. Oh, of course you wouldn't be. I'll get to show you what I've learned about becoming a hero. Izuku smiled shakily. He brought up both of his hands and placed them on Inko's cheeks. His hands were bare of the usual gloves he wore. Ever since he had gotten his quirk, she was the only person he wasn't afraid to touch with his skin or have touched him. Or at least she had been until recently. Her quirk was an emitter type, so there was no way for him to copy it, but she was also his mother and he knew it would have broken both their hearts if he had been afraid of her. Izuku. You've gotten so tall. Inko sniffed again, her tears starting to draw back from a dam breaking to a small stream. It feels like it was only yesterday why you were peep-yuling on my pants for computer time to watch All Might. Inko's face became somber at the mention of the number one hero. She bit her lip and looked at him as if she was holding something back. When she did speak, her voice was quiet and full of guilt. If only I had done more for you. Enough that it wouldn't have to have been All Might dash. I told you before, Izuku interrupted her, putting on a brave, if small smile just for her. It's my fault for not being open about how hard things were. It had been thanks to Itsuka, Tsuyu, and even Mr. Yagi prodding him that he had admitted to his mother just how bad his daily life had been. How others had taunted him about his quirk, how his classmates had accused him of having a villain's quirk, of being chased by bullies, though he had not revealed Kaken's or anyone else's names, how he had hated his quirk, and how bad his anxiety had become. It had been painful to see and hear the pain she had felt, that she had failed him by giving him his quirk and not noticing how bad it had been for him. They had cried together for a while, but in the end he had convinced her as much as he could that what had happened was in the past and he was moving forward to leave it all behind him. I know it. Oh, Izuku, you are too good of a son. She smiled past her tears, the faucet finally having turned off, a bubbly laugh escaping her as she continued, I am your mother. You're supposed to blame me for everything be bad in your life. I couldn't ever do that. Izuku was laughing too as he bent down and hugged the shorter woman tightly. A bad mother couldn't make the great Katsudon, why do? They were still laughing and hugging one another when the UA moving truck pulled up to them. Reluctantly breaking the hug with his mom, Izuku went up to the driver's side of the truck and placed his UA student badge that he had received from his pre-orientation to the dark glass of the side window. The entire glass pane flashed like it was a computer or tablet screen before it chimed with a green light. Izuku Midoriya. ID, Heroics Course. Class 1B, Hero Name, NA, Positive Identification. An electronic voice droned from the truck, deploying cargo bots. Please enter the passenger cabin. Mr. Midoriya. Welcome to UA. The back of the moving truck opened with the screech of hydraulics and steam, the back section pulling back like a flower petal to reveal not only two bulky robots but other boxes as well. The moving truck must have already picked up one or two other students. He grimaced at the prospect of having to share the passenger seat cab with someone he did not know, but he pushed it down. He couldn't let his mom see and worry about him any more than she was. I'll text you later when I am all unpacked. Take care, Mom. Izuku leaned down and gave Inko one last hug. I will, Izuku. I know that you'll be fine too. Inko said into his ear, pulling back to give him the same beaming smile he had inherited from her, especially with those two lovely ladies taking care of you. Inko winked at him. Izuku chuckled, the images of Itsuka and Tsuyu flashing in his mind's eye. Yeah, they really do are. Izuku's words came to a crash as he realized what his mother was implying. His eyes grew to the size of dinner plates as he was hit over the head with a full facial blush. It's not like we dash. Us dash. Mr. Midoriya. We have a schedule to keep. Deploying the clamps. The moving truck's robotic voice chimed again behind him. A moment later he heard the passenger cabin door pop open and a metallic claw clamped on his arm from behind. With a single tug he was pulled off his feet and moved into the passenger cabin, the door closing behind him. Who had programmed UA's robots to have such little to no concern for their students' well-being. Izuku hit the floor of the cabin. It wasn't a very large space to begin with, his body squeezed between the steel wall that separated the cab from the driver, cabin and the single wide seat. One of his legs was laying lopsided on an empty space on the seat. He would have to squeeze his arms under his body to push himself into a sitting position. Oh my! A poor sheep dragged here before their time. Are you well? A woman's voice asked him. A moment later a woman his age, who to Izuku's shock had hair made out of vines, leaned into his view, directly above him. Her dark eyes squinted at him, her lips downturned in concern. From the position he was in, he had fallen on top of her feet. A glance to the side told him his shoulders were wedged between the steel wall and her skirt-covered legs. Given her hair, she most likely had a mutation-type quirk, which meant if he wasn't very careful in getting up he might brush against something he shouldn't and copy her quirk. She's so close. Izuku squirmed, goosebumps sprouting on his arms. He shut his eyes and swallowed, trying to calm himself. He had to focus. He had not said anything to her. To not touch him. He needed to get up before she offered to help him. Do not be afraid. Your salvation is within easy reach, she said softly, clasping her hands together. Her vine-like hair shivered and then stretched out to him. Wait, don't do that, dash. Izuku panic shouted, but his warning was too late as he felt her vines curl around his body and brush against his unloved hands pinned at his sides. Scandinavia. It felt like an itching in his scalp, like every single fiber of hair was trying to wriggle its way out of his skin. Then it was over, but he could still feel his hair, but also move it, like when he had first copied the multiple limbs quirk in the entrance exam, except multiplied by 100 and from his skull. He definitely felt like the weight on his neck had become heavier. It would certainly take a couple minutes at least to get used to it. He wondered, you shouldn't be thinking about her quirk right now. Focus on this awkward situation. It oddly felt like someone had planned for him to be thrown into a confined space with a woman who would help him up and have a quirk he could accidentally copy. Who could possibly do that, though? Izuku braced for the shock in her dark eyes to inevitably turn into horror or disgust. For her to lay out accusations calling him a thief or a villain. To say his quirk was, what a miraculous quirk you have. I am honored to share the blessings of my own quirk with another. She seemed to almost shine as she smiled at him, clasping her hands in prayer for a moment before Izuku was gently placed in a sitting position on the bench seat. Then her vines retracted like snakes, sliding back until it framed her like a halo. Izuku could only blink as the moving truck finally lurched into motion. The robots had probably finished packing his boxes. I'm sorry, he coughed. You have no reason to be, little sheep. I heard the machine. It cut short your touching moment of filial piety, very rudely I might add. She motioned with a hand to the window behind him set in the passenger cab door. He realized the glass must have been tinted. He couldn't see into the cab when he was outside, but now he could see out. Familiar scenery of his neighborhood zoomed by as the moving truck continued toward Yue. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he replied, turning back to look at his, presumably, future classmate. She had to have a mutation-type quirk, which meant she was going to class 1B, unless 1A did not have many emitter types. With a start, he realized it was getting harder for him to concentrate on her. The strange sensation of a new quirk that was just begging to be analyzed in one of his notebooks was hammering at him. He was peripherally aware of his hand already sliding toward his pocket where he had one of his notebooks stashed. The quirk is plant-based. I wonder if it's affected by the weather or needs constant watering to retain its. Ibara Shizuki. The vine-haired woman inclined her head toward him. She smiled pleasantly. Of Class 1B. I believe we may be classmates. You're right. I'm in Class 1B too. My quirk is called Mutate. I can copy mutation and transformation type quirks. Izuku responded. He blinked and noticed his notebook and pen were somehow in hands. Looking back at Ibra, he noticed it had drawn her curious gaze. It's sort of a hobby of mine. Analyzing quirks. I mean, we are going to be classmates. If I am not prying or anything, could I ask you a few questions about your quirk? I'm sorry, you don't have to, of course. Just forget about it. Izuku fidgeted when Ibra did not immediately respond, confusion written all over her face. It felt like he had already weirded out a new classmate of his, and soon it would be his entire class who would think he was useless and a nuisance. His anxiety swelled and it felt like it was crushing him. Then Ibra surprised him again. You wish for succor? Manna in the desert? Of course. A beatific smile flowered on her face. It would be a useful way to spend the rest of our ride together. You may ask away with my blessing, Midoriya. They spent the rest of the ride to UA's campus discussing the ins and outs of Ibera's quirk, much to Izuku's delight. Her quirk, Vine, was a mutation type as he suspected. It gave her an amazing ability to grow and manipulate each of the many vines that grew from her head. Thanks to the innate ability of his own quirk to understand the ones he copied, he was able to mimic her as she moved her vines in demonstration. He even managed to get out a full-body shaking laugh from the courteous woman as he manipulated his cinnies into different hairstyles and shapes, a unicorn horn, a pair of large ears, a Stetson hat, and more. He settled on letting his vines grow out to his shoulders. He never had straight hair before. It was an amusing experience. He was happy that he could feel comfy talking to a stranger. Quirk Analysis always pushed down his anxieties and made the close quarters they were in more bearable. By the time the moving truck arrived at UA's campus, he felt excited. After a few more minutes, the moving truck came to a stop. The same robotic voice from behind buzzed in. "We have arrived. Heights Alliance Dormitory. Designated for Class 1A and Class 1B, Heroics Course." Without further ado, the doors to the passenger cabin at either side of the truck swung open. Izuku and Ibera exited the truck from different doors. He was impressed by the sight of his dorm building. It was only 2 levels high, but it made up for that by sprawling out. He would have taken longer to admire the view, but a familiar head of green hair floated down the front entrance steps, followed by the rest of its body. "Oh, Mop Top." Setsuna's floating head called out to him. Zooming over to him, he could make out her sharp-toothed grin. "You finally made it. What happened to your hair?" Actually walking into the dormitory was a more difficult hurdle than Izuku had expected. Setsuna, immediately after hearing the story of how he had copied Ibera's quirk, had launched into brainstorming a new nickname for him. Bushtop? Palmtop? Vinetime? Palm leaves? Ferny? Frondy? Viney? Parsley? Parsley head. Which had only made him bow and beg for Ibera to forgive him again for copying her quirk. All of the insecurities and anxiety he had pushed down for today creeped up from the pit of his stomach, up his spine and into his brain like centipedes. He was going to be in a confined space with people he had never met before. What if they reacted badly to him copying their quirks? Could he escape and truly avoid copying their quirks by accident? Setsuna had seemed to see how sorry he truly was because she had stopped sounding out names and had jumped to his defense, reminding him that he had improved his control over his quirk over the last few months. Fortunately, Ibera seemed to take it all in a good-natured stride. Ibera praised his quirk, again stating how much she had been happy to share the blessing of her own quirk with him. There was a conviction in her eyes that had made Izuku pause for a moment but had miraculously done the trick in calming him down. The moving truck had opened up and a small horde of robots appeared out of nowhere to pick up his and Ibera's belongings and disappear in what looked like a service entrance into the dormitory. "UA is all kinds of extra," Setsuna had remarked. With that being taken care of, they had decided now was as good a time as any to go inside. Walking up the short flight of steps to the front entrance, Izuku had gone first, holding his breath as he pushed open the door to be confronted with, "Hey there. Welcome to newbies," shouted the smiling mouth attached to an older girl's face with long periwinkle hair. "Too close," Izuku yelped, stumbling back and tripping over his own feet. Without really thinking, he activated Ibera's quirk. The vines in his hair shot out like whips, wrapping around the other door, the second-story ledge, and a lamp post to suspend his body enough to fall flat on his back. Hey. A little warning next time, the both of you?" Setsuna griped, half of her body floating in the air to the side of a set of vines that had shot in her direction and had wrapped themselves on the ledge. Her glare, though, was more focused on the older girl who had just appeared right in front of him. "What? The quirk registry didn't say anything about a boy with a vine mutation quirk? Oh wow, you were all like, with those vines? Did you consciously do that or was it instinct?" The girl's mouth spat out words at a rapid-fire rate. Pulling himself slowly back onto his feet, he realized she was actually floating in the air. She looked to the side and saw Ibera. Letting out an overexcited gasp of surprise, she pointed at Ibera's head, then Izuku's, then back to Ibera's, and finally resting back on Izuku's. "Oh, I know who you are. You're the one dash." Whatever she was about to say was muffled as a hand seemed to phase through her body and then solidify as it clamped shut on her mouth. "We are supposed to be welcoming to you." A very tall, smiling boy with bright blonde hair and an almost blinding smile said as he appeared behind the girl, "So let me do that right now. Welcome to you. I'm the co-resident assistant, Mirio Togata, or you can call me by my hero name." He struck a pose, the girl now stuffed underneath his armpit, with one hand extending out before hooking back with a thumb pointing at himself. "Lemillion. We're both your third-year co-resident assistants," the girl chirped as she managed to squeeze herself out of Togata's grip, beaming as she held up 2 victory signs with her fingers. "I'm Nijire Hado. Though you can call me Nijire-chan, my little kohai." Honestly, it felt like there should have been theme music playing as they introduced themselves. "And nice to meet you," Izuku said, smiling shakily. "I'm sorry about my, reaction. I get nervous when people crowd me." "Oh no. I'm so sorry." Nijire frowned, hanging her arms and head, the color seemed to drain out of the air around. "I just got so excited to see all the new students and quirks." She perked up after a moment, her face beaming again. "I know. I'll make it up to you. On my honor as a hero in training." Izuku was starting to have doubts about surviving his time at UA, but fortunately again Setsuna came to his rescue. Sure. How about you start by letting us get inside the actual building?" Setsuna pointed to the dormitory. Both Togata and Nijire glanced back at the building and flinched as if it had snuck up on them. Ibra coughed gently. "Yes, please, let us go inside. Idle hands can only lead to evil and villainy after all." That's right. We still have to get you signed in." Togata smiled as he laughed before he took Nijire's hand and pulled her inside as if she was a child's balloon. "Right this way." The common room that the entrance opened into was not as claustrophobic as Izuku had been fearing inside of his head. It was a very large space. One side toward the front of the building had couches and tables which looked like it would be where students could hang out or study. To the opposite side was an open kitchen which had multiple refrigerators, ovens, and cabinets. There were several dining tables off to the side as well, all in all more than enough space to accommodate 2 large classes. Further back into the dormitory he saw 3 hallways, each one leading off in different directions, signs covered in glitter and with large exaggerated letters, which Izuku suspected had been made by Nijire, labeled each hall as Boys West, Boys East, Girls North, Aka the best. There were a couple of his future classmates milling about, mostly disappearing in and out of the different hallways. A boy with yellow hair and lightning-shaped streak seemed to be chatting non-stop with a boy with two-toned hair who looked disinterested in whatever the other boy was saying. A floating set of clothes was wiggling in the air, a girl's voice chattering on, as a girl with horns looked confused by what the other girl was saying. A familiar-looking boy with multiple arms carried a box down one hallway and out of sight. If that was who Izuku thought it was, he needed to apologize to him too for copying his quirk. "Alrighty. What's your name? That way I can let you know what your room number is," Nijire asked as she dropped to her feet behind a small table that had been set up close to the front door. Glancing down at it, he saw the familiar characters for both Itsuka's and Tsuyu's names. Both had already checked into their rooms. "Izuku Midoriya," he said quickly after Setsuna nudged him forward. Oddly, Nijire seemed to smile wider, shooting Togata what looked like a knowing smile before she crossed out his name on the paper. "Your room is going to be Boys West 4. Or before. You're Tamaki's little kohai." Nijire wiggled and placed some more. "There's a third resident assistant?" Setsuna asked. She peered around. "Oh yeah. He gets nervous meeting people. Talking to people. Having people look at him or acknowledge him in any way." Nijire beamed, before she pointed her marker at Izuku. "In fact, he's been hiding behind the door this entire time." A voice from behind Izuku groaned in anguish. "Nijire, why? Why have you betrayed me?" that same voice said, sounding almost like the owner had been seriously wounded. Izuku, Setsuna, and Ibra made to turn and look, but the voice quickly barked at them. All 3 of them froze in their tracks. "No. Don't turn around, that I just need the time. I just need to mentally prepare myself for introductions. Just ignore me for now." Ha! Don't worry about it. Why don't you go unpack? Tagata continued on as if nothing about the situation was strange at all. He'll be by your room later to collect your hallway for introductions later. The thought of having to be forced into even a room like this with so many new people made Izuku's gut churn, but he forced it down. He had one thought that as long as he focused on it would make it bearable. He was finally here where he was going to learn how to be a hero. He was finally at UA. By the time Izuku had managed to pull himself away from his overeager, and one not so, senpais and walked down the western hallway and found his room, BW09. His moving boxes had already made it to his room. Which was certainly curious as Izuku had not seen metal nor bolts of the same robots that had taken his stuff from the moving truck. Looking around his room for the next 3 or so years, if he did not flunk out of the hero course of course, it was certainly bigger than his old room had been. With a small attached bathroom complete with a shower stall. Very fancy, Izuku thought as he moved to unpack his boxes. Before getting out the essentials, his clothes, school supplies, toiletries, and so forth, Izuku instead focused on unpacking his hero merchandise that had dominated his old room. Almost half of the boxes he had brought contained his small hoard that he had gathered over the years. Exactly half of that itself was entirely made up of All Might fan merchandise. The number 1 hero's smile beamed up and down at Izuku from posters, display figurines, notebook covers, curtains, and it was a lot of stuff, he had to admit. Izuku had been a fan of All Might even before he had first manifested his quirk when he was 4 years old. Memories of himself bouncing around in the computer chair watching videos of All Might were still embarrassingly clear in his mind. It made sense to him that the hero features so prominently among his collection as Izuku unpacked the other half, which largely consisted of mutation quirk-type heroes. Gang Orca-branded water bottles, Hound Dog-featured winter gloves, notebooks plastered with Ned's face, a sweatshirt which had Ingenium-style engines on the elbows, Hawks-approved feather-filled pillow and comforter set. It was normal to have these things in the amounts that he had collected. That was bought responsibly and had not waited for overnight outside the stores so he could be first in line after months of trawling through hero forums for product teasers and release dates. Which was not weird at all if he did maybe do so once in a while every month. It will be fine, so long as nobody sees my room. Izuku reassured himself as he placed a small figurine of Miruko on a shelf and feeling satisfied after having rearranged its position to stand out prominently out from a Silver Age costume All Might figurine and a limited edition All Might figurine which had been released after a factory mix-up had caused 300 figurines to have been painted with reversed costume colors. Just don't let anyone in your room and it will be all fine. With his room set up, he felt almost like he was home, which meant he could release the tension he had been holding onto for at least the last 2 hours. At last Ibra's quirk had timed out, so when he let his quirk free, his hair did not become a fern or something. Izuku collapsed onto his bed with a sigh, closing his eyes as he let out a sigh, hoping he could just breathe out the embarrassing memory of copying Shiozaki's quirk. He tried not to think about it as he shifted his position on his bed, but the thought kept worming its way back into his head. Maybe after she was done packing he could apologize to her again and just double-check that she was fine with what happened and she did not hate him? Would that be too soon though? Should he give her space dash? Izuku was pulled out of his spiraling thoughts by the sound of knocking that he knew definitely was coming from his dorm room door. For a moment he thought about just staying in bed and hoping the person would go away, but he quickly chided himself on how absolutely rude that would be. What if it was Itsuka or Tsuyu? But what if it was someone new? What if it was Kaken? No, if it was Kaken the knocking would be harder and accompanied by loud cursing. No, he couldn't just hide in his room from new people. It took what felt like supreme willpower and effort, but Izuku hauled himself off of his bed, smoothed out his hair and clothes and went over to the door. He stopped for just a moment with his hand on the handle before he took in a deep breath and resigning himself to his fate pulled open the door to reveal a shock of spiky purple hair on top of a face which had to have had the deepest looking eye bags that Izuku had ever seen on a person. He wore black pants and a black shirt with the words, "Don't talk to me" written out in red letters. The tired, bored expression on the young man's face did not change as he looked up at Izuku. Blinking slowly for a moment before baggy eyes drawled out, "Senpai wants everyone in the hall for a quick chat or a meet and greet or something." I don't know. Baggy eyes shrugged. He wasn't looking at me and was mumbling a lot. That did sound like Amajiki-senpai. Oh, okay. Izuku stuttered, before giving a short bow. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Pleased to meet you. He had launched into the formal bow, hoping that the other young man wouldn't try to shake his hand or bump fists or whatever it was more socially adjusted boys his age did. Toguro liked to bump elbows, but Izuku did not consider his battle-obsessed friend that socially adjusted. Hitoshi Shinso. The other young man grunted in the same apathetic tone but with a slight shrug of his shoulders, as if he felt it just wasn't worth the effort. Come on. Shinso turned and walked down the hallway toward the entrance to the West Hall, where Izuku saw, after peeking around the corner, other students were starting to gather. Despite shivering a little at seeing them all crowd in the hallway, Izuku did not want to be singled out at all for being late, so he quickly grabbed his gloves from his room and slid them on before shutting his door, making sure he had not just locked himself out of his own dorm room, and followed after Shinso. He felt his hands twitch in reflexes for his pen and notebook as he looked at his potential sister classmates, his mind already analyzing them for what quirks they potentially had. For some it seemed more obvious that they had some sort of mutant-type quirk, like the boy with a rather large tail or the rather large one with a mask-like face. Others were harder to tell, like was the sharp-looking teeth and spiky hair of one an aspect of their quirk? There was a blonde toward the front of the crowd who didn't look like he had any obvious quirk mutations, so very likely he was in Class 1A with the emitter types, and Toguro. Quirks were certainly amazing, especially on the evolutionary development of the human form over the last few centuries. It was anyone's guess on many quirks except for the most obvious mutant types. Like Togoro's quirk was a transformation type that gave him the ability to grow blades, but he looked a lot like a mantis. Then there was Uraraka, whose quirk had given her the activation pads on her fingertips and had resulted in her body looking like what sci-fi writers had predicted would happen if she had spent all of her life in a zero-gravity environment. Quirks were amazing but also complete bullshit, which just made them even more awesome in Izuku's opinion. He was so engrossed in theorizing he didn't notice someone approaching him from behind, a cardinal sin in his own book, and only got his attention when they spoke. I remember you from the practical exam. Their quiet, neutral voice made Izuku start and flinch as he turned around to face the newcomer, his next words making him Izuku freeze. You copied my quirk. It was the other examinee with the duplicating body parts quirk that Izuku had copied. Up close he was a few inches taller than Izuku and almost at Itsuka and Uraraka's height, though the classmate with the mask-looking face, which after consideration looked almost like a glue dispenser, was taller than all of them. It took a moment for Izuku to realize, but he hadn't actually spoken from his face mouth but from a second mouth that had grown on the end of one of his spectacular tentacles. Just like before, his face was half covered in a mask that hid his face mouth. He wore a very simple pair of jeans and a white t-shirt that accommodated his extra arms. He did not look angry at Izuku for stealing his quirk and probably showboating in such an embarrassing way that Izuku had. The other young man was probably just seething under his calm exterior. Thinking this, Izuku almost fell over himself, bowing deeply, which attracted the attention of Shinso and 2 or 3 of the students closest to them. I am sorry. Please forgive me for copying your quirk without your permission. I wanted to apologize to you, but I was distracted. I couldn't find you after the exam. Please, if I can make it up to you? Wow, take it easy. The other boy held up 4 of his hands in a calming gesture, continuing from his face mouth, you don't need to apologize. It was an exam. I saw you across the rooftops and was pretty impressed. I impressed. Izuku squeaked in confusion. We were in a competition though. Yeah, but it wasn't like you stole my points, the other student pointed out. You were clear across the testing ground and we didn't cross paths once. If you had attacked the same robots as me, then that would have been pretty rude. The taller boy shrugged. You didn't though, so we are cool. Oh, I guess you are right, Izuku said as he calmed down, thinking more that this was not some kind of hideous trap or trick being played on him. I didn't want to inconvenience you at all, and your quirk, it just is so versatile. I mean the ability to duplicate your body parts on the fly like that. Thanks. Once I was on my roof, I grew extra ears and eyes to scan for a high concentration of those robots. I saw you leaping around on the roofs growing those really long tongues. Frog tongues. A friend of mine lent me her quirk. She has a mutation type. I can only copy mutation and transformation types. I was able to combine your quirk with hers and take out a lot of the villain bots. So you can use more than one quirk at once? Shinso asked, the slightest hint of interest in his voice now. Yeah, about 5 at once. Any more than that and it becomes hard to control. Izuku winced at bad memories. Pretty cool, I can control my extra limbs and quirk without really thinking about it. Controlling 4 extra quirks though? I don't know. My name is Mizo Shoji, by the way. Shoji extended one of his hands but stopped as Izuku bowed abruptly. Izuku Midoriya? He bowed, sorry. My quirk works through skin contact. He held up his gloved hands helplessly. Even though I have these I just don't. I mean, just in case something goes wrong, I. Shoji and somehow Shinso thought seemed to pick up on the meaning of his hesitation, the former pulling his arm back with a firm nod. Don't worry about it. My quirk's an emitter type. So you can't copy mine. Shinso added, turning to Shoji. Hitoshi Shinso, though he made no move to offer a handshake or fist bump or whatever. So you don't have to worry about me. Oh, Izuku said, looking at the purple-haired classmate with interest. What is your Kadash? Can I have everyone's attention, please? Amajiki's voice wafted up above their heads from the front of the crowd. He had formed a large muscle shell around his face, only a small slit open just enough for his voice to come through. He was still shaking nervously as he held out both his hands, a seaweed wrap screen that looked like it was acting as a barrier between him and his kuhais. At least he isn't trying to imagine us all naked or potatoes or whatever like Sensei said. Shinso sighed softly, just barely loud enough for Izuku to hear. Shoji probably heard it just fine with his enhanced hearing, Izuku thought. It almost sounded like Shinso had met Amajiki before coming to the dorm. After several seconds of squirming under the collective gaze of the other boys in the hallway, Amajiki continued, Welcome to the Boys' West Hall. I'm your resident assistant, Saki MV, Class 3, hero name, Suneater. It was at that moment the spiky-haired boy Izuku had seen earlier shouted, Awesome to be here with everyone. We're going to be the manliest hallway in year 1. Making Amajiki's shell flinch shut. If that means the best, then I will agree with that sentiment. The blonde near the front of the crowd commented, a spark in his eyes. If you need any help with your dorms, just come to me. Amajiki's muffled voice called out from behind the muscle shell. It sounded like he was grimly marching through his words. Miro said I should do an icebreaker, but I don't want to. Just go to the kitchen. Lunch rush made food for everyone. Goodbye. Even before he had finished speaking, Amajiki had begun backing away until he could fumble with the door handle to a dorm room behind him and slip inside. And now he's in my room. Shinso sighed. I'd kick him out with a broom or something, but I'm hungry. Free lunch is free lunch. That sentiment was taken up by everyone else in the hallway, so the residents of Boys' West Hall migrated toward the living room kitchen of the dorms. Izuku was tempted to follow his senpai's example and slip back into his room, but the expectant looks from Shoji and Shinso that he would follow forced him to swallow down his anxiety and join them in the main area. Walking out of the West Hall and back into the living area, Izuku was surprised to see someone waiting for him. Midoriya-chan. Setsuna-chan said you had arrived. Karo. Azui stated, walking up to him with her arms held out. She wore a simple sundress that made it hard for Izuku to look at her for some reason. Did you unpack your things? Aitsu. Yes, I did. Did you? Izuku replied, noticing the looks Azui received from several of the others that had passed him by on their way to the kitchen. One boy wearing a headband while another with oddly shaped elbows looked Azui over before deliberately raising them hands and giving a thumbs up and grinned at him. Whatever that meant. I did. I also helped Itsuka-chan before coming over to make sure you were settling in well. Tsu tilted her head to the side. Your arms look like Midoriya-chan's from the day of the entrance exam. Did he copy your quirk? Karo. He did. I call it dupliarm. He was apologizing before about copying it, but I told him not to worry. Shoji inclined his head in a nod. Looking around, Izuku realized that Shoji had stayed with him while it looked like Shinso had continued toward the kitchen. I should guess he also copied yours too? You look like a frog. Karo. You're right, he did. Tsu replied, her eyes oddly becoming softer as she stuck out the tip of her tongue playfully. Even if he had not copied your quirk, I think he would have been able to pass the exam easily. Hey dash. Izuku blushed at her words. Saying it to him was one thing, but bragging to complete strangers? He does seem strong and can think quickly on his feet. Shoji nodded sagely, rubbing his chin in thought. It was nothing really. Really? Izuku waved his hands in the air as he tried futilely to get them both to stop complimenting him. Deku! The unervingly familiar voice of Kaken called out to him from across the living room, immediately causing Izuku to flink and snap his head in the direction it had come from. There was Kaken emerging from the East Hall, his red eyes doing their best to burn a hole through Izuku. Years' worth of muscle memory and instinctive posturing took over in a moment. Izuku hunched his shoulders together and tensed his body as he lowered his head, trying to make himself look as small as possible without actually curling up into a ball. One hand already starting to pop with tiny explosions, Kaken stomped toward him only 3 steps before in a flash Togata-senpai had pounced on the explosion quirk user, both hands on his shoulders and wheeling Bakugo back the way he had come. There you are, Bakugo-kun. Come on, you still have to meet your hallmates. Who? What? Get off me, you smiling freak. Don't worry if you're nervous. Musical chairs always breaks the tension. Togata replied cheerfully. For a moment the senpai turned his head in Izuku's direction and gave an over-exaggerated wink before disappearing with Kaken back the way they had come. That was strange, Izuku thought to himself. It had been almost like Togata no. There was no way they knew how Bakugo no. It wouldn't make sense. Why would his senpai care if someone with a quirk more suited for heroics? I did not like how he looked at you, Izuku-chan. Tsu croaked at his side, startling Izuku out of his previous thoughts and crashing him into a whole new pit of them as he realized both Tsu and Shoji had seen him freeze up at Kaken. He did seem very angry at you, Midoriya-san. Shoji put forth, sliding one eye tentacle toward the East Hall. Oh, that's just Kaken. We've known each other for a while now. Izuku laughed and hoped it didn't sound too fake as he tried to chuckle. Ajui's normally blank face had become angry as she continued to stare at the East Hall. Her lips turned down as she furrowed her eyebrows, cheeks puffing out indignantly almost like a frog did right before they riveted a challenge to a rival. She croaked, I still don't like the way he looked at you. His eyes were not very nice. Don't worry about Kaken. He has an amazing quirk for heroics and he will be in Class 1A. Though everything is fine. Izuku stammered, as he thought of a way he could change the subject and get Tsu to forget about Kaken. Not really thinking, he reached out to Ajui and grabbed her arm. That seemed to shake the angry frog out of her mood as she looked up at Izuku with red cheeks, probably from the scowling. He told himself, let's get something to eat. I'm starving. She didn't protest as he pulled her toward the kitchen, Shoji following behind her. For a moment Izuku thought he saw a smile behind his taller classmate's mask as he looked between Izuku and Ajui but dismissed it as his imagination. The morning is here. The morning is here. The morning is here. The small, electronic voice of All Might shouted from Izuku's nightstand, bringing him out of what had been a muddled, nervous sleep. He couldn't remember when he had fallen asleep, only that he had been tossing and turning for hours as he wrestled with his nerves. Blinking the sleep from his eyes, he turned his head on his pillow to look at his limited edition All Might Sleep Smasher alarm clock. The tiny, cartoonish figure of All Might punched its fists into the air above the digital clock. He smacked his hand over the All Might's oversized head, mouthing a silent apology to the real All Might as he did so, which turned the alarm off immediately, and then laid back to stare at the still unfamiliar ceiling of his new dorm room. It's the first day of school at UA. He said, and immediately felt his guts turn to ice as his nerves wriggled inside of him. The first day. My first day in the hero course. The hero course that will teach me to be a hero. Me to be a hero. He heaved in his breath and shook his head. It will be fine. Why, you can do this, Izuku. You just Just need to not screw up your first day at UA, and then the day after that and the day after that. He let his words become a mumbled mantra of sorts as he pushed himself out of his bed and got ready for the day. He picked out his clothes, laid them all out on his bed, went over to the small suite bathroom, poured himself a cup of water, used the cup of water to drink down his anxiety medication, showered, brushed his teeth, and then after toweling off put on the university uniform. Most other universities and colleges in Japan and in America did not have uniforms for their students, but again UA was eccentric in that it had a uniform dress code, wanting to remind all of the students that despite having graduated high school and were adults, they were still responsible for their education and upholding UA's reputation. His brows knitted in frustration as he tried to tie his dress tie, but after several failed attempts decided to leave it loose, put on his blazer and head out to the dorm's kitchen for breakfast and a confrontation. He had not seen Kaken after Togata-senpai had wheeled him away back down the other dorm hallway, even when he had left the girls' hallway after he and Tsu had met up at Itsuka's room. He had beat a hasty retreat back to his own room for the night but had not seen the explosive blonde at all on his way there. As he peeked out of his hallway into the kitchen and dining area, he did not see Kaken there either. He did, however, see nearly half of the dorm sitting down, eating breakfast and conversing, as well as several comforting, familiar faces. "Good morning, Midoriya." Itsuka waved at him after he had skirted the crowded dining tables and made a beeline for the kitchen. The smell of rice, eggs and grilled fish assaulted his nostrils mercilessly as he approached, his eyes darting between Itsuka, where she stood with an empty plate, and the zip-zooming form of Nijire-senpai as she floated between the kitchen stoves humming a tune to herself. The long curls of her hair seemed to bob and float in the air in an almost fairy-like way. "Good morning, Kendo." He felt himself smile before he glanced at their senpai as she flipped a pan practically overflowing with scrambled eggs. His eyes flicked back to Itsuka with an unspoken question. Was she? Togata-senpai took everyone for Class 1A out to breakfast at the cafeteria. While Nijire-senpai here is cooking Class 1B breakfast, and apparently they will switch off for dinner, a sort of welcome to UA thing or something. Kendo shrugged with a sheepish smile. She looked like she was about to add something else but was interrupted as Nijire literally landed in between them, her feet hitting the floor tiles for perhaps the first time all morning, a massive pot filled with the eggs, fish, and rice chaotically mixed and held out in front of her. Dean Nedzu thought it would be a great idea for the RAs to get to know our little Kohai, and I think it's been great so far. You know, I've been able to ask so many questions about everyone's quirks. At least those in Class B. For Class A, I'll be able to get to them later. It's just too bad Amajiki had to suddenly leave for something important this morning, you know? I'm sure it would have been good for him, but when he begged me on his knees to take over making breakfast for all of you, I just couldn't say no, you know? All the while Nijire spoke in her machine gun pace, she was shoveling the contents of the pot out with a spatula onto Itsuka and Izuku's plates. Not seeming to notice that she was piling on a small hill's worth of food until Itsuka finally stepped in, reaching out to grab Nijire's arm and stop her from giving them more than they could eat. "That's enough, senpai, and yes, I think we got it, know what you mean. Though don't you think you've made enough food? Maybe? You know. HM? Oh, not really." Nijire smiled as she bounced her head back and forth against her shoulders, turning around so she could flip the entire pot's contents out onto another empty plate. "My quirk uses up a lot of my stamina, so I always have to eat a lot so I don't pass out. I get so sleepy. Does your quirk make you sleep when you use it, or is it just me?" "That's interesting actually. The hypermetabolic rate of your quirk must be something else." Izuku had put down his plate and had his notebook and pen in hand. As he added in new notes for Nijire's quirk, he did not notice the slightly horrified expression on Itsuka's face as Nijire smiled widely at him and began to open her mouth to speak again, only for Itsuka to wrap her arm around Izuku's, grab his plate, and beat a hasty retreat toward the dining tables while saying, "Would you look at the time? We better eat or we'll be late for class. Talk to you later, senpai." Nijire did not follow after them, and it seemed like a blur for Izuku as one moment he was being dragged and the next moment he was in a chair with his plate clattering down in front of him. Itsuka groaned as she slumped down into an empty seat next to him. On his left was Tsuyu, while across from him was Setsuna, Ochako, and to his surprise Shoji. All of them appeared to have looks of sympathy for them, though it was harder to tell with Tsuyu. Izuku noticed her brows were creased together more than they would normally. Karo, it looks like Itsuka did not have a chance to warn you about Nijire-senpai. Tsuyu croaked on his left. Girl is sweet and pretty hot, but she has quite the mouth on her. Not like mine, of course. Setsuna grinned as the lower half of her face detached itself from her body and floated in the air for a few seconds before she reattached it to her head. Set-chan. Uraraka giggled and elbowed Setsuna, her cheeks becoming momentarily redder than they normally were before they faded back into their usual cheeriness. She looked at Izuku. What did you say to her? She always seems super excited about everything, so it's hard to tell. It sounded like your question nearly set her off, Midoriya-sen. Shoji's muffled voice said behind his mask, one of his tentacle ears waving toward the kitchen and where Izuku sat. That was right, Shoji's amazing quirk gave him heightened senses which included hearing. I was just commenting on her Q quirk. Izuku said and looked helplessly as the girls around him groaned as if that was the worst possible thing he could have done. Which it seemed like it really was. Yeah. Wrong move there, Mop Top. Setsuna announced, holding her arms up together like an X. That one is a living chatterbox. Us girls should know about it after last night. That's a rude thing to call our RA, Setsuna. Especially after she met with us and told us that if we had any issues while at UA we could always come to her about them. Educational or personal. Itsuka admonished while she wagged a finger. She did however wince when she added, though, Nijire-senpai does have the tendency to go off on tangents. Especially about quirks. We somehow went from talking about fire extinguishers to her asking us to test out if Uraraka-chan, Set-chan, and Reiko-chan's quirks could cancel each other out. Tsuyu poked at her plate with her chopsticks. And did they? Izuku asked, his notebook back in his hand. He did not even fully comprehend he was frantically turning the pages to a new blank page or that he had nearly leaned all the way out of his seat toward Tsuyu in anticipation. At least until he felt Itsuka grab him by the collar of his blazer and pull him back into a sitting position. I am getting the feeling, Shoji said slowly as he crossed his arms, that it may be a bad idea to leave the two of them together alone. Izuku blinked at Shoji, not comprehending what he meant. Again not noticing the pale-eyed dread that both Itsuka and Tsuyu stared at him with, or the red flush on their faces. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX be. It gave Izuku the perfect opportunity to look around and observe the quirks of his other classmates, especially for his own quirk. Though Itsuka had taken away his notebook at breakfast, so he just had to make mental notes until he could write them all down later when he got to class. Ibra was a familiar face. She politely asked if she could join Itsuka's group as they left and was welcomed, Setsuna introducing her to everyone who had not met the vine-haired woman before, though she did not seem to appreciate the borderline vulgar explanation for how Izuku had copied her quirk by accident. Izuku had to explain it truthfully as Itsuka and Tsuyu turned toward him stone-faced for some odd reason. There was also the young man with a tail and the young woman with jacks for earlobes. He remembered seeing them before. Was the tail prehensile? It certainly looked strong, and he wondered if it upset the owner's balance terribly. Those ear jacks had something to do with sound or electronics. He wondered if quirks had emerged hundreds of years earlier or thousands of years before the industrial PRD, if something like her quirk would have developed. Was it a response to a modern level of technology development? He bit off that train of thought quickly. He knew that was the sort of question that could last hours if not longer. Quirks were weird, and that was a fact. There was also a set of clothes walking on their own. He guessed she had an invisibility quirk of some kind, and a foreign-looking woman with blonde hair and a pair of horns sticking out of her head. Perhaps her quirk was just a simple horn mutation? One boy did not seem to have a normal head. It was like a comic speech bubble, and he was talking to a good-looking guy with black hair with no obvious-looking quirk mutations. The first one probably had something to do with words or characters, and Izuku briefly wondered what it would feel like to be able to see and talk and smell without any visible eyes, mouth, or ears. He would just have to wait for the other's quirk to display itself before he could make any mental comment. Is he all right? Shoji asked hesitantly, his voice making Izuku realize just how dry his tongue was from his stream of mumbling, and that they had actually arrived outside of their classroom. It is not an affliction, Ibra assured, having been subject to Izuku's questions just the day before. He has been granted a curious, intelligent mind and it simply wishes to understand the heavenly blessings that are our quirks. She clasped her hands together as if in prayer. Above her, one of the light bulbs in the ceiling surged slightly brighter for a moment before it dimmed. Still, Izuku winced and bowed apologetically to Shoji. Sorry. I hope I wasn't too annoying. Sorry. It's all right. Shoji held up 4 of his hands in a placating gesture. You just got really focused and I've never seen anyone be like that with quirks. Definitely their jobs and other hobbies, just not quirks. It's pretty amazing what he can figure out about quirks when he really gets going. Itsuka said and patted Izuku's shoulder fondly. She opened her mouth to say more. The sound of a whip cracking in the air caused everyone to jump in place, even the level-headed seeming Ibra. A woman's voice filled to the brim with a teasing tone spoke behind them. I'm looking forward then to seeing what Midoriya and the rest of you can do when you... The voice paused to let out a soft groan followed by very loud, and perhaps too over-the-top, lip-smacking noise, get going, especially in my class. As a group they turned to the owner of the voice. Izuku immediately felt his face flush red as his eyes took in the full-bodied figure that had appeared before them. From her flowering purple hair to the skin tightness of her hero costume, seeming to Itsuka in his gaze like an inescapable whirlpool, to the sultry and mischievous look from behind the pro-hero's domino mask. Knowing she had all of their attention, Midnight, the 18-plus hero cracked her whip again and again, making all of the students jump. Come now, my little hatchlings, she said as she walked forward, her heels clicking on the tiles until she was right in front of Izuku. He was taller than her, but somehow to him it seemed like she was looming over him and he was frozen still, as quick as a lash her hands reached out. And faster than his eyes could track, she pulled apart the mess that was his tie and had it properly looped around his neck. After pulling it tight so it was snug against his throat, she stepped back and seemed to smile at her handiwork. We have a busy day ahead. It was safe to say Izuku and the others behind him did not waste their time getting into the classroom, not with Midnight's lingering gaze and mischievous smile on her lips. Though oddly to him he saw both Itsuka and Tsu giving him an dead-eyed look, which itself he thought was a feat for Tsu given her normal blank expressions, that quickly flitted back and forth from him to Midnight. They were probably just worried for him that Midnight's attention on him meant he was in trouble somehow. He silently vowed that he would work on tying his tie later that night. The last thing Izuku wanted was to worry his new professor or his friends at all. Does Izuku like older women? The thought was perfectly shared between Itsuka and Tsuyu as they sidestepped and frog-marched their way into the classroom behind their guy friend. Both in their own way were confused and worried by their shared thought. After all, it wasn't like Izuku had shared with them any interest over Midnight, beyond his usual hero fanboyism, but the possibility that he did nagged at both women. Tsuyu was able to wave it off. She did have more important matters to take care of, but Itsuka was unable to pull herself out of her own mental quagmire as easily. Maybe it was her costume? Itsuka's mind ventured further though, and she couldn't deny that the 18-plus heroine's costume had SEC appeal through the roof. For just a moment she imagined herself in Midnight's costume, the leather corset and LTX hugging her own body tightly. She was taller and more broad-shouldered than Midnight, so it would definitely be a very snug fit. Leaving very little to the imagination about the shape of her body, maybe even simple movements would cause it to tear in places. She imagined she would need help with the zipper in the back, so she would turn to Izuku, looked at her, and ask him to... Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Itsuka flipped the thought over, wrapped it in a rug and tossed it into a metaphorical river. She did not need that kind of thought this late in the morning. Instead she focused on what was in front of her. The classroom looked completely average. There was a chalkboard on the wall with a teacher's desk right in front of it, which was faced by 5 rows of 5 desks each. On the far wall from the door and the wall behind the student desks were windows which let the sun shine through, giving the entire room a bright appearance. It did not look all that different than one she would have expected in her high school or middle school really. Itsuka had seen a map of UA's campus which had included the rooms within each building. She knew there were lecture halls that could contain upward of 100 students elsewhere within the main building. Branching off like limbs of a tree, there were smaller attached buildings for the workshops for the support course, training gyms for all of the students, and of course the training grounds just for the hero courses from year 1 to year 3. Karo, look, the desks have paper nameplates on them. Tsuyu croaked and pointed. It made her wonder what kind of seating chart plan Professor Midnight had used. She was in the second seat in the first row and Shuji was behind her. Much to her silent disappointment, she could see that Itsuka and Izuku were placed last in the second and third rows respectively. She had wanted to sit closer to her friends, but it looked like she would be sitting behind someone named Fukudashi and to her left would be someone named Kaibara. Azui, Kendo, Midoriya, and Shuji moved ahead to let everyone behind them into the room, the Dupliarm Quirk user sliding past the Frog Quirk user to sit at his seat, shortly followed by the latter sitting down as well. Itsuka took the lead to walk toward the front of the class and then down her respective row, and Izuku followed behind her. However, as they did so, one of the 3 other students that had already arrived, a tall guy with blue hair and glasses, the other 2 being a hairy guy with glasses sitting behind Shuji and an even taller guy in the far corner whose head looked almost like a glue dispenser, stood up and pointed an accusing finger at Izuku. You were the one who not only was acting suspicious prior to the practical exam, you also appeared to copy my quirk without my consent. Izuku winced visibly and paled. It was the interrupter. The same guy who had called him out during the exam orientation had accused him of looking at Uraraka with perverted intentions. The thought alone made his brain seize up for a moment, and had brushed his hand against Izuku's neck and in his own surprise had copied the interrupter's quirk. By accident. A glance at the guy's nameplate revealed his identity as Ida Tenya. The others reacted to this around Izuku. Tsuyu's wide mouth turned down into a frown. She remembered the guy's accusations at her friend during orientation and had not liked it at all. Shuji crossed his arms defensively. Izuku had copied his quirk as well, but he had not seen any issue with that and he did not think it was right for what the other guy was saying. Shiozaki gasped in shock. That was a strong accusation against Midoriya, but it had to be some sort of misunderstanding. Setsuna glared at the guy, but all the while something in her head kept telling her that he looked so familiar to her. Kendo stepped forward in front of Izuku, like an iron gate crashing down and blocking this random guy who was accusing one of her best friends. Where do you get off making an accusation like that? Itsuka fumed, anger building its way upward from her core. She had heard about what Ida had done to Izuku back after the entrance exam had finished and had been silently offended on her friend's behalf. She had heard more than enough of the low opinions of many of her friend's classmates at Aldera High over the months of talking with Izuku. The picture of his school life there that had been painted for her was downright unpleasant. She probably imagined it, but it almost felt like One for All would pulse angrily at what could be considered an overlooked injustice. Now though she had one of Izuku's tormentors in her sights, or more accurately in punching range. From my experience with him, of course. Ida responded with a frown, chopping the air with his accusing hand. He did not have my engines before the test began, and prior to that he was being disruptive. Not at all to what I know are the standards of UA. Izuku stumbled over his words. He was trying to scramble up a muddy pit as the anxiety set on. It felt like the walls and ceiling were closing in on him from all sides. The familiar sound of Midnight's whip cracking the air made everyone jump in place, all eyes turning toward the 18+ rated heroine as she leaned into the classroom. She slapped her whip into the palm of her hand even as she spoke. Tenya, I hope you aren't racing to any conclusions on your first day. She said each word with a sing-song inflection, especially considering those accusations amount to saying UA made a mistake when it came to properly screening their applicants for the university's most prestigious course. Those words seemed to physically pain Ida as one hand shot up to adjust his glasses while the other chopped an invisible log in the air. Never! I would never accuse such a thing. Such neglect would be unthinkable. With an almost robotic precision he turned back toward Izuku and bowed sharply. I apologize for my words. My experiences with you appear to be misconstrued. My name is Dash. No introductions yet. or you will be absolutely ruining my teaching plans for today." Midnight said the words with perhaps a bit more dramatic inflection than was necessary, but then again, after years of knowing the young man, she thought it was necessary. Tensei's younger brother was leagues more rigid than him when it came to pretty much anything, and logic as well. Therefore, as much as a part of her just cooed at the thought of stoking a youthful rivalry, she knew playing up on his belief that everything in UA happened in an orderly and purposeful way would defuse the growing tension in her class. There was plenty of time to crush his CNCPTness about UA later. It looked to work too, as Tenya looked like he had been slapped a second time because he shut his mouth and bowed, before sitting down and then saying, "I apologize once again. I did not mean to disrupt your plans for today. I will be quiet until spoken to." Midnight giggled on the inside at the utterly confused looks on her little hatchlings. She could tell that she was going to have so much fun with this year's class. She turned to Midoriya, who appeared to still be afraid and flabbergasted by the sudden turn of events, and placed her hand on his shoulder with a comforting squeeze. "No need to worry. You'll find out soon enough that the dean knows everything that goes on in these halls." And because she couldn't help herself, she winked at him. Relief, confusion, and a light blush painted Izuku's face as Midnight returned to her post outside of the door, with a swing in her hips, leaving Izuku to eventually just push it all away into a box for him to worry about later. Does Izuku like older women? The thought ran in circles behind Itsuka and Tsuyu's eyes with renewed force as they and the other arriving students gradually sat down at their assigned seats throughout the class. Most of the seats were filled a few minutes prior to the time class was supposed to start for the morning. All eyes were on Midnight as she tapped her heels against the floor expectantly, one arm crossed under her chest while the other held up as if she was checking a wristwatch, but from what the class could see, she did not wear a watch at all. Then two men appeared at the doorway at the same time, each one trying to get past the other as they became stuck at the same time. "Hey man, I'm trying to get through," said one of them. He had noticeably red spiky hair and sharp-looking teeth. "Hey man, I'm trying to get through," said his counterpart at the exact same time, who had silver spiky hair and sharp-looking teeth. After several more seconds of them struggling, they both finally made it through the door and quickly took their seats. They were both in the very last row, sitting in front and behind one another. Hiding her giggle, Midnight stepped into the room, closing the door behind her before she strutted toward the professor's desk at the front of the class, internally preening over how well the room's acoustics made each click of her stiletto heel shoes echo perfectly. Gently slapping her whip into the palm of her hand, she turns and leans back against her desk and looks out at her new students. They may be adults, but really to her they were only just barely. She lets the silence continue as she lets her eyes go from each student's, up and down each row to make sure she has all of their undivided attention before she finally speaks. "Just in case you forgot my name from your orientation interviews, and I would be oh so very disappointed if you did dash." Nemuri says the last words with a dramatic, false-hurt tone. "My name is Kayama Nemuri, otherwise known as the 18+ rated heroine. Midnight, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to Class 1B of the Hero course." Excitement buzzes between the new students, the less stoic letting their guard down as they smile or relax in their seats or otherwise perk up at the recognition the pro hero is giving them. Itsuka smiles and spares a glance toward Izuku, who is smiling, though as close as she is to him, she can see his fingers tap nervously on his desk. A loud clapping sound brings Itsuka's eyes back to the front of the class as Midnight, having slung her whip over her shoulder, had brought her palms together so suddenly that it startled a few of the students at their desks. Extending two fingers forward, she pointed toward the student sitting in the very first seat of the first row. "I know everyone here, but why don't we get everyone acquainted first? I am sure some of you have met in the dorm, but you will all be spending so much any time together." Midnight licks her lips. "Working together, learning from one another, and so much more." "Fukudashi, why don't you start us off? Introduce yourself." Yes, Midnight Sensei." The student turns around awkwardly in his seat as he stands. The most noticeable thing about him is that his head appears to be a large, comic speech bubble. He appears to be fairly short, but other than his head, the rest of his body looks baseline human. "Hey, everyone. My name is Fukudashi Manga. I like making people smile. My quirk is called Comic, and I can make words pop out and have effects based on the word's onomatopoeic factor. How does he eat? Does he have a limit on how many words he can use at a time? Izuku hand scribbles small notes on the paper in front of him, his eyes gleaming with excitement now as his nerves become buried. That quirk almost sounds like an emitter-type quirk though. Though Kamakiri would not have been enrolled to Class 1A where all of the emitter types like Uraraka are if that was the case. Maybe it has to do with how he creates the words? I don't think his head is a result of a transformation-type quirk, so it must be a mutant type and has to do with it emitting from there, unlike Keikaken or Uraraka. Thank you, Fukudashi. I think you'll get plenty of opportunities to make your classmates smile. Izuka has to break off his train of thought as Midnight points to Tsuyu and his friend stands up at her seat, her posture slightly bent and her wide face looking out at the rest of the class. My name is Azui Tsuyu, though I ask that my friends call me Tsu. My quirk is called Frog, which allows me to do whatever a frog can. I hope to be a hero that my younger siblings can look up to. Karo. Izuka can't help the fond smile that forms on his face as he listens to his close friend speak. Though it's hard to notice, he can see a small, but powerful determined gleam on Tsuyu's otherwise vacant face. Tsu really is going to be an amazing hero. Though she does not show her emotions all that much, she is always a great support and will definitely be popular as a rescue hero. For some reason he feels a light blush redden his face, but he is fortunately distracted from it when Kiyama-sensei speaks. An absolutely wonderful goal to have. So very youthful. Midnight practically coos, her body trembles as if she is barely containing her excitement. Holding herself against her desk as if she was going to be washed away by an ocean wave, she steadies herself and ushers Shuji to stand up next. My name is Shuji Mizo. My quirk is called Dupliarm. It allows me to create multiple arms and copies of my eyes, ears, and mouths. For emphasis, he speaks from a small mouth that is tipped on one of his arm tentacles. He bows and sits down as he finishes, unperturbed by how short and plain his introduction was. I look forward to this year. Shuji really is the epitome of the strong and silent type. I already know how versatile his quirk can be. I hope he allows me the chance to experiment with it more. I mean, he did seem to be alright with me using it before. This time, though, I will be sure to ask permission first. Short and sweet. I like it. Midnight nods approvingly before the student behind Shuji stands. Most noticeably about him is that he is covered from head to toe in a shaggy coat of hair and his face has a beast-like appearance complete with a jutting jawline with two fangs visibly poking out from his underbite. Despite this, though, as soon as he stands, his first act is to bow to Midnight and then to the rest of the class respectfully before he begins to speak. Good morning to you all. I wish to express my gratitude and excitement at being here in the esteemed heroics course of UA. My name is Shishida Jiroda and I was born in the Akita province, my family coming from a long line of gentry. His tone is polite but not stiff, seeming to exude manners almost like an aura that Izuku can see. My quirk's name is called Beast. It allows me to transform into a larger and more powerful form with greatly enhanced strength, reflexes, and senses. I look forward to learning with and from you all. He seems very well-to-do, though I think he isn't like Kaken. I don't think he would hold his wealth above anyone. Izuku thought back on how the Bakugos were rather well off compared to his own family. Auntie Mitsuki was a fashion model and designer while Uncle Masaru worked as a copyright lawyer for several large companies. They had a large single-family home with a garden in the Mizutofu area and regularly went on vacations to Okinawa every summer. They had been happy to help the Midoriyas out when his mother had broken her leg on the stairs and was unable to work for several weeks. Something that Kaken had spent most of the last year of elementary school reminding Izuku of over and over again as just one of many ways he liked to show off. Though Izuku always supposed it was rooted in how much Kaken preferred to be in control of any and every situation he was in. I wonder if he undergoes any personality changes when he uses his quirk? Full-body transformation quirks tend to have those, especially when they are linked to an animal or creature. If I copied it, would my hair be brown like his or green like my own hair? Izuku tried not to picture what he would look like. Not hairy with multiple arms, large fists, blades sticking out of his body and a frog tongue. Good manners will take you far. Remember that one class, Kiyama-sensei said before she pointed to the last person in the first row. A very large and expressive smile blossomed on the blonde-haired girl's face as she stood up, her hooves clopping loudly as she waved at the class, her blue eyes practically sparkling. Hi. My name is Pony Tsunatori. I am a foreign exchange student from the United States. I come from the state of Texas where I live on a very large ranch. Place with a lot of cows and horses. Pony seemed to stumble over the last word she said in English instead of Japanese. Only a handful of her classmates understood what ranch translated to. Izuku only understood because of a documentary on All Might when he worked alongside the wild stampede hero, Bull Rush. It did not take long for Pony to continue as she recomposed herself. I really want to see all of Japan while I am here. My quirk is called Horn Cannon. I can fire off several of my horns very fast and control them in the air. That is a very versatile quirk. Rapid regeneration and psychic or telekinetic control of her horns. Is she limited by line of sight? Is she able to sense where they are and what are her limits of control? Depending on how advanced she is, she will probably focus on how many horns she can control at once. We are all happy to have you here with us, Tsunatori. Midnight said in English before she switched back to her native tongue. We all will look forward to an American perspective you can provide on heroics. She switches her gaze back to the front of the class, motioning for the first student in the second row to stand. The student stands up, rubbing his neck abashedly, and as he speaks his long tail with a tuft of blonde hair at the tip sways from side to side. I don't know much about what I should say. I'm a pretty plain guy, but my name is Ojiro Mashireo. My quirk is called Tail. I use it with the martial arts I learned to smack things. A fairly simple mutant quirk at face value, but to be able to use just a tail to get into UA's heroics course shows that he has to be very skilled and his tail very strong to be able to take down enough robots in the entrance exam. Copying tail, I'd know instinctively how to move with it so my balance would not be thrown off, but I would not know all of the skills and moves he trained his body to learn while practicing martial arts. Izuku's own sentiment appeared to be shared by Midnight. Now. All of your teachers here in the heroics course were impressed by the skill you displayed with your tail. Ojiro's smile grew more steady before he bowed to the pro-heroine. Thank you, Midnight-sensei. I'll remember that. Good. See that you do. This is not a place for self-depreciation. I do not want to hear that at all in my class. Her voice shifted like the wind, becoming stern and like iron. For emphasis, she cracked her whip again. Is that understood? Yes, sensei, the class echoed back at her. Seemingly satisfied for now, she nodded for the student behind Ojiro to make his introduction. He was a good-looking guy with black hair and slightly tanned skin. His appearance reminded Izuku of several manga and anime main characters he had seen when he was younger, and the subgenre of hero isekai had been popular. Hey, my name is Kaibara, Senator, happy to be here like everyone else. He gave the class a short wave. My quirk is called Gyrate. It lets me rotate any part of my body at high speeds, like a drill. Keeping his hand held up, Kaibara activated his quirk, showing the class as his hand appeared to spin around on his wrist for several seconds before it stopped. Thank you, Kaibara. You also bring up a good point I did not mention. If you want to display your quirk, I am giving you all permission for the purpose of this icebreaker, but afterward you will only use your quirk in class when it is part of the lesson instruction. Do not break this rule. You don't want to know the punishment I have in store. She smiled widely, cracking her whip again as she shimmied in place for a moment. Izuku pales, realizing too late that he would have to talk about his quirk now. He moves one of his hands to his chest, grabbing at the front of his uniform as it feels like his chest has tightened considerably. There were just two other of his classmates in front of him before it was time for his introduction. He had been so excited to learn about his classmates' quirks, he didn't think about his own quirk. Anxiety crept in under his skin as he mentally shuddered. Hadn't he already been subjected enough to it today? That was the thing with anxiety. It could strike at any time and absolutely did not need to have a reason. Hi. A set of the UA women's uniform jumped up from their seat. The feminine voice that had spoken sounded energetic, as if she could barely contain her invisible excitement. I like to go shopping for new clothes and I absolutely adore cute things. Cherries are my favorite fruit. I'm super excited to be here in case you couldn't tell. The sleeves of her uniform waved side to side as she continued to speak. Oh, I should probably actually introduce myself? Right? My name is Hagakure Toru. If any of the other girls here want to go shopping later, just hit me up. Also, my quirk is invisibility and it is called invisibility. Pretty self-explanatory, right? How will the others react to my quirk? What if they are just like Ida? Will they be scared? Angry? Disgusted? Is this when everything goes downhill for me at UA? His temples felt wet with sweat. A small part of him was screaming at him to run from the room, but he fought to ignore it. I love your enthusiasm, Hagakure. Keep it up. The next classmate to stand was directly in front of Izuku, highlighting that he did not have much time until it was his time to do the same. My name is Rin Hiryu. I was born in China in the Anqing province but moved to Japan when I was about 3 or so. Rin's noticeable features were that his short black hair was tied into a single braid behind his head, but his eyes were also different, almost reptilian in the same way that Setsuna's teeth were. My quirk is called scales. I can grow scales on my body at a rapid rate. For emphasis, Rin pulled down the sleeve on his arm and activated his quirk. His arm grew many small, bright green scales all the way up to his fingertips. Izuku was briefly shaken out of his panic by it. It looks like he has grown several layers of scales on top of his skin, much more than you would find on a normal reptile. That likely gives him increased protection, especially if the top layers can absorb impact blows or cuts, which he can then rapidly replace. Izuku thought to himself, and as he did so it had the added benefit of distracting his thoughts enough that he could wrench himself out of his anxiety-driven spiral. Taking a deep breath, mentally, Izuku forced himself to relax. Counting to 10 slowly in his head as he pulled his thoughts back together and brushed his anxiety aside, again just in his head. He needed to think reasonably. He couldn't control how others felt about him or his quirk. He would worry about this again, but right now he needed to focus. He stole a glance to his right and left. He caught sight of the back of Tsuyu and Shuji's heads. Itsuka's bright orange hair was caught in his peripheral vision, and to the side he could make out Setsuna's sharp-toothed grin. He had people who supported him here in this room, and Kamakiri and Uraraka were not that far away. Even if everyone else hated him for his quirk, there were at least 6 people who did not, 7 including Midnight Sensei. Nodding his head, not mentally this time, he shot up to his feet as Midnight looked to him. Hello. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku swallowed, his eyes darting around the room as he tried not to focus on whatever looks were being sent his way. He told himself he just needed to keep on moving forward. My favorite food is katsudon and I enjoy analyzing Quirks, because it helps with my Quirks, so if anyone needs any advice. He winced. That made it sound like he knew more about their quirks than they did. Stuck up? I mean, if you want to brainstorm any new ideas about your quirks, I'm happy to help. Yes. He paused so he could breathe again and charge right through his next words. My quirk is called mutate. I can copy some Quirks and combine them. Only for a short time though. So happy to be here. Izuku sat back down as fast as he could, his hands latching onto the bottom of his chair as if he would topple over at any moment. He held his breath as he waited for any whispered comments or snickers about how villainous his quirk was. But there was nothing, at least nothing that he could hear. Instead he looked up as Midnight clapped her hands together once and smiled in his direction before she spoke. That's very heroic of you, Midoriya, to offer aid on your own will. For those of you interested in Quirk Analysis, there is a class series offered in Year 2 that you can take advantage of. Now next up is Zero. Izuku felt like he had aged 30 years as he let go of his built-up tension. You did great, Izuku. His ears perked up as he heard Itsuka's whispered voice. He glanced around to her where she was smiling at him. He couldn't help but feel his lips arch up into a smile. His nerves failed to rise up against him again. Instead he felt a little warm in his face. Thanks, Itsuka, he said before he spared a glance around the room. Mostly everyone was focused on the guy with odd-looking elbows, but he caught a glimpse of Tsuyu, Very slowly one of her large eyes came down in a wink in his direction, her facial expression not changing at all. Setsuna was focused on Zero, but on her desk her hand was facing his direction and giving him a subtle thumbs up. Other than that, no one else appeared to be paying attention to him at all, which was strange compared to Aldera, but he had to admit to himself it was a good strange. The girl behind Zero had already begun to take by the time he focused back on the introductions. Hey all. The name is Jair Kyoka. I'm a big fan of music and not a big fan of loud noises, so warn me if any of you have any loud quirks. Jairu shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, before she pointed to her ears, the lobes ending in long earphone jacks which she waved around. Quirk's name is Earjacks. I have really good hearing and can also pulse my own heartbeat into anything I stab my jacks into. I wonder how powerful her quirk amplifies her heartbeats. Enough to crack stone? Can she channel one sound in one of her earjacks and out the other? Izuku thought, slowly recovering from his earlier introduction. Jair brings up a good point I want to emphasize. Midnight nodded to the punk rock girl as she sat. Being Hero Course students, you all will be given license to use your quirks in a variety of learning environments. Always be mindful of quirk safety not only for yourself but your peers and the spaces you practice in. Situational awareness, as a colleague of mine would say. Midnight had to stop herself from rolling her eyes, imagining what Eraserhead had most likely done earlier. Knowing him, he would have slunk into his classroom in his sleeping bag like the world's largest, sleepiest caterpillar and admonished his class for not noticing him. Then, and she would have bet hard money on this, he would have skipped over all of the homeroom introductions and the yearly orientation syllabus. Both hero courses did not attend Nedzu's orientation lecture for the rest of the first-year student body, as the material they covered was much more specific given the nature of their studies. By the time she took her class out for the Quirk Assessment, his class would be pretty much done, leaving his students to figure things out on their own and sink or swim. They probably wouldn't even know what each other's quirks were until their first fundamental heroics class. She put those thoughts away for now and motioned for Tensei's younger brother to make his introductions, already knowing what it would be like. Ida shot up like a rocket from his seat, his body rigid as he bowed first to her, Midnight Sensei, and then to the rest of his classmates of Class 1B, and straightened up stiff as a board. My name is Ida Tenya. I was formerly a student of semi-private academy and am honored to attend such a prestigious and renowned learning institution as UA University, as should everyone here be. For we have all been given the opportunity to learn from the top heroes in the country and should show the proper respect and discipline to show that we are worthy of being selected to be here. Perhaps unknown to even Ida, his arm had begun to chop the air and virtually all of the class was giving him odd and exasperated looks. Midnight sighed internally. He was her nephew in all but name and loved him like one, but she was saddened that neither her or at least Hizashi's personalities had rubbed off on him, instead doing a complete 180-degree turn from even his brother. Granted, she should count her blessings that he had not become a mini Aizawa. For those of you who are not planning to show the same level of dash, Midnight coughed into her whip hand loudly, interrupting Ida before he could talk further. We have to get through the remaining introductions. Ida, would you like to talk about your quirk, or will that be all? Yes. Ida looked taken back, but only for the amount of time it took for him to adjust his glasses. My quirk is called Engine. I am able to boost my speed from the turbos on my legs. I am also eager to learn how I can expand on my quirk to become a better hero. That is all. Thank you. He seems pretty serious about everything. Izuku winced as he thought back to earlier in the class. He might not be all that bad. His quirk is definitely amazing. It reminds me so much of the mutant-type hero, Ingenium. With yet another crisp bow, he sat back down, a stern look on his face. Midnight did not waste any more time motioning for Shiozaki to stand. I am blessed as we all are to be here. Shiozaki clasped her hands together as she stood, one of the light bulb fixtures above her blinking brighter for several seconds. Midnight made an internal note to talk to maintenance about that. My name is Shiozaki Ibara and I hope to walk in the Lord's light while here at UA. My quirk is called Vines. As you can see, it allows me to manipulate my plant-like hair. Using her quirk, Shiozaki made several of the vines that made up her hair rise up into the air and weave about for several seconds before she let them settle down. The Lord's blessings on you all. Shiozaki's quirk is still amazing as when I first saw and copied it. I don't think I ever asked her just what was the limit of how far her vines can extend or how many she can control at once. Izuku made a mental note to ask her later. Thank you, Shiozaki. I think you will find your classmates will all have strong convictions like yourself. Midnight said before pointing to Kendo, the last person in the third row. Taking this as her cue to introduce herself, Kendo pushed back her chair and stood up, waving her hand to everyone. Hello everyone, it is nice to meet you all. My name is Kendo Itsuka. I love black coffee and motorcycles. I practice martial arts too because it helps a lot with my quirk, Big Fist, which lets me grow my hands and increase my strength through an emitter stockpile attribute at the same time. Itsuka added in as part of the white lie that she and All Might had come up with about the strange orange electricity that had become more frequently visible after her training with Gran Torino. Her original quirk had included a strength enhancement attribute to it, but the energy from One for All had been something of a different magnitude, so they had come up with an explanation for it, especially because she had known Izuku would have asked questions after all the times he had copied Big Fist. I look forward to working with you all to be great heroes. As she sat back down, she caught a certain detail she had not noticed before. For the most part the tables and chairs looked the same, but she could see that several of them were larger than the others. Which made sense considering the different sizes that quirks cause students to be, but the students whose desks were larger was Shoji's, the tall guy who sat in the last seat to her left, and her own. Sure, she knew she had grown taller and broader after being given One for All by All Might. She had gone through several sizes of clothes in the weeks afterward. Her old school had not really accommodated this, so she had ignored it, but now noticing the accommodation and comparing herself to where she now stood at between Shoji and the other classmates' height made her suddenly self-conscious. Wait, am I too tall? She spared a glance to Izuku without really thinking about why she did. No. Izuku's looked at me a few times, the reminder of which made her face burn. Though maybe it's more of a turn-off. Wait, why am I thinking about this? Focus. Itsuka managed to come back out of her head just as Setsuna was finishing up her introduction. Her head was spinning in the air several feet above her neckline. Indy, I can split myself up more than this, Buet. I don't want anyone here to lose their breakfast just yet, so I'll show that off later. She grinned to show off all of her sharp teeth, or when you least expect it. Thank you, Tokage. I think you have a good head on your shoulders. Most of the time. Midnight giggled into her hand, causing Tokage to look pleased with herself. A small part of the lizard tail splitter quirk user knew that she was going to get along with Midnight like a house on fire. Kirishima, you are up next. Midnight inclined her head to the red-headed guy behind Tokage, one of the two that had become stuck in the doorway at the beginning of class. His smile was just as wide and sharp-toothed as Tokage's, but it looked different. Much more innocent than coming from the green-haired woman in front of him. My name is Kirishima Ejiro and I am totally stoked to be here at UA. I can't wait to get to know everyone and show off how manly we all are. His enthusiasm tapered down a bit as he raised one hand up to scratch the back of his head. My quirk isn't anything special. I can just harden my entire body. Kind of bland compared to everyone else's, you know? To show off his quirk, Kirishima held up his other hand and activated his quirk, the appendage shifting into an almost stone-like quality. What? The guy behind Kirishima who he had crashed with earlier, Tetsu slammed one hand on his desk before he stood up. No way, man, your quirk is manly for sure. Don't disrespect it. Thanks, dude. That's pretty manly of you to say, but Kirishima was interrupted as Tetsu waved his arm and a moment later it changed, everything becoming steel-like. It was remarkably similar to Kirishima's. Yours is just like mine, see? So when you self-disrespect your quirk, it's like you are disrespecting mine. Do you think my quirk is lame too? What? No way. Your quirk looks super awesome and manly, man. Kirishima looked shocked at Tetsu's accusation before he grinned and slapped his rocky hand into Tetsu and squeezed. Thanks, man. I'm sorry about being so unmanly just now. I appreciate you knocking some sense into me. You're Tetsu, right? Yeah. The name is Tetsu. If our class is totally as manly as you are, I'm definitely stoked to be here at UA. Kirishima's silver-haired opposite grinned, showing off an identical sharp-toothed smile. 3 people in a row with really sharp-looking teeth was the collective thoughts of most of the classroom as they looked between Tokage, Kirishima, and Tetsu. Ahem. Midnight coughed into her hand, her whip hanging in her other hand after cracking loudly. While I'm so happy to see you both are so enthusiastic about being here, that's the second time you've both interrupted class. Which means, a sadistic-looking smile spread underneath Midnight's domino mask as both students caught in her sights froze solid as if they had full-body activated their quirks. You have one more strike before I devise a special punishment for you both. Sorry, Midnight-sensei. Sorry, Midnight-sensei. Both guys said at once, still looking frozen. Good. You understand, now both of you sit down. I think that was a splendid introduction for the both of you. Midnight extended her whip hand forward and motioned downward with it, both guys following the motion and sitting down immediately. She switched her gaze to the student behind Tetsu, but he was already standing up unprompted, a miserable look on his face. Most noticeable about him was that his skin was pitch black as were his pupils. This was contrasted by his fluffy-looking white hair. Is it fate's test that I am surrounded by so much light? He groaned, throwing a side glance at Shiozaki and Tetsu before going silent as he seemed to mull his words over before a white-toothed grin split his face. Even if it is, then I shall show the eternal darkness will always prevail. Seemingly renewed by his words, he faced the class. This one's name is Kurwaro Shirhai. Remember it well. My quirk's name is Black, and it lets me merge with and control anything colored black. Be it shadows or cloth, though I have yet to control the darkness in others' souls, it is only perhaps a matter of time. It is good that I am your ally, for you would not want me as your enemy. A very interesting quirk. Definitely a transformation type and one that would likely drain my stamina constantly if I copied it, since it seems like a full-body transformation. Would I blend in with the black parts of my costume? When he uses his quirk, does it change his size and shape too? Could he hide in something as small as an ink spot, or is there a limit? Well said, Kurwar. Poetic too. I think once your general education courses have been completed you would do wonderful in the drama electives. Though if you are interested in art, this year our art history class is being taught by Ms. Joke. Midnight made a mental note to introduce Kurwaro to one of Aizawa's students if they had not already met. She felt like they would get along as well as Kirishima and Tetsu had, though with a radically different energy to them. Now, last but certainly not least for our introductions. Midnight pointed to the last student who had not introduced himself. He was the tallest and largest student in the class, so being tucked into the corner, he did not have any problem with looking over the heads of his classmates. As Izuku had noted before, his head was strange, almost like a glue bottle. With all of the attention of the class focused on him, though he seemed to shrink back at it in a similar way to how Izuku had done. After several moments he stood up with his hands holding his uniform's pant legs tightly. Hello. My name is Bondo Kojiro. His voice was quiet. It was a strain for those sitting on the opposite side of the class to hear him. As he spoke, several of the small eye holes in his head seemed to fill with a white fluid. I like plastic models, and my quirk is Semendine. I can spit out glue. A lot of it. He fidgeted, the substance in his eyes, glue, seemed to be back up into his head before he quickly stammered, "Thank you," and sat back down. "Thank you, Bondo, for your introduction." Midnight smiled at her tallest student. She was well aware of how shy he was, the perfect example of a gentle giant. So she did not put the spotlight on him longer than it was needed. She cracked her whip again before holding out her arms, as if to encompass the entire class. With that, you all now know who your classmates are. Though it will still take time to fully learn what each and every one of you are capable of, you will all learn and grow together as Class 1B. She let her arms drop but instead twirled her whip in her hand. Now look in your desks, we will be going over the orientation syllabus together. The sound of shifting bodies and crinkling paper filled the room as the students opened the drawers of their desks and pulled out what was inside, though there was more than just a paper syllabus. There was a surprise. "Hey, Midnight-sensei. What's this?" Tokage asked, never afraid to speak her mind, as she pulled out what looked like a sweat suit wrapped in plastic. That, my dear, is your P uniform and you will be using it very soon. Once we are done with your orientation comes your first. She liked her lips. The entire class paused, a sudden tingle of alarm running through each of them. Test. I won't spoil the secret for you. Just be sure to not disappoint me. You won't like it when you disappoint me. Oh, wonderful. It looks like Aizawa is just about done mentally scarring 1A. Midnight made the remark so offhandedly that Izuku and the rest of 1B, now clad in their new gym uniforms, had enough time to walk at least 2 paces before they stopped and did a collective double take. Unsure if they had heard their professor correctly, unsure if she was joking, or otherwise all kinds of concerned for their sister class. Ish. They all look like they were just told they have 6 months to live. Shiro grimaced a little as he whispered to Fukidashi. Yeah, right? Fukidashi's speech bubble flashed with several exclamation marks. Or that they are being expelled or something. Gossip is unbecoming. Ibra said crossly, not at Shiro or Fukidashi but loud enough for everyone to know she was talking about them. Izuku had to admit whatever was going on. Class 1A did not appear to be enjoying themselves, and certainly several of them appeared to be hanging on to whatever Aizawa-sensei was saying with deadly seriousness. He could see Uraraka's normally cheer-filled face was set to a grim expression as she clutched hands with another shorter woman with similar brown-colored hair and another woman whose skin and hair was a bright, almost neon pink. Both of them looked like they were ready to bolt or vomit. Kamakiri had an angry look on his face, his eyes scowling as if he was about to spring up and fight his professor, which Izuku thought was more or less completely in character for the razor-sharp quirk user. Kaken looked contemptuous, like he was half angry and half done with whatever it was Aizawa was telling them. He had not been noticed yet by Kaken, so at least he had that going for him. He could bask in his childhood friend not knowing he was there and the peace that came with it for just a little bit longer. Perhaps the only two who did not seem at all fazed by the situation was a man with two-toned hair, and what was either a scar or a birthmark that covered half of his face, and a woman with dark hair. They both had completely neutral expressions on their faces. Shiro seemed to think about Fukidashi's words for a moment before he shook his head. No way. What kind of professor just expels an entire class? A crazy one? Tokage put forward with a smirk before she pointed at Aizawa-sensei. He was a tall, lanky man with long black hair, and his hero costume appeared to only consist of a black jumpsuit and a long white scarf wrapped around his shoulders. The most stand out if his features were the incredibly dark circles under his eyes and the general bloodshot look of his scara. In fact, Izuku thought he looked a lot like Shinso. Perhaps they were related? Teach's got crazy eyes. Tokage's mouth sharpened into a teasing smirk, showing off all of her pointed teeth. Lifeless eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eyes. When he comes after ya, he doesn't seem to be livin' until he dash. Finish that sentence, Tokage, and you'll be in unsafe waters, Kiyama-sensei sing-songed with a pointed look on her face, though it was probably the predatory gaze in her eyes that made Tokage's mouth immediately clamp up. Seemingly satisfied, she made her voice quieter as she spoke. At UA, as you all should know, the professors have quite a bit of personal freedom, at least when it comes to how we teach our classes, if not in dress code. Nova. Had my way there. Oh, the sights you would see, she sighed at her own words, dreamily, and that alone made all of 1B stop in their tracks as effectively as her previous comments had made them. After a few moments of heavy sighs, Midnight snapped herself out of it and continued as if nothing had happened. Aizawa in particular just loves his little, logical ruses. If it was legal to gamble on university property, I'd bet you all that he threatened to expel whoever had the lowest score in his Quirk Assessment tests. Shiro silently mouthed, "Holy sheet." The words wordlessly popped up on Fukidashi's speech bubble. Bile and anxiety flipped around in Izuku's stomach. His head was invaded by thoughts of what would happen if he had any middle quirk, or was in Kamakiri's position of filling out the last seat in Class 1A. His dreams potentially shattered and broken before they had even had a chance to. He couldn't actually expel someone just like that, could he, Kiyama-sensei? Itsuka asked even as her hand reached over to give Izuku's a quick squeeze. It was short and out of view of everyone else in the class, but was also warm and immediately blew away Izuku's spiraling thoughts. How had she dash? Had he been mumbling again? Oh no, Of course not. Midnight laughed out, shaking her head, her words putting Izuku's anxiety to rest for now. At UA we have a system in place for expulsions. Strikes for disciplinary actions if there is a chance for the situation can be remedied. She seemed to look straight at Izuku when she spoke those words, but it might have been his imagination. No, Aizawa's approach is more psychological. It's not just having an amazing quirk that makes a hero, but their wutu. If they don't take being a member of UA's hero course seriously, he will recommend they be transferred to general studies. What? Ida seized up in horror at Midnight's words before he started to chop his hand in outrage. That dash. How could anyone accepted into UA's prestigious hero course not take being a hero seriously? What sort of dash? Ida sputtered, lost for words. Please, calm down, Sir Ida. Shishida laid a hand down on the blue-haired man's shoulder in an effort to get Ida to stop vibrating from sheer outrage. The world is a vast place full of persons with a myriad of different ideals. Service to the nation, a desire to follow in one's family's footsteps, or just to help the community are of the same coin as seeking fame and fortune. Quite right. Ida huffed, his chopping hand slowing down considerably, but still. It is the principle of the matter. Adjusting his glasses. You'd be surprised. Just as Shishida said, everyone has different reasons for being a hero, and not all of those reasons are noble. What we look out for is if you have the potential. Midnight shrugged her shoulders, not seeming like she wanted to elaborate any further. She smiled at her class. Now as for me, why I prefer my lessons be much more physical. She liked her lips at the word coming out incredibly izzle, but the effect on the class was immediately dropped like a lead weight as she continued. That includes my punishments if anyone in MY class doesn't show they are serious about being a hero or the right amount of creative flair. Well, let's just say my remedial study sessions will leave you sore in a very bad way. She paused. And whatever's left of you I usually throw to Nedzu to pick over. Collectively the stomachs of every one of Class 1B's members dropped, not seeming to care, or perhaps secretly caring a great deal. No one in the class wanted to ask or even think about it. Midnight turned back toward Class 1A and brought up her whip arm and waved in their general direction. Yuhu, Aizawa, I hope we aren't interrupting anything? If we are, then too bad. That you know I don't know which of them are scarier. Jiru said, her voice completely deadpanned. Why not both? Pony asked. Class 1B collectively sighed. It was going to be a long 3 years. Midnight had barely waited for Aizawa to lead the dazed and confused Class 1A off of the field, not even letting the two classes exchange any greetings or more appropriately condolences before, with a sadistic grin that split her face, she pounced on Class 1B. All right, my little hatchlings. Line up front and center. Midnight cracked her whip for emphasis, but then winked. It's rude to keep a lady waiting after all. And anyone who I see isn't giving these tests their all to the fullest of their abilities, both body and mind. Well, Kiyama's face somehow became shadowed and a look of pure, distilled sadistic malevolence leered at them. Will be in danger. Ida's hand immediately shot up. What kind of danger, sensei? Without missing a beat she replied, danger? Ida put his hand back down without further comment, even his face looking a little bleak. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Fukudashi's speech bubble shift into the image of a balance scale with his two hands dipping up and down as if he was considering the consequences of something. Kiyama-sensei's whip brought Izuku's attention squarely back onto his professor. Gone was the malevolent expression, replaced with one that looked too sweet. First up, the 50-meter dash. First up will be. She paused as she looked over the students before shrugging with a short laugh. Mr. Kirishima and Mr. Tetsu. All right, bring it on. Okay, bring it on. Karo, I have so many thoughts about our professor, but even I have enough awareness to keep my mouth shut for now. Tsu croaked to Izuku as the two incredibly in-sync young men ran up to the starting line that had been left there from Class 1 as assessment. Off in the distance, he could see a robot, similar to many of the ones he had already seen, pick itself up from where it looked like it had been sunning itself on a small bench and make its way to the finish line of the dash. Good luck, man. Kirishima said to Tetsu, giving him a thumbs up as he assumed a running start position, which was a moment later mirrored by the silver-haired man. Thanks. Same to you. Get ready to eat my dust. I can't eat your dust if you're eating my dust. I guess we'll have to see just who dash. 1 2 3 go. Midnight called out the numbers in rapid succession, cracking her whip as the last syllable left her mouth. Surprisingly, both runners were not startled as they both leaped forward, running ahead. Their bodies moved in the same unerring synchronicity that left their professor and classmates wondering if the two had somehow rehearsed it all. 4.50 seconds. The robot at the finish line called out as both Kirishima and Tetsu, who had been neck and neck the entire dash, crossed the finish line at the exact same time. That was some manly running, man. Kirishima cheered as he turned and grinned at his running partner, wiping the sweat off his forehead and taking in deep breaths. Demonstrate. Ditto to you too. I am impressed. Tetsu swung an arm around Kirishima's shoulders, similarly sweating and winded. The two continued to chatter excitedly between one another as they made their way back over to the class. While they were still out of earshot, Midnight clapped both of her hands to her face and sighed, "Oh, Namuri, this year is going to be a bountiful harvest of youthful passion." That did not mean the rest of the class could not hear her though. 5,000 yen says we will see Midnight implode before the end of the semester, Siro whispered to Kaibara and Fukudashi. The former held up his hand in a stop gesture. No way am I taking a losing bet like that. Sheet, I'll take that bet. Tokage leaned over, slyly grinning ear to ear as she added, I'll bet though she'll explode instead. Excuse me, but betting is completely illegal at UA. Ida chopped his hand down in between Tokage and Siro, especially the kind of bet that believes bodily harm will come to one of UA's proud staff and faculty. Off to the side, Hagakure leaned closer to Tsunatori, a much more excited grin on her face. Not that anyone could see it. I am loving the energy Midnight Sensei is putting off. Tokage's ears perked before she turned to the invisible woman. You might mean putting out, eh? Tokage had to stifle her laughter. Meanwhile, Pony just looked between the two girls. She was getting a rough translation of what they were saying to one another, and she did not understand it but decided she liked what looked like their enthusiasm and nodded along to what they said. I guess this is our life now. Itsuka sighed and slumped where she stood. She had been expecting a bit more professional from the R-rated hero, at least when it came to classwork. Tsu and Izuku slowly patted her on her back. Karo, we literally competed against thousands of other students for this. Tsu shrugged her shoulders. Maybe it's what we deserve? Fortunately enough for Itsuka, at least Midnight recomposed herself as the two runners joined the class again. Her voice was satisfied. Good timing, the both of you, and no hard feelings over not beating the other. That is chivalry. That's what I like to see out of all of you. Teamwork on and off the field will get you very far as a pro hero. She checked something on her tablet. Next up will be Ida and Midoriya. It sounded like the pronouncement of execution for Izuku. He knew that this had been coming. The time he would have to use his quirk in front of the rest of his class. Fear stabbed its way through his chest as thoughts that Class 1B would be just like his old junior and high schools. The words and voices of Bakugo and his cronies appear like phantoms in his thoughts. They would reject and fear him for being a quirk thief, and he grabbed the reins of his thoughts and hauled them away from the jagged cliffside he had been hurtling toward. Izuku let out a soft sigh. He was still afraid. It was an irrational fear, that much he knew about it after all the hours he had spent turning it over in his mind, but it was one he just could not seem to break free from. The anxiety of it like a stone hung heavy around his neck, the weight of it straining against his body. Despite all the arguments he had with himself, the encouraging words from his family and friends, and the times that he had been able to beat it down, it came back. And he had to accept that it would be there perhaps for the foreseeable future, perhaps for all of his life, but that he also needed to push through it. Like right now. When he felt the eyes of everyone on him and heard the tiny whispers of his fear, quirk thief, villain, Deku scratching at the back of his head. The sudden surge of his pulse, the sweat on his palms, and the flip-flop of his insides. The feeling that everything in his life is about to take a nosedive and go wrong. Despite that, though he reached out. and immediately stopped himself from asking Ida if he could copy his quirk. He had become surprisingly good at asking his friends if he could copy their quirks. At times it was almost automatic in his head, a conditioning he felt helped him many times through his mental hurdles. He had opened his mouth to ask the question, but the side-eyed glare the rigid man sent him made Izuku swallow the words. He did not even stop as he continued toward the start line, leaving Izuku to wish he could lock his mouth tight and throw away the key. Ida was not Itsuka or Tsuyu. The hostile reaction the other man had for him earlier that day very much indicated that any prospect of them becoming friends anytime soon was dim. Shaking his head, he cleared his thoughts. He would have to consider his other classmates, but he reminded himself he had to choose carefully. After all, while he had improved the limits of his quirk from a year ago, he had not found a way yet to wipe over the slate of quirks he had copied. Whatever he chose now he would be stuck with for at least an hour, so if he chose a quirk that was suitable for this first test but was not for any of the future tests, he would be in big trouble. This test calls for speed but also athletics. Tsuyu's quirk would be a good option with her extra leg power. Although Tsunatori's quirk looks like she is built for running given her apparent heteromorphic traits, very similar to Tsuyu's. That would be fun to compare later. Setsuna's lizard tail splitter quirk would also be possible. I could just float forward across the ground, but would that disqualify me since I wouldn't be running? No, the whole point of the 50-meter dash is to get from the start line to the finish line as quickly as possible, so flying would likely be allowed. Though what about Kuwaro's quirk, black? If I work on the same principle for the test parameters as I just need to get to the finish line, I could merge with Ida's shadow and… Midoriya, Midnight Sensei's voice sing-songed. It sounded playful, but some sixth sense told Izuku that the pro-hero professor was anything but that. Please join Ida at the starting line. We have quite a few tests to get through after this one, and it is very dangerous to leave it. Lady waiting. He blinked and looked around, the expectant faces of his new class staring at him with mixed emotions. Some, like Itsuka, Tsuyu, and Setsuna, seemed understanding, while the others ranged from blank, who could tell what expression Shoji had underneath his mask, to amused, see, the giggling Hagakure, to annoyed or confused at what he was waiting around for. He stopped himself from smacking himself right in his face. Sorry, sensei. Oh shoot. Great first impression, Deku. Just go with Tsuyu. She is a mutation, so it won't be as strenuous, and you know her quirk like the back of your hand. Slightly panicking, he turned to Tsuyu. Titsu could dash. Sure. Tsuyu, face blank of any strong emotions but at the same time incredibly open towards him, did not hesitate as she held out her hand for him. He felt warm, wet spots start to form at the corner of his eyes, and he opened his mouth to thank her, but she waved him off. You don't really have to ask any more, you know. Still. I need dash. No, I want to thank you. You deserve it. Always. Izuku squeaked out the words and desperately looked anywhere than Tsuyu's face. The sky was certainly very blue, which also meant he missed the slight shift of Tsuyu's eyes and the deep gulp she took as she felt a familiar frizziness pass through her body at his words. Itsuka looked between both of her friends and, unlike them, felt something drop into her stomach. It was gone in a moment, but it left Itsuka blinking at the sudden, unfamiliar emotion. She had felt that like she wanted to have been the one Izuku had said his words to, but at the same time was happy that he had said them to Tsuyu. Now though was not the time to go into it, as she had times before. She pushed the emotions down and focused on what was important. She could not know, would not let All Might down. Behind them all Midnight appeared to be in a strange place between pleasure and pain, staggering in place as she clamped a hand to her mouth to stop herself from screaming any number of words she could have used to describe the scene that was playing out in front of her, at least so much so any attempts on her part to continue to rush her students died on the vine. While Hagakure mentally noted that she had found a new ship to sail, Siro turned to Tokage and did his best impression of Ida's chopping motion. Nope. Bets off. To which Tokage continued to snicker. With surprising accuracy, despite the fact he was looking nowhere at his frog-quirked friend. Izuku's hand shot out and latched onto hers, belatedly worrying if his hands were still sweating, but that thought was washed away as his quirk activated. Vivia.